Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are in day 11 of the Charles Jones trial out of Tampa. We are going to have jury instructions and then we will be in verdict watch. So let me check my audio. For joining us today. Audio sounds good. All right, settle in, get comfortable. I've got my 8-ball shirt on today and let's get started.
No contest. My click is the best. There ain't no one like, cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, you can't play me. Money in the text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. There ain't no rest. For the wicked I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest there ain't no contest. So what's next? Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like, cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, it just don't faze me. I got my Xbox, you can't play me. Money in the text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, baby. No contest, baby. We the best, baby. No contest. We the best. We the best, baby. No contest.
All right, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We have a feed already. So they are scheduled to start at 9 with jury instructions. Judge Sisko said they'll take about an hour. Excuse me. They'll take about an hour, and then we'll get to a verdict watch. And then we can watch previous testimony. I'll try and find some good stuff for us to watch, not only with testimony, but maybe some other things we can watch, some other news clips. So get comfortable, settle in. Who is with us today? Kimbers, Downey Lynn, good morning. Good to see you guys. Hell Rider, good to see you. Good vibes only. Surf and Selena, welcome in. Kathy Davis, good morning, good morning. Allison, stand for the truth. Oh, stand for truth. Sorry. Good morning. You're a little sad this one is ending. Iowa Backyard Cam, happy Friday to you. Karen from Germany is in the house. Yes, leave your DNA on the like button. Please take a moment to hit the like button. If you are with us, great. Hit the like button. If you can hear my voice and you're not in chat, take a moment and hit the like button. That would be much appreciated. Hey, JMS, good to see you. Dawn, good morning and happy Friday to you. Surf and Selena says, I think they'll come back with a verdict sometime, even if it's in the evening. It's kind of where I'm leaning too. Hey, Tammy, how are you? I don't think they're going to, I think it'll be at least 4 or 5 hours. I'll go with that. But we'll get a poll going. How long do you think they'll deliberate for? Linda, lemon pound cake for Hell Rider. Passing out some lemon pound cake. Allison, yes, great to see new places. Crazy Mary Joe jumping in to say how much you miss us. Well, we miss you too. Hey, lazy boys. Good morning to you. Shirley Roth. Good morning. Welcome in. Joanne Jedi Platypus. Good morning. Good morning. Green-eyed cat. Good to see you. Let's see. Just want to make sure I'm getting everybody that's coming in. Camilla. Good morning. Christy. Good to see you. Skybell, good to see you. Sherry, good morning. Richard in the kitchen. Hey, Joy, good morning. This should be a good one, I agree. Jane Dixon, good morning. Can you believe we made it through this case? And then we have another phase. If they are found guilty, then we still have another phase next week. Wizard of Ezzy, good morning to you. Green-eyed cat. Saying good morning to everybody. Snap, good morning to you. Kathy Davis. Saying that's done. I guess maybe the like button, hopefully. Skybell, good morning. How are the kids' four legs doing? All our kitties are doing well, if that's what you're asking. We are all doing very well. Miss J, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. All right. I think I got everybody. Anthony, good morning. Good to see you. Ronnie V is with us. Awesome. Good to see you. So, Lazy Boys, Raul Valley's lawyer will try to dismiss the charges today. Okay. Hey, Scrate, how are you? Finally Friday. Absolutely. Kim Hastings, good morning to you. Heidi, good to see you. Brett, from the timing, I'm guessing one thought the other was throwing him under the bus in closing, but could have been anything. Yeah, that's kind of what we're hearing. High Alert, good to see you. William, good to see you. Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Hellrider, you were sent some lemon pound cake. Awesome. Bama Green Eyes, good morning. Brian Banfield has been kicked to June. Brian Banfield is not today. We were going to dual stream if it was, but no, it's not. That has been kicked to June somewhere. Let me see, when is it? Let's see. Oh, it's Brendan Banfield. I was going to say Brian doesn't sound right. Brendan Banfield, June 5th. It's been kicked to June 5th. Brendan Banfield has been kicked to June 5th. Not sure why, other than it's been kicked to June 5th. So no dual streaming today. We will definitely stream that when it happens. That'll be Carlos Dominguez, probably. Yeah, Carlos starts on the 18th. So 2 Mondays from now. Not this Monday, but next Monday. Basically a week. About 9 days or so. So yeah, no Brendan Banfield today. But then next week we have Corey. Do we have Corey next week? Yeah. Next week is Corey, and then Paul Canero is 2 weeks from now. So we have a lot still to look forward to. Hello, officer. Get a nice shot of Mr. Bailiff's back of his head there. Iowa Banfield has to be sentenced before the judge retires. It's great. He was jawing with Rashad. So the two cousins were jawing, and I guess judge was saying, please stop talking, and because she was talking, and I guess Davion was, they were going back and forth. So not a big deal, but enough that, Yeah, he was having words with Rashad, as Aaron is saying. No, not Officer Poundcake. I don't think that was an Officer Poundcake. Yes. Hey, Brenda, good morning to you. Brad says, some of the closings sounded kind of like, hey, I just caught a ride to Tampa. I had no idea what the rest of them were up to. I agree with that, which could be enough to cause a beef between defendants. To me, it was more like Mr. Sonardi was saying things that I think maybe Rashad felt that he was being thrown under the bus. It was kind of like, don't look at my client, but that client over there, or that defendant over there had more to do with it than my client. That's the way I took it. Hey, KG Summer Mommy. Good morning. Happy Friday to you. Sherry asks, was this the first time that anyone had seen Rashad reading the Bible during court? Oh, I didn't even know he was doing that. Did you catch that? I didn't even see that. All right, before we start, Florida PI Sam and I are going to do a stream Saturday. I got to talk to her about the timing, but yeah, we're going to do a stream on Saturday and we're going to talk about this case. So if you guys have any questions, do like QQQ, and so we can pull out your questions for her. So I'll do this QQQ question for Saturday. All right. So do this so we can pull them out. Do QQQ, and so that we're able to see what your questions are. So if you have questions for us, we're going to be talking about this trial. We'll be talking about trials in Florida in general, but we'll definitely be talking about this trial as much as Sam can. You know, I mean, obviously some things she won't be able to say, but we'll see what she is able to tell us about the goings on in the courtroom, with the defendants, with the jury, with the judge. So be sure to and if we miss it, don't be upset, because maybe we'll just make sure that we caught your question. Hey Stella, good morning to you. Good to see you. Tomorrow Saturday, yes. Tomorrow Saturday. Tosh, good morning to you. Good to see you. Yes, perfect Saturday and on a daily with you. Yes. So, let's see. You can show the video later of Davion being escorted out. Okay, yes, Aaron. Yes, we will show that. Aaron made a short of that of Davion being escorted out. So we'll play that while we're in verdict watch. All right. Okay, I will. Let me pull that out. Thank you, Wizard. All right, let me just save these as questions. Questions. You don't have to say questions for Saturday. That's okay. That was just like a template. Questions. I'm calling it in my questions for Saturday. You don't have to put questions for Saturday. You can just do QQQ. That's fine. All right. But thank you, Wizard. That's cool. All right. I figure out where to put this. Jane is asking if we have time. Can we listen to ballistics again? Yeah. That's a good one, because I was so confused by her testimony. I don't know if I'm going to be less confused hearing it a second time. But yeah, we can definitely. We'll have time. I don't think they're going to come back too quick. But well, let's get a poll going. Let's get a poll. How quickly do you think they're going to come back, right? Is it time for that? Is it time for that poll? Let's start a poll here. While we're waiting for court to start. Let's see here. Start a poll. How long will the... All right, how long will the jury take to deliberate? We'll go with 0 to 1 hour, because they could come back in half an hour. We'll go with 1 to 2 hours. We'll go with 2 to 4 hour. Well, 2 to 3 hours. And then we'll go with 4 plus. All right. I'll just say today. How long will the jury take to deliberate today? So that's the catcher. That's the That's the caveat. How long will they take to deliberate today? Because there may be an option where they're seated differently. I just noticed that they're in different. They've switched. Oh, they've separated Rashad and Davion. Did you guys notice that? They've separated Rashad and Davion. They were sitting next to each other. Now they've separated them. That's usually where Sean sits. So that's Isaiah behind Scotty there. That's Scotty and Deborah and Davion, and then Isaiah's behind them. So Sean sat there the entire trial, so they switched him out. All right, how long will the jury take to deliberate today?
Present, defendants are present, defense counsel's present. So before we get going, we do need to bring in Juror 32 and initials CRP. So if you please bring that juror in.
Your Honor, briefly.
Yeah, okay.
In talking to Mr. Wise, who's not here, there he is, at the very moment, Judge, and in our conversation yesterday about alternates, was the court considering, I just wanted to clarify, that in excusing one of the alternates and keeping two?
Wait 1 second. Yes.
In excusing one of the alternates and keeping two, that we would intend to potentially excuse the one that had the exchange with Mr.
Well, that was his motion. So, but I'm going to talk to the juror first, and then you can see if you renew the motion or not. Okay? That was the request from Mr. Wise. Okay, I'm sorry, just bring him in. Good morning, sir. Just have a seat. You're good. You're good. Just have a seat. Yeah, have a seat. Everyone, have a seat as well. So it was brought to my attention that you may have had some interaction with one of the prosecutors in this case. Do you remember saying like good morning or good job or anything along those lines?
Yes,
Okay.
yesterday, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did it.
Okay. And what did you say specifically?
Good job, I think so.
Okay. And I know we had a discussion about the fact that the attorneys cannot have any contact with you, and I may have not been clear that also includes you all not having any contact with the attorneys. So let me just ask you this question. Is there anything about that that you think would impair or impact your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you understand that the defendants, all four of the defendants, are presumed innocent unless and until the state proves their guilt beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt?
Yes.
And can you give the defendants the presumption of innocence and hold the state to that verdict?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the state?
No.
Okay. Any questions from any counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Petrides. Okay. Thank you so much. You can join the others.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all new for everybody. Well, some of us. Okay. Any additional motions?
We have just a moment.
Sure.
We would have to make a motion this time.
Okay. Very
Yes,
good.
we would agree.
Okay. So, I know we discussed the state expressed some hesitancy in not bringing all three alternates back if necessary. We're talking about a week. So is still your position that all three would need to come back next week?
Judge, it is. I mean, I am concerned, not through any fault of any jurors in the past, but there have been situations that have arisen where we have had to use every single alternate that we have. It's just because of the length of this trial and everything that we put into it.
Okay, I understand. All right. I'm glad I'm on record saying I would excuse at least one. So there you go. Okay. Okay, and then after I instruct the jury and after they begin their deliberations, I'm going to rule on the Davion Murphy's motion for mistrial, okay? Anything else that we need to discuss before I bring in the jurors? Okay, hearing nothing, let's go ahead and bring them in.
Yeah, bring them all back. I mean, it's only going to be another week. Might as well bring them back. They've put in so much time and effort into this. So, hey, Larry, good morning to you. Renee, oh goodness, I wonder if they can use this to file an appeal. I think all he said was, did he say good morning? Or he didn't say good job. Yeah, see, they separated Davion and Rashad. So they put Isaiah used to be where Davion is, and Davion used to be where Sean is. So they've switched those two out. Interesting. I'm assuming it's because of yesterday, so they want to keep them separated. So he did say good job. Okay, that's what. Okay, I thought I heard that too.
Good. All right, and we need to pass out a copy of the jury instructions. Oh, they already have them? Okay, very good. So I'm getting ready to give you your final instructions on the law. I've given each of you a copy of those instructions so you can read along as I'm reading them to you, okay? All right, let's begin. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy, the defendants in this case, have been accused of the crimes of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. Defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy have also been accused of 3 counts of the crime of attempted murder in the first degree. Defendant Sean Gathright has also been accused of the crime of tampering with physical evidence. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that a defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if a defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of attempted first-degree murder are attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, and aggravated battery. There are no lesser crimes indicated in the definition of tampering with physical evidence. Introduction to homicide. Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy are accused of murder in the first degree and conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree in counts 1 and 2. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that is excusable or was committed by the use of justifiable deadly force is lawful. If you find Charles Jones was killed by Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable homicide. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Excusable homicide. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. 1, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or 2, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or 3, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before a defendant may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. 3, there was a premeditated killing of Charles Jones. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Murder in the second degree, lesser included offense of count 1. To prove the crime of second degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. 3, there was an unlawful killing of the victim by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Manslaughter, intentional act or culpable negligence, lesser included offense of count 1. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Charles Jones is dead. 2A, the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim, or B, the death of the victim was caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. Each of us has a duty to act if there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm. That violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Principal instruction as to count 1 applies only to count 1. If a defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Charles Jones occur. For second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Charles Jones. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter to occur, and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter to occur. To be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm, second-degree murder with a firearm, or manslaughter with a weapon as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter would be or was armed. Criminal conspiracy count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the intent of the defendant was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. And 2, in order to carry out the intent, the defendant agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with one or more of his co-defendants to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Introduction to attempted homicide applies to defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. The victim in count 3 is Xavier Edwards. The victim in count 4 is Gino Norris. The victim in count 5 is Kamia Bentley. Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy are accused of attempted first-degree murder in counts 3, 4, and 5. Attempted first-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of attempted second-degree murder and attempted manslaughter, all of which are forms of attempted homicide and all of which are unlawful. However, an attempted homicide that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find that there was an attempted homicide of a victim by a defendant, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide in deciding whether it was attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or attempted manslaughter, or whether the attempted homicide was excusable or resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force. Justifiable attempted homicide. The use of deadly force to attempt to kill a human being is justifiable and therefore lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the attempted killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. Excusable attempted homicide. An attempted homicide is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the three following circumstances. 1, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or 2, when the attempted homicide occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or 3, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the attempted killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Attempted first-degree premeditated murder applies to defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intended to commit the crime of first-degree premeditated murder. 2, the defendant committed an overt act toward the commission of first-degree premeditated murder that went beyond mere preparation. 3, the defendant failed to complete the first-degree premeditated murder. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To prove that a first-degree premeditated murder had taken place, the state would have to prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the victim is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. 3, there was a premeditated killing of the victim. A premeditated killing is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Attempted second-degree murder, lesser included offense in counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of the victim, but did not result in the victim's death. 2, the act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrated a depraved mind without regard for human life. And 3, the overt act went beyond mere preparation. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. To convict the defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Attempted manslaughter by act, lesser included offense of counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of attempted manslaughter by act, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, the defendant intentionally committed an overt act that could have resulted in the death of the victim, but did not result in the victim's death. And two, the overt act went beyond mere preparation. The line between mere preparation and an overt act is a question of fact for you to decide. Mere preparation consists of devising or arranging the means or measures necessary to commit the crime. An overt act consists of some movement toward committing the crime after mere preparation. An overt act need not be the last possible act toward completing the crime. However, the defendant cannot be guilty of attempted manslaughter by act by committing a merely negligent act. Every person has a duty to act reasonably and use ordinary care towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligent. To convict of attempted manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that could have caused death and was not justifiable or excusable attempted homicide, as I have previously instructed you. Aggravated battery, lesser included offense of counts 3, 4, and 5. To prove the crime of aggravated battery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is a definition of battery. 1. The defendant A actually and intentionally touched or struck the victim against his or her will, or B, intentionally caused bodily harm to the victim. 2. The defendant in committing the battery, A, intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm, permanent disability, or permanent disfigurement to the victim, or B, used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his or her act. A battery may be found as a result of the intentional touching or intentional striking of something other than the actual body of the person. However, the object that is touched or struck must have such an intimate connection with the person that it is to be regarded as a part or as an extension of the person. Principal instruction as to counts 3, 4, and 5. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For attempted first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of the victim occur. For attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended to cause the death of the victim. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how an attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery will be committed as long as the principal intended the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery to occur, and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery to occur. To be found guilty of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, attempted manslaughter with a weapon, or aggravated battery as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter, or aggravated battery would be or was armed. Tampering with physical evidence, count 6, applies to defendant Sean Gathright only. To prove the crime of tampering with physical evidence, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Sean Gathright knew that a criminal trial, proceeding, or investigation by a duly constituted prosecuting authority, law enforcement agency, grand jury, or legislative committee of Florida was pending or was about to be instituted. And 2, Sean Gathright altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any item with the purpose to impair its availability in such proceeding or investigation. Carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm or weapon applies to Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act, or aggravated battery, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act or aggravated battery, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of the first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery. Actual possession and discharge of a firearm. And that, I'm sorry, I left out attempted manslaughter. So let me read that again. Just to make sure it's clear. If you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act or aggravated battery, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, or threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, attempted manslaughter by overt act or aggravated battery. Actual possession and discharge of a firearm applies to Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that the defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you will also be asked to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that during the course of committing that offense, that defendant actually possessed a firearm and discharged a firearm. To actually possess a firearm means that the defendant carried a firearm on his person or had a firearm within immediate physical reach with ready access with the intent to use the firearm during the commission of the crime. Definitions that apply to 3.3a and 3.3d. A firearm is defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. A weapon is defined as 1. Any object readily capable of inflicting bodily harm if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, or 2. Any other object that was used or threatened to be used, or attempted to be used, or intended to be used to inflict bodily harm. Criminal gang definitions applies only to defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. If you find that defendant Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense, and whether the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang. Criminal gang means a formal or informal ongoing organization, association, or group that has as one of its primary activities the commission of criminal or delinquent acts, and that consists of 3 or more persons who have a common name or common identifying signs, colors, or symbols, including but not limited to terrorist organizations and hate groups. Criminal gang member is a person who meets 2 or more of the following criteria. 1, admits to criminal gang membership. 2, is identified as a criminal gang member by a parent or guardian. 3, is identified as a criminal gang member by a documented, reliable informant. 4, adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang. 5, adopts the use of a hand sign identified as used by a criminal gang. 6, has a tattoo identified as used by a criminal gang. 7, associates with 1 or more known criminal gang members. 8, is identified as a criminal gang member by an informant of previously untested reliability, and such identification is corroborated by independent information. 9, is identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence. 10, has been observed in the company of 1 or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times. Observation in a custodial setting requires a willful association. It is the intent of the legislature to allow this criterion to be used to identify gang members who recruit and organize in jails, prisons, and other detention settings. 11, has authorized any communication indicating responsibility for the commission of any crime by the criminal gang. Criminal gang associate means a person who admits to criminal gang association or meets any single defining criterion for criminal gang membership. The defendants have entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendants are innocent. The presumption stays with each defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome a defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendants are not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial, and to it alone, that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. Weighing the evidence. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7. Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? 8. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? 9. Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for the lawyers to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to the lawyers about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendants. It is not necessary for a defendant to disprove anything, nor is a defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove a defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendants each exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Eyewitness identification. You have heard testimony of eyewitness identification. In deciding how much weight to give to this testimony, you may consider the various factors mentioned in these instructions concerning credibility of witnesses. In addition to those factors, in evaluating eyewitness identification testimony, you may also consider 1. The capacity and opportunity of the eyewitness to observe the offender based upon the length of time for observation, and the conditions at the time of observation, including lighting and distance. 2. Whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was the result of influence or suggestiveness. 3. The circumstances under which the defendant was presented to the eyewitness for identification. 4. Any inconsistent identifications made by the eyewitness. 5. Any instance in which the eyewitness did not make an identification when given the opportunity to do so. 6. The witness's familiarity with the subject identified. 7. Lapses of time between the event and the identification. 8. Whether the eyewitness and the offender are of different races or ethnic groups and whether this may have affected the accuracy of the identification. 9. The totality of the circumstances surrounding the eyewitness's identification. You have heard testimony concerning a photo lineup conducted by a law enforcement agency. Florida law requires that the person conducting the photo lineup must not have participated in the investigation of the crime alleged and must not have been aware of which person in the photo lineup was the suspect. Also, before conducting a photo lineup, the eyewitness must be instructed that 1. The perpetrator might or might not be in the photo lineup. 2. The person conducting the photo lineup does not know the suspect's identity. 3. The eyewitness should not feel compelled to make an identification. 4. It is as important to exclude innocent persons as it is to identify the perpetrator. And 5. The investigation will continue with or without an identification. The eyewitness must acknowledge in writing that he or she received a copy of the photo lineup instructions. If the eyewitness refused to sign a document acknowledging receipt of the instructions, the person conducting the photo lineup must document the refusal of the eyewitness to sign a document acknowledging receipt of the instructions, and the person conducting the photo lineup must sign the acknowledgement document himself or herself. You may consider compliance or non-compliance with these requirements to determine the reliability of an eyewitness identification made during a photo lineup procedure. Defendant's statements. A statement claimed to have been made by a defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that a defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including but not limited to 1. Whether when the defendant made the statement he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2. Whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude a defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Rules for deliberation. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1. You must follow the laws that are set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendants have been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find a defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. State of Florida versus Isaiah Chance, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Isaiah Chance guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. Number 1, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 2, did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. Check only A or B plus any other specific findings. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree, actually it should be first-degree premeditated murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Isaiah Chance guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. So say we all dated this blank day of May 2026, and there are lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print. Verdict form, State of Florida versus Sean Gathright. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following question. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. Check only A or B. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Or B, the defendant is not guilty. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. The defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following question. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. And 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4, victim Gino Norris. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following question. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Kamia Bentley. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following question. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. If you find Sean Gathright guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 6. Check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated this blank day of May 2026. And again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. All right, verdict form, State of Florida versus Rashad Murphy. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1. Victim Charles Jones. Check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. Victim Charles Jones. Check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Or B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in count 2, you must then answer the following questions. 1. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3. Victim Xavier Edwards. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. And 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 4. Victim Gino Norris. Check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Kamia Bentley, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Rashad Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. So say we all, dated this blank day of May 2026, and again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. State of Florida versus Davion Murphy, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones, check only A, B, C, or D. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of first-degree murder or second-degree murder in count 1, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. Victim Charles Jones, check only A or B. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder on count 2, you must then answer the following questions. 1. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 3, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Again, check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as due count 4, victim Gino Norris, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A, the defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B, the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C, the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D, the defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. Or E, the defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 4, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Again, check yes or no. 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Check yes or no. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 5, victim Kamia Bentley, check only A, B, C, D, or E. A. The defendant is guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged. B. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. C. The defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. D. The defendant is guilty of attempted manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. E. The defendant is not guilty. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, aggravated battery, or attempted manslaughter in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Check yes or no. 2. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Check yes or no. 3. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Again, check yes or no. If you find Davion Murphy guilty of attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery in count 5, you must then answer the following questions. 1. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Check yes or no. And 2. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Again, check yes or no. So say we all, Dave, this blank day of May 2026. And again, lines for the foreperson of the jury to sign and print their name. All right. Separate crime is charged against each defendant in each count of the indictment. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to each of them must be considered separately. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one or some of the defendants must not affect your verdict as to any other defendants or other crimes charged. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as email or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats, where they will be guarded by the court deputy while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items are received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, from this moment forward, I'm only going to refer to you by your initials and your juror number. Okay? Just so you know. So the following individuals, juror number 168, Mr. Initials MN, juror number 213, Mr. Initials JM, and juror number 220, Miss Initials KC. Those 3 individuals are our alternates, so you will not be participating in the deliberations at this point. Do any of the 3 of those individuals, you have any items in the jury room that you need to retrieve? Yes. Okay, so what's going to happen is this. All of you are going to go into the jury room. If any of the other 12 that are remaining, if you have any smartwatches, phones, tablets, anything that has internet connectivity, you must give it to the bailiffs, all right? They will keep it out here. They'll keep an eye on it. They'll be fine. The 3 individuals that are our alternates, I'll need you to go into the jury room, retrieve your items, all of your items, including if you brought a bag, everything you brought, bring it back out here so I can talk to you a little bit further. The other 12 that are remaining, do not begin discussing the case until the bailiffs and the alternates have left the jury room, okay? Shortly thereafter, you will receive all of the evidence that has been admitted. You each have your personal copy of the jury instructions. However, I gave you copies of the verdict form, but the bailiff will also bring in the official verdict forms that the foreperson will use once you all have reached your verdict. Okay, so that's the form that the foreperson will actually you all, the jury will use, and the foreperson will sign and date. Okay? Okay. Yep.
All right. They are going to be deliberating momentarily. If you haven't had a chance, answer our poll. Hit the like button.
So I did catch one typo in the verdict form, so I need to clean that up, and so that's why I'm going to send in the official verdict form to you all to use. But you had a sample to read along with, okay? All right, very good. So I need all of you to step into the jury room. Please give all of your electronic devices to the bailiffs, and then the 3 alternates, please step back outside with all of your belongings.
All right.
Okay. Okay, you guys just have a seat real quick. I just have one instruction. Okay, everyone have a seat. Okay, I know that each of you would make an outstanding contribution during the deliberation process. I know that all 3 of you have been very attentive. Under our Constitution, however, no more than 12, but no less than 12, are allowed to render this unanimous verdict. So I cannot allow you to actually participate at this time during the jury deliberating process. However, I do not know if there is going to be another phase to this trial as we discussed during our jury selection. So what I'm going to do at this time is excuse you from the courtroom, but I will have to remind you that you would remain under the order of this court not to have any discussions with anyone concerning the case, nor to read or listen to any reports about this case, because if the second phase is necessary, I will be asking you to return to participate in the second phase of the trial. Now, we do have that scheduled to begin, if it becomes necessary, next Monday afternoon, okay? And I told you all that we will be done by Friday, May 15th, and we will. So if there is a second phase, it would begin probably around lunchtime-ish Monday and conclude no later than Friday of that same week. We have your telephone numbers. I believe you gave all of your contact information to my judicial assistant and to the clerk. If for any reason those numbers have changed, then please let us know, because we will be in touch to let you know if you have to come back, okay? As soon as we know if the second phase is going to be necessary or not, we will contact you by the number you have provided to us. But again, I remind you that you remain under the order of the court. You cannot discuss the case with anyone, and you cannot read or listen to any reports about this case. And no one is allowed to contact you concerning the case other than potentially the clerk or my judicial assistant to tell you you will need to return. So you're being excused from the courtroom, but not discharged from your service yet as a juror. So at this time, we thank you very much. I'm very happy that all 12 jurors remain healthy and were able to participate. At this time, I will excuse you from the courtroom, but you are still a member of this jury and still under the directions of this court regarding reading about the case, listening to any reports about the case, or in any way discussing the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Your notes will be collected and they will be stored at this point. If we do not conduct a second phase, those notes will be destroyed. On a more personal note, I just can't thank you enough for the service you have done so far. As I stated, under the law, we have to have 12 people to decide these cases. And you all see how much work goes into these cases. If we had a juror that got sick, had a family emergency, and had to drop out, and we didn't have an alternate in place, then I'd have to declare a mistrial, and the whole thing would have to start over. So I hope you all do not feel that your time has been wasted in any way. You may be disappointed, you may be elated, I don't know. But that's why it's so critical that we have alternates, and that's why it's so critical that if we go into the penalty phase, we've got to have alternates again that are able to step in the event one of the other jurors has to drop out for some reason. So the good news is you're free for the weekend, right? That's the good news. You're free for the weekend. So we will be in touch if we need you, and thank you all so very much for your service today. And if we do not go to second phase and you do not need to return, again, on behalf of everyone, we thank you so very much for your service. We're so grateful for citizens like yourselves who volunteer to serve on these cases. We really are. So, all right, very good. You're excused from the courtroom for now.
All right.
Okay, very good. So I need to get the verdict forms tidied up and sent back to the jury, and then, okay. Or may already be done for me. And then we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and I'm ready to roll on the motion for mistrial, okay? Can I borrow your stapler? Yep. It's up to you. They can waive, you can stay, you can go, it's completely up to you. Okay, you have, yep. Stapler?
Hey, Beach Mom. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. All right, I'm going to give them, Florida PI Sam says give them a few minutes to collect all their belongings. So they're not really deliberating just yet. So we're going to start it, officially we're going to start at 10:25. 10:25 is when we will officially start our jury deliberations. We'll start at 10:25. So it's another few minutes. 10:24 right now. I'll start it at 10:25. Rummy, they're not showing the jury. They shouldn't be showing the jury. I haven't seen the jury being shown yet. They're not showing the jury. All right, at 10:25, I'm going to go ahead and start. Jury starts deliberating at 10:25. 10:25 a.m. Eastern. All right, I'll wait till 10:25. I'm going to play some previous testimonies. So we'll start with what happened yesterday when Davion was escorted out, and then we'll play the ballistics. We'll start with the ballistics. What was her name? Amara Drew. We'll start with her. All right, here we go. We'll start officially now. 10:25. 10:25 Eastern. All right. Again, it's like a rough estimate. Nothing's exact, but roughly we'll say they started at 10:25. All right. Let us get to yesterday. Davion getting in trouble, basically, because he and Rashad were jawing at the end of
Afternoon. Bradford Cohen on behalf of Bill.
They were jawing at each other yesterday. All right. I'm going to pull this down. Now, let's see here. We'll pull this down over here. All right, that's the live clock there, or the live view, I should say. We'll put it there. And then this was let me cue this up. Now we get to where Davion was escorted out. Where is that?
Okay, so just quickly, let's talk. Okay, I'm talking. I know, I understand, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Davion, okay. Okay, Mr. Davion Murphy may need to be removed if he can't stop talking. Okay. Okay. So, all right, Mr. Murphy, please stop. Okay? You're not helping your situation. Okay. Okay. So after.
All right, so that was Sean. That was Davion. Apparently, he and Rashad got in a tussle yesterday. See, I just saw the judge walk back. Is she back on the bench here? Let's just see what happened. She's back on the bench. I just don't want to miss anything if she's kind of bouncing around. Hey, Dave, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Real happy. How are you? Good to see you. Florida PI Sam says they are cousins. The Murphys are cousins. They had a disagreement. Davion is loud, which is why he was removed. End of story. What was said was between them. There's Dave. How are you? Good to see you. Just so you know, Aaron spells it E-R-I-N. Just so you know, E-R-I-N. Wild Angel, I don't think Davion is blame-free, but I do think Rashad kind of dragged him in on this, so I don't blame him for being upset. Move this up a little bit. All right, judge is back on the bench. You never know. Let's see. Keep an eye on this. Gotcha. Understood. Yeah, that was a replay. Iowa Backyard. Hey, Cats Gallery. Hello, hello. Gracie, good morning. About to hear, yes, a motion for mistrial. Okay. Thank you, Wizard. Hopefully we'll get some audio.
Inadvertent statement, and certainly did not become the focus of the detective's testimony, and certainly not the intent of the state in my review of that testimony, or the portion of that testimony, to elicit anything about the person itself. And re-listening to that audio as well, there was no further reference to it, and it did not become a focus of the trial. Okay, very good. So there's a case, in my opinion, almost directly on point, State versus Jenkins, 391 Southern 3rd 510. It's a second DCA opinion from June 12th of 2024. And in that case, it was an ineffective assistance of counsel claim, alleging ineffective assistance because defense counsel did not move for a mistrial. But in the context of that, the second DCA stated as follows. In that case, the witness was asked about the defendant's hairstyles for identification purposes, and the witness responded, quote, dreads before, he had little twists before, when he came home from prison, he had a short haircut, close quote. The second DCA in that case held that when a defendant moves for a mistrial based on the improper admission of collateral crime evidence, the motion is addressed to the sound discretion of the trial court. And while evidence of prior criminal activity is presumptively harmful, an isolated or stray reference to a defendant's prior incarceration is considered in context of the trial and does not necessarily result in a mistrial. The witness's statement was isolated, inadvertent, and not focused upon. And it is clear from the record that the state did not intentionally elicit the information from the witness, and that not everyone heard the witness's statement. Similarly, in Guzman versus State, the Supreme Court of Florida opinion 214 7th 3rd 625 from 2017. The Florida Supreme Court stated the standard requires that a mistrial be granted only when an error is so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial, such that a mistrial is necessary to ensure that the defendant receives a fair trial. Even if the jurors might have inferred that the defendant in Guzman was jailed for a different crime, the reference to the jail was brief, isolated, inadvertent, and not so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial. A comment regarding a defendant's prior imprisonment that is brief, isolated, and inadvertent may not warrant a mistrial. In this case, I find that Detective Griffin, was it Griffin or Griffith? Griffin. He sua sponte, just blurted it out when he was discussing Davion Murphy's tattoos, when he was discussing his knowledge of when Mr. Murphy got them or did not get them. He just blurted out these he got in prison. The state did not elicit that response from him, and I do find that it was a brief, isolated, and inadvertent comment, and that it is not so severe as to vitiate the entire trial. So I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and let's talk a little bit while we're all gathered together about sequestration. Okay. As I get this question every capital case I do. So this is what the rule states. And I'm reading Rule 3.370, Regulation and Separation of Jurors, A, during trial. After the jurors have been sworn, they shall hear the case as a body and within the discretion of the trial judge, and may be sequestered. In capital cases, absent a showing of prejudice, the trial court may order that between the guilt and penalty phases of the trial, the jurors may separate for a definite time to be fixed by the court and then reconvene before the beginning of the penalty phase. Subsection B, after submission of cause. Unless the jurors have been kept together during the trial, the court may, after the final submission of the cause, order that the jurors may separate for a definite time to be fixed by the court and then reconvene in the courtroom before retiring for consideration of their verdict. C, during deliberations, absent exceptional circumstances of emergency, accident, or other special necessity, or unless sequestration is waived by the state and the defendant, in all capital cases in which the death penalty is sought by the state, once the jurors have retired for consideration of their verdict, they must be sequestered until such time as they have reached a verdict or have otherwise been discharged by the court. Okay, so that includes guilt and penalty phase. I get that question every time. Includes guilt and penalty. Jury must be sequestered unless the parties waive it. Okay?
Thank you, Justice.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I've got Davion's prior arrests. So this is from 2015. Let me see if I can pull this up. All right. Give me a second. All right, as they're being led out. All right, we're going to check this out. All right, looks like they're going to end the feed. So I'm going to go to a different feed. You guys, hold on a sec. I want to go to a different feed. Let me just sort myself out here for a second. Just give me a moment. So this is Davion's prior arrests, but let me just get another feed. Because I think they're going to end, looks like they're ending the feed there. All right, let's just come here. And we'll stay here. And then we'll go through Davion's arrest, and he spent time in prison. All right. All right, so that's the live feed behind us. Okay, so let's go through this. Let's go through this. This is let me pull it down here. All right. So let me make this bigger for us if I can. All right, how's that? All right, so this is Davion Vershard Murphy. So this is from December 18th of 2015. So it was in Jacksonville. He was 18 years old. So this is theft of a motor vehicle, less than $100,000. All right, on December 18th of 2015, Officer Nussbaum responded to Recreation Trail in reference to an auto theft that had just occurred. Upon arrival, he met with Terrence Reeves, who was the victim. He advised that on December 18th, 2015, at approximately 6:15, his wife, Adrienne Reeves, witness, stated their silver 2004 Cadillac CTS while parked in the driveway of the aforementioned address. Oh, I'm sorry. She started the silver Cadillac. All right, so she started the Cadillac. Let me scroll up a little bit here for you guys. All right, so Adrienne Reeves started the silver Cadillac while parked in the driveway of her address. So she left the vehicle unattended with the keys in the ignition and the doors unlocked. At 6:20, so at 6:15, she started, I guess this is in the morning. So she started the car at 6:15. At 6:20, so 5 minutes later, she exited her residence and observed that an unknown person, Davion, suspect, had unlawfully entered his vehicle and stole it from the driveway. At 11:15, officer was dispatched to the area of Avenue B and 33rd Street in reference to a silver Cadillac that was trying to evade school board police in the area around Grand Park. Officer also received a call at 520 Anissa Court in reference to a silver Cadillac being dumped at the dead-end street. So he arrived at 5200 Anissa Court, found the listed vehicle. A check of the tag showed that the listed vehicle was stolen. He was advised at several neighborhoods that 3 black males exited the vehicle and tried to run behind a house. The 3 males could not get past the ditch and then walked down Anissa Court. One of the citizens advised that one of the black males asked if they could park the car in front of the houses. The citizen advised that a heavy-set black male wearing a white shirt was driving the car down the street in front of their house before he parked the vehicle. The heavy-set black male walked right in front of their house. Officer Agel drove around the area and found a heavy-set black male matching the suspect description at 2239 West 45th Street. The heavy-set male was with another black male. Both the black males tried to walk away when Officer Agel passed by. Officer detained the suspects and a show-up was conducted at the corner of Paris Street and West 45th Street. I took the citizen to the show-up area and parked my marked unit facing Officer Agels, not quite sure how you pronounce his name, sorry. Marked unit, Davion Murphy, suspect, was taken out of the marked unit and was positively identified as the driver of the stolen vehicle. I took the citizen back to the residence. The citizen wanted to remain anonymous for safety reasons. The suspect was read his Miranda rights and stated that he didn't steal the vehicle and walked from his residence. The suspect's residence is a few houses away from the victim's address on the other side of town. The listed victim advised that the listed suspect is seen walking by his house all the time. I spoke to Cedric Baldwin, witness 2, who stated that Mr. Murphy told him he was coming over to pick him up on the morning of December 18th of 2015. Mr. Baldwin advised that he got into the listed vehicle with the suspect and drove to the north side. Mr. Baldwin stated that a school board police car was watching them. Mr. Baldwin advised that they were around Grand Park. The suspect, Mr. Murphy, then began to drive away, trying to get away from the school board officer. Mr. Baldwin advised that Mr. Murphy told him that the car was splat. Mr. Murphy stated that the word splat means the car was stolen. Mr. Murphy advised that he never knew the car was stolen. I made contact with ID, and the vehicle was taken out of the system as stolen. The victim signed for the vehicle at the scene. Mr. Murphy was arrested and transported to the PTDF. Case cleared by arrest. All right, so a red car's stroller was in the trunk of the vehicle, so I guess they had a child as well. Let's see. So there's just some more. Victim 1. They kept their name. Adrian Reeves, Cecil Baldwin. All right, so he was 18 years old. There's his right thumbprint. All right, so that's that. Okay, so that's arrest number 1. So basically, stolen vehicle, right? Somebody left their car running. So hold on, it gets better. I think he does it again. All right, hold on. Let's get to the next one. Okay, let's see here. So that's 2015. He gets arrested. 2016. All right, so here's from 2016. So he's 5'9", 240 pounds. So he's 19 years old now. So this is the following year. All right, so this is April 18th of 2016. So that was December 18th. Seems like he likes 18. So this was December. So this was 5 months later. 5 months later, he's arrested in Jacksonville. Let's see what else. All right, on 4/18, so April 18th at 13:43, so that's 1:45. He was dispatched. Officer was dispatched in reference to a dispute. All right, so upon arrival, made contact with Mr. Caleb Hunter, who is the complainant witness. So Mr. Hunter informed officer that he observed a young black male walk toward the back of the house located at Tampico Road, and then observed him kick in the back door of his residence. It should be noted that I did observe a kicked-in back door at this residence, and it should also be noted that there is nobody currently residing at this residence. The witness stated that the suspect that broke the back door was walking on 103rd Street, and he showed me exactly where he was at, 103rd and Harlow Boulevard. The witness advised me that the suspect also told him that he was going to shoot him. All right. I asked for additional officers to assist me as I made contact with the suspect. As I walked toward the suspect, I introduced myself as a Jacksonville Sheriff's Office officer, and I informed him that I needed to talk to him about an incident that he was involved in. The suspect responded by telling me to F off, F off, bitch. I ain't do nothing, and then walked off multiple times as I attempted to detain him. The suspect then stuck his hand in his waist like he was trying to pull something out. At this time, I pulled my taser out and asked the suspect to get on the ground. It should be noted that the suspect refused to get on the ground and attempted walking away again. While on the ground, the suspect pushed off multiple times while he was getting detained. Let me just make sure there's nothing going on here. I just see some people. All right. All right, let's see. I made contact with the victim. The victim informed me that he asked the suspect to leave multiple times. The suspect told him to F off. I can't say that. Cracker basically called him a pretty nasty word there. The victim informed me that when he asked the suspect to leave for a second time, the suspect told him, "I got a gun and I'm going to shoot you." At this point, the suspect raised his shirt and showed him what looked like a handgun in his waistline. The victim stated that he was afraid for his and his employees' safety, and this time he called the police and informed them of the incident. It should be noted that there was a replica BB gun found in the suspect's waistline, along with a black hoodie cap. So he's threatening him. He's threatening him with a BB gun. Oh, Davion. So he's got a BB gun and he's threatening. Apparently, this was like a residence. I'm sorry, an office, business. This was a business. And he's threatening him with a BB gun. All right. A show-up was conducted, and both the victim and the complainant positively identified the suspect. It should be noted that the suspect was about 40 to 45 feet away from the victim and the complainant when he was positively identified, and they stated, "Yep, that's him. That's the guy." After a long search, we were able to confirm that the suspect is not a convicted felon, and we weren't able to find the owner of the residence the suspect broke into. The suspect was arrested and transported to the PTDF. So he's got a handgun. Firearm had a handgun. So, and that was April of 2016. Okay, so we've got one more. And this is this must be the one that, this is the one that lands him in jail. All right, we got one more. Oh no, wait a minute. I only have two. I guess I only have two. I thought he had a third one. I don't see a third one. And what's this one? I think this is oh no, this is it. Okay. When is this? Oh, hold on a sec. What is this? Okay, so this is something. So this is from 2025. I guess I don't have. I thought I'm almost positive he got arrested a third time. I don't have that right now. So we'll see if we can find that for you guys. All right. Oh, this is only one page. All right, so this is from, let's see, this is from February 21st of 2025. So at approximately 1:45, while incarcerated on unrelated charges, the defendant, inmate Davion Murphy, was being disruptive and violent towards staff. The victim, Deputy Katraru, was packing up an inmate's property when the defendant approached the victim and inquired on why the inmate was relocated. The defendant became agitated and was ordered to the holding cell, but he refused all orders. The victim approached the defendant and ordered him to place his hands behind his back for handcuffing. When the victim grabbed the defendant's left wrist, he turned around and used his right hand to punch the victim on the left shoulder, which caused the victim to fall to the floor. The incident was captured on jail surveillance video. Digital images were taken of the victim. The defendant was identified by detention staff as the inmate responsible for the incident. All right. So, all right, hold on a sec. All right. All right. So Aaron's going to find the third arrest, which landed him in jail. So we'll let's see. What are you guys talking about? Well, Aaron finds that for us. Lori, did we already do a poll to see if they will get life without parole or the DP? We haven't done that yet. Okay, Aaron's got it. Okay, yes. All right, so here's his third arrest. This is the one that landed him in jail. We have not done that yet, Lori. We're doing how long they'll take, but we'll do that in a second. All right, so this is the one that landed him in prison. And thank you to Aaron for finding this. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, prison, not jail. This landed him in prison, not jail. All right, is this... All right, hold on a sec. Okay, so here is the one. This is his last time that he was arrested. So this is January 31st of 2017. So it was December 2015, April 2016, and then January 2017. All right, this is in Jacksonville as well. Theft of motor vehicle. So here it is. He likes to steal cars, apparently. Let's see. All right, on January 31st, 2017. Let's move that for a second. On January 31st, 2017, officer was dispatched to an apartment in reference to an auto theft. He spoke to the victim, who explained that she came out this morning at around 5 o'clock to start her vehicle so that it could warm up. She went back into her residence and got her lunch. And when she returned at 5:05, she saw her vehicle leaving the parking lot. So he likes to. I guess he likes to. People are starting their cars and then going back inside, and then Davion pounces on it. It's kind of comical. Can you imagine? You start your car, you can go in, grab your lunch. And you come back out, and there go your cars being driven out the parking lot. All right, so then let's see. The next day, February 1st. February 1st is at 21:52. So was it like 9? 9 o'clock, 9:52, almost 10 o'clock. While on routine patrol near West Beaver Street and Robinson Street, I saw the listed vehicle traveling eastbound without headlights illuminated. Awesome. So here it is, like 10 o'clock at night, and he's driving around without headlights on. I tried to catch up to the vehicle, and as I positioned my patrol vehicle behind the suspect at Beaver and Acorn Street, I started to call in the vehicle stop. I tried to call in the vehicle stop call in, the vehicle stopped to headquarters. As I did, the vehicle sped up to an unsafe speed and nearly hit another car traveling in the lane next to the suspect vehicle. The suspect swerved up onto the sidewalk on the right-hand side of the road to avoid hitting the other vehicle. Yikes. I activated my emergency lights and siren to initiate the stop, and the vehicle ran a red light at West Beaver and Tyler Street and was failing to maintain a single lane. As we approached Myrtle Street, the suspect swerved through the intersection and acted as if he was going to go straight as to stay on West Beaver Street, then at the last minute tried to take a left-hand turn onto Myrtle Street. The vehicle was traveling at approximately 45 miles an hour and could not safely make the turn. The vehicle crashed into the traffic light pole on the north side of West Beaver Street and Myrtle Street. So he was trying to flee and crashed. made a turn and crashed. So Officer Aldridge and Davis, K-9 Officer Rosamano, conducted a felony stop. So they had K-9s. So we got Rosamano, Kane. They were able to order the driver to crawl out through the passenger side and lay on the ground while I placed restraints on his wrists. Officer Whitaker and Lieutenant Paris were notified and responded to the scene. The suspect identified himself as Davion Murphy. He complained of right leg pain due to the crash. Yeah, I bet. Rescue 5 arrived on scene and transported the suspect to UF Health. Post Miranda, the suspect said he saw me coming up behind him, so he took off before I activated my lights. So he's admitting that he fled. I asked him why he did not stop when I activated my lights and siren. He said that he ran because he did not have a driver's license. Awesome. He said that the vehicle belonged to his friend Ezekiel's cousin. He said he did not think it was stolen because he had the keys. He said he was on his way to return the vehicle to Ezekiel when I stopped him. Oh, okay. The following citations were issued. Flee or elude officer, disregard safety of others, theft of a motor vehicle, no driver's license, never had one. Wow, he never had one. Reckless driving, unlawful speed, failed to obey traffic signal, failed to drive in single lane, driving without headlights, twilight to sunrise, and Florida seatbelt law, driver not belted. The vehicle had extensive front-end damage and the driver and passenger side airbags deployed. The vehicle was not processed due to the damage. The vehicle was removed. Vehicle was towed away. Suspect was absentee booked via absentee booking form. So, hey, Ola, how are you? Good to see you. So this is the one that landed him in prison. So this landed him in prison. So, oh, Davion. So there you go. All right. Let's see, what are you guys talking about? So those are the 3 previous arrests of Mr. Davion Murphy. Brad says, technically, there's a separate set of evidence presented by each side for penalty phase, which may impact opinions or not. Hello, Ola. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Cat's Gallery. My childhood recurring nightmare was that my mom put me in our car. She forgot something and returned to the house. Suddenly, a stranger jumped in and drove off with you. Yeah, I could see that. Oh, wait, there's another one? Oh, he was in prison for 16 months. There's another one from, hold on a sec. Okay, wait, there's another one. There's yet another one. All right, we've got another one. All right. But wait, there's more. All right. But wait, there's more. Hold on a sec. Okay, so this is from 2018. So we've got 2015, 2016, 2017, and now 2018. So let's see this one. What's this one about? Mr. Davion Murphy. What are you doing now in 2018? All right, what is this one about? Let's see here. All right, Super Bowl, you cannot sit there. Okay, it's a good girl. All right. Super Bowl wants to be involved. All right. So this is from, this is a one pager. This is a one page as well. Okay. So this is from 2018, July 11th of 2018. So we got December 2015, December 2015, April 2016, January 2017, and now, come on, Super Bowl, and now July of 2018. All right. Let's see here. Oh, it's 6 pages. Hold on. Why can't I get through this? Come on. Huh. What's going on? Why am I not able to interact with you? All right, let's try this instead. All right, come on, Super Bowl, dude. Oh, at approximately 0008 hours, so 8 minutes after midnight, he was dispatched to McDonald's restaurant located in reference to a dispute. All right, here we go. All right. Upon arrival, I made contact with the restaurant manager. So apparently he's at a McDonald's now. So he's at McDonald's. All right. Upon arrival, I made contact with the restaurant manager. Inside the business, according to the complainant, she sent Davion Murphy home from work following a dispute. So he worked at McDonald's. Excuse me. So he was sent home from McDonald's following a dispute, at which time the defendant orally communicated a threat to shoot up the business, contrary to the provisions of the city of Jacksonville. The complainant further advised the defendant remained on the premises after she told him to leave numerous times. People love a good rumble at a McDonald's, right? We love a good rumble at a McDonald's. All right. The defendant subsequently left the business on foot when JSO officer arrived at the scene. Based on the information received from the complainant, I began a criminal investigation into the allegation that the defendant is armed and made threats to shoot up the business. During this investigation, I conducted an investigatory stop of the defendant when I observed him walking in front of Westside High School located at Firestone Road. Upon contact with the defendant, I exited my marked police car, walked up to him, and told him that I needed to speak to him about allegations that he made threats to shoot up the McDonald's restaurant where he works. As I approached the defendant, he bladed his body and started sidestepping away from me as if attempting to conceal his right side from my view. The defendant also had his right arm covering his right side. The defendant refused to show me his hands despite my numerous orders instructing him to do so. I had to draw my taser and point it at the defendant to gain his compliance. Hey, Missy, welcome in. Good to see you. Beach mom, anger issues? Yeah. Brian, that should be his defense. He loves Mickey D's and was visiting one in Tampa after trying to check them all off the list. Right. Right? He does like his Mickey D's. That's a good one. Good to see you, Brian. Thank you for joining us. All right, let's see. Upon contact, I read that. Okay, as a result of the complainant's report that the defendant might be armed, and coupled with his evasive and defiant behavior, I became suspicious that the defendant might be armed. Based on the suspicion, I conducted a pat-down of the outer layers of the defendant's clothing and detected an object in his right waistband that I immediately recognized as a firearm. And remember, last time he had a BB gun. Let's see what he has this time. I removed the firearm from the suspect's waistband and detained him in handcuffs after backup officers arrived at the scene. Upon rendering the firearm safe, I discovered that the firearm was loaded. It had a live round in the chamber and 3 live rounds inside the magazine. A check of the firearm serial number was conducted and confirmed the firearm was reportedly stolen. Records show the firearm was stolen during an auto burglary that occurred on or about April 26th of 2017. I positively identified the defendant using his Florida ID card. Check of the defendant's identity via JSO records revealed he does not possess a valid concealed weapons permit and never was issued one. A criminal history revealed he is a convicted felon. So, the defendant denied making threats to the complainant and said he was only trying to find out why they were cutting his work hours at the job. Defendant, let's see, I placed him under arrest and seized the firearm. So, what kind of firearm was it? This says handgun. All right, it says it was a handgun. All right, so there's that. That's from 2018, and then his final. We'll check out his final arrest. All right, let's check out his final arrest. So 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and then now 2025. So this is his final arrest. Let's see here. Can I interact with this? Okay, good. I can interact with this one. All right, let me blow this up a little. All right, so this is his arrest. Should be January 6th. Where does it say? So this is interviewed by Drebeck, Detective Drebeck. January 6th, yeah, okay. So this is January 6th. January 6th, he's 27 now, he's 5'9", he's 240. Still the same size, right? I think he was 240 in 2015 or 2016. So conspiracy, first degree premeditated, firearm discharge, attempted first degree, attempted first degree. So that's for Xavier, Gino, and Kamia. And this is by Detective Drebeck. All right. So that's his arrest from January 16th. All right. Good vibes. Can they go over his arrest in the sentencing phase? All right, that's a good one. We'll ask that one of Florida PI Sam. Let me pull that for Sam. Let's see. Good vibes only is asking questions. We'll save that for tomorrow's stream. I believe it's going to be at 8:15 at night. So I hope you guys join us. It'll be a nighttime stream. So excuse me, we'll answer that tomorrow evening. So yeah, you guys, for you guys new coming in, we're going to Florida PI Sam and I. We're going to have a stream tomorrow night, 8:15, and we're going to talk about this case. We're going to talk about other cases, hopefully maybe Sunny Bell, but we'll definitely talk about this case. So if you guys have any questions, put a QQQ in front so that I can see it. And I'll pull them down for Sam. All right. Brian says, didn't make it to court. Too busy and totally forgot I had niece's elementary graduation yesterday. So planning to attend next Monday. Had a lot going on. Parents are headed into town this week. All right, cool. Very cool. Brian, that's going to start in after lunch, I think, just so you know. Don't go in the morning. Don't go Monday morning. It's going to be afternoon. I think she said after lunch. So don't go in the morning. Judge says they're going to start if we get to that stage, which we will probably. If we get to that stage, whatever. Monday they're going to start after in the afternoon after lunch. So it'll be after lunch. Jane Dixon, 8:15. Yeah, you'll be home. Awesome. Brian, penalty phase is something I've never attended anyway, so it will be interesting. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I guess you'll get to, they'll do openings, and they talked about, I don't know if you watched yesterday's stream, Brian, but they were talking about all the different defendants, who they were going to call. The state's going to call 2 witnesses, and the defense has, they have their list of witnesses as well. Let me see if I can. So Rashad's going to be about 3 to 4 hours. Sean's going to be about 3 to 4 hours. Isaiah's going to be about 5 hours. So Monday is going to be openings. So it's in the afternoon. So don't go in the morning. And Alicia has a motions hearing on Monday morning too at 8:30. So then there's that. Ooh, if they show that, we'll stream that. That'll be good. I don't know if they'll show that or not. So Sean's going to have a cousin, stepfather. Rashad has one doctor. Davion's going to have I think a brain scan. He's going to have a doctor that talked about a brain scan and also meds, his prescriptions. The state's going to have to depose that doctor on Monday. They were talking about, this was all from yesterday. So the state's going to have 2 witnesses. One is going to be for rebuttal. And so Rashad's going to be 3 to 4 hours. Sean's 3 to 4 hours. Isaiah's 5 hours. I mean, that's like 2 or 3 days just for the defense alone. So Monday's openings, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, she wants this to go to the jury by Friday. So Wizard says Monday morning the state will depose the neurologist that Davion Murphy plans to call for the PET scans. Plus there's yep, that's exactly what I just read. Thank you. That is exactly what I just read in my notes. Perfect. Good. So we are in alignment with that. Let's see. Jenny's saying, Joy, I think, yes. Oh, you're looking for, let me see if I can pull up Joy's question. I'm not seeing Joy's question. Yeah, it's like 24, average is like 24. Super Bowl, come on. You're kind of in the way now. Let's move it. Let's see. All right, so Florida's 22 to 23 years. So recent data indicates the median time from sentencing to deletion is roughly 24.38 years. While some cases last decades, the interval remains lengthy due to mandatory appeals, collateral challenges, and legal delays. That's coming from the DP Information Center. Does the jury in the penalty phase determine life or the DP? Yes. Yes, they do. And it has to be 8-4. Now, in this phase, it has to be unanimous. And so 12-0. And then the next phase, which would be the guilt phase, they just have to get 8 out of 12. and they can do life. They can absolutely do life. They do not have to choose DP. The judge can go down. Judge cannot go up. So if the jury recommends life without prison, the judge cannot go up to DP. If the jury recommends DP, the judge can go down to life in prison. Good morning, Debbie. How are you? Good to see you. Thank you so much for your $10 wonderful donation. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I am saying thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. It's Monday, Brian. Her hearing is Monday. Alicia has a hearing on Monday. So I don't know if they're going to stream that. If they're going to stream that, that's perfect because we'll keep an eye out for that. I would assume it's going to be in the same court. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's going to be in the same courtroom. Yeah, it's going to be, I think they said 8:30 on Monday morning. So, thank you, Debbie. Hope you had a good rest of your day. I think you were planting flowers for Mother's Day. Yeah, that's right. It's Mother's Day this weekend, you guys. That's amazing. It's usually the second Sunday, right? Yeah, it's the second Sunday already. So Mother's Day is the 10th, second Sunday. I love you, Stoney. Why do they have this planned without a verdict? Why do they have this planned without a verdict? I don't understand. I'm not quite sure. I don't understand. Hey, Karen from Germany. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be in that courtroom. So double check that. Check the Hillsborough docket, I guess. You could go to Hillsborough, see if that's going to be. I don't know if it's going to. Good grief, you guys! What are you doing? Little freakazoids back there. I don't know if it'll be. I don't know if it's in that courtroom. Not sure if it's in that courtroom. So. But I know for sure that judge said they were starting the opening statements for the penalty phase would be Monday afternoon, so after lunch. Getting ready for planting. Sunday you plant. Gotcha, Debbie. Gotcha. Wizard, must plan ahead just in case there's a penalty phase. Absolutely. Sherry, was the judge the same as? Yes. Yeah, but she's taken off. Judge Sisko was removed. The defense was able to remove her due to some bias that they were able to prove, including chat. They pulled up Law and Crime and I think Court TV's chat, and that was part of their motion. And they were able to get her removed from the sentencing. So now she has a new judge. I don't know the name. Maybe Hernandez. I'm not 100% sure. And then that judge is going to see if there's going to be a new trial, and then sentencing would be in December. Freakazoids. I know, right? Freakazoids. All right. What are they up to? They're being rambunctious. They're being rambunctious. They're being little monkeys, as I like to call them. Our little monkeys. All right, let's see what else. So they've been deliberating about an hour. I want to play the firearms expert. Very confusing testimony to me. I was very confused by her testimony. Did not leave me with a warm, fuzzy feeling that I understood. I'm not guaranteeing that I'm going to understand it this go around either. But let's get to it. Let's watch her testimony. Super Bowl, come on. Ouch! Stop biting me, dude. Come on, man. All right, this is Amara Drew. Let's see here. So this is the live feed, right? All right. So that's the. All right, this is the live feed. Let me get over here. Go sit over there. I think they're getting hungry. I think they're getting hungry. That's why they're acting up. That's why they're acting up.
Host state.
Okay. Prior to
Let me get her. Let's see. Let me get her queued up here. All right. So this is. Let's see. Let me go down here. All right, so the live feed is right behind me. Live feed is going to be right behind me, and then her feed is right here. All right, so this is going to be testimony from day 9. This is Amara Drew, and this is the firearms expert. See if watching it a second time will help clear up any confusion, because I had a lot of confusion.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Amara Drew, AMARADREW, and I'm employed with FDLE, which is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay. Let me ask you real quick about FDLE. Is FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is that an agency that maintains offices statewide here in the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there an investigative branch to that agency?
There is, yes.
And are there laboratories
That is
part?
correct.
There are. Okay. And are there laboratories that are maintained throughout the state?
There are, yes.
Is there one here in Tampa?
That is correct.
Now, and that's actually on North Lois here
Yes.
in Tampa near HCC. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And is that where you work? Is that where your office is?
Yes, I'm located in the Tampa laboratory.
Okay. And what position do you hold there at that lab?
I am a crime laboratory analyst within the firearms section at our Tampa laboratory.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's of science from Westchester University of Pennsylvania in forensics and toxicological chemistry.
And ma'am, are there any specific degrees or educational requirement for a person to work or be trained as a firearm and tool mark examiner?
You do have to have a bachelor's degree.
Okay. Prior to FDLE, did you have prior employment in this field?
I did. Prior to FDLE, I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms section, as well as the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory in their firearms section as well.
How long did you work in Idaho?
With Idaho, I was there for about a year and a half.
And then you went from there to the North Carolina laboratory?
That is correct.
Did you receive training in the field of firearms analysis and tool mark analysis at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory?
I did.
Can you detail that for us?
So when I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, I completed their firearms and tool marks training program. So that training program included examination of all different types of firearms and functionality of them, as well as comparisons of cartridge cases, projectiles, shot shells, serial number restorations, and database entry. So I successfully completed all of those trainings, which included practical assessments, written assessments, tests, and a mock case. And that was the complete training with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
When you say a mock case, can you tell us what that means?
So a mock case is a case that is generated by my training officer, where they create a case similar to a case we would receive from an external agency, where I will then work it as I would a general case that would come into the laboratory.
Did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
So moving on to the North Carolina laboratory, this would be the North Carolina State Crime Lab. Is that what you told us?
That is correct.
Okay. And first of all, where was that located within North Carolina?
I was in the Western Laboratory, which is in Hendersonville, North Carolina.
And what time periods were you employed at that lab?
I was employed there from, I believe, July of 2020 to May of 2023.
Did you undergo additional training there?
I did.
And did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
Was your position with both of those laboratories similar or generally the same as your position here at the FDLE laboratory?
It was, yes.
All right. And then at some point you left that agency and you came here to Florida?
That is correct.
All right. And how many total years here at Florida?
I've been with Florida since June of 2023.
So when you arrived here, did you receive additional training?
I went through an assessment period and then 6 months of supervised casework.
And then at some point you began to do active casework without supervision?
That is correct.
All right. Do you continue to receive annual and continual training?
Yes.
Do you, as a firearms examiner, keep abreast of current trends, new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis?
Yes, I do.
Now, let me talk to you about this first. Is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's crime lab here in Tampa, is it accredited in any way?
We are, yes.
And is your individual section, is it accredited separately from the lab, or is that part of the general accreditation?
Our entire lab gets accredited for the types of examinations that our entirety of the Tampa laboratory is accredited for. So firearms falls within the scope of our accreditation.
Can you explain to the jurors that process of accreditation, what that involves?
So to be accredited means that we are meeting the standards set forth by the international standards. So every 4 years we go through a new accreditation cycle. So we'll have accreditors come or auditors come and evaluate our standard operating procedures, our casework, all of our policies and procedures to verify that we are following the said standards and that we are following the standards that we say we are following. So that accreditation cycle is every 4 years. There are spot checks annually to verify that our lab is still meeting our scope accreditations. And then we also have internal accreditation or audits. Apologies, not accreditations. We have internal audits that we do as well to make sure that we are meeting our standards as well.
Well, how does that internal auditing process, how does that work?
So the internal auditing process works as members from the same section, but from a different one of our laboratories will come in and evaluate our casework and our policies and procedures to verify that our casework is meeting the policies and procedures and the standards that we say we are meeting.
Does FDLE maintain a crime lab in Jacksonville?
They do, yes.
Have there been occasions, or are you required as part of your position to participate in an internal auditing of other laboratories within the FDLE?
I am trained to participate in those internal audits.
Okay. And you mentioned there are spot checks. Is there any kind of an external auditing process of the FDLE laboratory where an external agency comes in and audits?
That is during our accreditation period, that external people are the ones who come and do our audits for the accreditation cycle. And then there'll be like off-site paper review, casework review, and all of that is done by external people for the purpose of the accreditation.
That would be an independent agency doing that?
It would be other examiners from other laboratories that are trained as auditors through the accreditation system.
But not part of FDLE?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. True, have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms analysis and examination and identification and tool mark analysis and examination?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 20.
What jurisdictions?
It's been in different counties here in Florida and some counties in North Carolina.
In those occasions where you were testifying as an expert in that area, were you testifying to actual comparisons and analysis that you conducted?
Yes.
How many total number of comparisons and analysis have you conducted in your career?
I've worked hundreds of cases, which is thousands of comparisons, hundreds of firearms.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about proficiency testing that you have to undergo, but before I do that, so that the jury can have a good understanding of what that requires of you, I want to ask you, generally in your position as a firearms examiner at FDLE, well, let me back up a little. Do law enforcement agencies submit items that are related to firearms for you to analyze?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And what is it you're commonly asked to do? What types of items do you receive?
So generally in casework, we can receive a firearm, fired components, which consists of a cartridge case or a bullet or projectile. And we'll be asked to do a microscopic comparison to determine whether those fired components were fired from the same firearm or the submitted firearm.
Okay, so in the instance where law enforcement does not recover a firearm or just doesn't have one to submit to you, you can look at individual cartridge cases or you can look at projectiles, and depending on the quality and what's imparted upon them, you can determine if they were possibly fired in the same gun?
Yes, we can do a comparison of two fired components to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. So can you explain to the jurors the proficiency testing that you are required to undergo?
So at FDLE, we are required to do proficiency testing. So every year we'll participate in a microscopic comparison proficiency test, meaning an external agency will send us a test, which will include either cartridge cases or bullets. And we will be tasked with determining if the unknowns or the questioned items in the case came from the knowns that they submit to us or not, or whether the other questioned ones came from the same firearm but not the one that they submitted.
Are there instances where you have had to look at multiple shell casings or cartridge casings, fired cartridge casings that have been fired by different firearms and distinguished from a group which ones were fired from which firearm?
Yes.
And the people that are submitting this to you through this proficiency testing, is that an FDLE body or is that an external agency that is tasked or contracted to do that?
It's an external agency that we buy the test from.
All right. So in that instance, if you have cartridge cases or projectiles and there's multiples, and you may have multiple firearms that fired them, they know what firearm fired those projectiles or cartridge cases.
Yes, the people who created the test do know the correct answers of that test.
All right, and if I understand you correctly, then you're required to look at this group of fired cartridge cases and determine whether they were fired from the same gun, right?
That's correct.
And group them to a specific firearm.
That's correct.
Have you ever had any problems with proficiency testing?
No, I have passed all of my proficiency tests.
Now, in addition to proficiency testing here at the FDLE, when you worked in North Carolina, did you undergo proficiency testing?
I did.
Did you pass all of those proficiency tests?
I did, yes.
Did you have to go through, or were you at the Idaho lab long enough to go through proficiency testing?
I was not. When I was released for casework there, the testing came out later in the year, and I had already switched employment by the time it was time to do the proficiency test with Idaho.
So I want to talk to you generally about the process of evidence being brought into the laboratory here in Tampa. When a law enforcement agency such as the Tampa Police Department brings evidence to the Tampa lab, is there some type of a transfer or an intake area there at the laboratory?
Yes, evidence is brought into our evidence intake section.
And are there employees that work there that specifically handle that?
There are, yes.
Is that a secure area?
It is, yes.
Is the laboratory within a secure facility?
It is, yes.
And is that same process followed at the Jacksonville lab?
Yes, it does.
Right. And when the evidence is submitted to FDLE, does the agency's report number for that case, is it recorded and documented?
Yes, they provide an agency case number associated with the submitted case.
And as in this case, where you have multiple submissions coming from different agencies, as far as that specific agency number, is there a unique and distinctive FDLE number that is assigned to that individual submission and case?
Yes, every case that enters our laboratory is assigned a unique FDLE case number, and each item within the case is given a respective item number as well.
And after you have conducted your analysis and examination, do you complete a laboratory report?
I do.
Is that laboratory report with your findings, does it go through a review process?
It does.
Can you explain that to the jury, what that entails?
So when a case is complete and our work is, all of our work and examinations are complete and all of our results have been checked, we will generate a report that includes all of our findings for all of the evidence that we received, and it will go through a tech review, which a qualified analyst, another qualified analyst within the firearms section, will go through our report and our notes to verify that we followed our technical procedure, that we're not incorrect in any of our technical aspects, and all of the information is accurate and provided. Once it completes the tech review, it'll go through what's called an administrative review to make sure everything is spelled correctly, formatted correctly, and just grammatically correct all the way through. And once those passes through all of our review processes, then a report can be released.
When evidence comes into FDLE from an agency like Tampa Police Department or Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is there a labeling process that occurs?
In what aspect are you referring?
Does the employee within the evidence section that's receiving that evidence, do they create a label, or is at some point a label created and placed onto the packaging containing the evidence?
So when the items come in and they are accepted into our LIM system, which is a laboratory information management system, once they're given that unique item number associated with that unique FDLE case number, a label is generated and it comes in, is given its own label.
Now, if you receive, and you talked about some of your casework, if you received multiple cartridge cases, do each of them receive a designation as far as an item number?
So if a cartridge case comes in a package by itself, we designate that via the FDLE item number that it's assigned upon coming in. If there are multiple items in the packaging, like there's 5 cartridge cases in item 1, we will then, as an analyst, sub-designate them either 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 to give it a unique number so we know which cartridge case we are talking about during our comparisons and our reports.
I want to call your attention to your laboratory report that's dated December 26th, and it's going to be in your FDLE number that ends in 7688.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Yes, of course. So just take a moment, look at your report. Once your memory is refreshed, just look up and let us know you're ready to proceed.
You said the one for December?
December 26th.
Okay.
All right. Have you had a chance to look at it?
I have, yes.
Okay. Did you, in that report, receive a single 9mm casing?
I did, yes.
All right. And who was the submitting agency?
The submitting agency for this case was the Tampa Police Department.
And who actually was the submitting person or officer?
I believe it was Juan Ramos.
Okay. And was that evidence that was submitted on September 18th of 24?
It was, yes.
All right. That fired 9mm cartridge case, did you give it an FDLE item number?
It was given one, yes.
All right. I'm going to publish States 14. Mr. If you can look at the monitor to your right, I can see you're already doing so. Do you recognize the label?
I do, yes.
Do you recognize right below the label some writing in red ink?
I do, yes.
Is that your writing?
It is.
Is this the item that was submitted in that report?
It is, yes.
On the top here, what is this number?
That number is the unique FDLE case number that it was assigned.
And we see the reference where I referred you to 7688.
That's correct.
All right, and your item number 7?
That's correct.
And since this contains a single item in it, that is the item number for that item?
That is correct.
And the submitting agency is noted on your label?
That's correct.
And their report number or case number?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct an analysis or examination of that cartridge case?
I did.
So we didn't get into this earlier, but you told us the first step as far as the travel of evidence into the FDLE goes into the evidence section. When you're assigned to the case, which you were in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. How do you retrieve that evidence to conduct your examination?
So I'm assigned my cases by my supervisor. So once I'm assigned a case, I'm given a folder with a case tracking form in it. With that information, I will take the folder to our evidence window, and a member from our evidence section will retrieve the evidence and transfer the evidence to me via our LIMS system. That's our Laboratory Information Management System. And that requires a password from both them and me to electronically transfer to electronically transfer that evidence to me into my custody. Therefore, I can take it back to my work area to work.
Is there a firearms section or area within the secured facility?
There is, yes.
And that's basically your laboratory, individual laboratory?
Yes, so we have a firearms section, and then within that section, I have an office workspace as well.
So you retrieve this item. Is it in this packaging that we're looking at?
Yes, that's how I received the item.
And is this a common type of packaging that you receive firearm evidence, such as cartridge cases, fired projectiles?
Yeah, it can be.
Paper envelope?
Yeah.
Sometimes plastic bags?
Yes, it can be.
When you get back to the laboratory with this, before you open it, do you take some type of precaution, or do you put something on your hands?
We'll generally wear gloves in order to protect ourselves from any contaminations that could be on evidence.
And at some point you open the package, remove its contents?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, in this exhibit, States 14, we see an internal envelope. Let me just go ahead and jump ahead. Once you complete your analysis and examination, do you place the item back into this packaging?
Yes, I do.
And when the item is received, we see this red tape. It says evidence on it. Is that something you frequently see when you receive packaging of evidence from law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
And when you open the envelope, do you cut through that tape, or do you try to avoid doing that?
I'll try to avoid it to try to cut in an area that does not already have an evidence seal.
All right. And then when you reseal the package, do you then place tape, similar tape from your agency?
I do, yes.
All right. Now, this tape here, we can see the F and the D. We can't see the LE, but is that your tape?
That is, yes.
Okay, down here we can see the L and the E. All right. And when you seal it back, do you write something on it?
Yes, so I will initial and date my seals, so I know that I'm the one who sealed it and when I sealed it.
All right. And then is this taken back to your evidence section?
Yes, when I've resealed evidence and it's ready to be returned, I will transfer it back to the evidence section for them to retain it until the agency comes and picks up the evidence.
On this internal envelope, do you see your handwriting up here above my finger?
Yes, that is my handwriting.
Is that your initials right above my finger?
That is, yes.
And this is the unique FDLE number or a portion of it?
Yes.
And your item number?
That is correct.
Okay. And you told us earlier you did conduct analysis of this fired cartridge casing?
I did, yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what your findings were?
So for this cartridge case, I determined that it displayed class characteristics consistent with pistols by Glock, as well as that I identified it to item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases submitted in FDLE case number 2024-0403-556.
All right. And I'm going to come back to that. So I want to talk to you about that real quick. You mentioned class characteristics. Can you explain to the jury what that term means?
So class characteristics are predetermined features of the firearms or cartridge cases that the manufacturer determines prior to creating of these firearms. So for a cartridge case, the class characteristics could be the shape of the firing pin or the type of detail, whether it's parallel detail or circular detail, or for a projectile, the number of lands and grooves, which are the portions of rifling, which is cuts down a barrel in order to provide stability for a projectile traveling down the barrel of a firearm. So these class characteristics are predetermined. So this can kind of be thought of like when you're looking for your car in a parking lot. You know that you have a gray Jeep Gladiator. So you know you're looking for a gray Jeep Gladiator. That's how you bought it. That's how, you know, what the type of thing you're looking for.
Okay. Would the, talking about class characteristics, and I know I'm digressing here, are those characteristics that you can associate to a manufacturer or to a group of manufacturers?
Some of the types of characteristics can be be consistent with, with specific types of manufacturers if they're a little bit more unique than others.
All right. Now, you told us that in this situation you were able to determine that this case displayed class characteristics consistent with pistols by Glock.
That is correct.
So what was the class characteristic on this shell casing or characteristics that were consistent with a Glock firearm?
So in this case, this cartridge case had a D-shape firing pin impression with a teardrop aperture shear shape, and based on my experience and our training and stuff, that those two types of characteristics combined with each other are consistent with Glock firearms.
Okay. And are those class characteristics as far as that type of gun, Glock manufactured pistols, is that something that is predetermined when it's manufactured?
Yes, that is.
Would, if you have a projectile, all right, and you're able to determine the projectile, a fired bullet, you're able to determine its caliber class, would that be a class characteristic?
It would be, yes.
Okay. Publishing the content of State 14. Ms. Drew, do you see writing on this shell casing that you recognize?
I do.
What is that?
So that's the abbreviated FDLE case number, the item number, and my initials associated with this item.
And did you place that on there during your analysis and examination of this item?
I did.
At some point. All right. So now I've turned the projectile. We can see that it is empty. I'm sorry, not projectile, the cartridge casing. It's empty. So this is a fired cartridge case.
That is correct.
Okay. What portion of the cartridge case is now visible?
That is the head of the cartridge case.
The markings on that portion of the cartridge case, is that commonly called the head stamp?
The writing, yes, that is the head stamp.
Okay. Is the caliber designated?
It is.
And is that the 9x19?
It is.
So 9x19, is that a way of indicating 9mm?
It is. That is correct.
Sometimes 9mm Luger?
Yes.
Is another way of saying it? Okay. And this is a cartridge case that would be suitable for firing in a 9mm caliber handgun?
That is correct.
And do we see another mark on the top, MXT?
Yes.
And is that designation for the brand or manufacturer?
It is, yes.
And did you determine what that stood for?
I believe it's Max Tech, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. And the 23, could that potentially be the year of manufacture?
It could be, but I do not recall the exact meaning.
Okay. You talked about a firing pin impression. Is this the area where my pen is pointing?
Yes, that would be the firing pin impression.
Okay. In conducting your analysis and examination, is there a physical examination component to your analysis?
There is, yes.
What does that consist of?
So the physical analysis would be, we will, when we open the items of evidence, we will look at them. We will document the pertinent information. So the caliber, the material, the shape of the firing pin impression, for instance, for the cartridge case. So this physical analysis can be us just looking at it, or we can use our microscope if we need to see stuff a little bit better as well.
And is there a secondary part to your examination past the physical examination, a potential second part?
Yes, so after our physical examination and we've determined what the class characteristics of the items are, we can move on to a microscopic comparison type of examination as well.
So in deciding whether to move on, in this instance, you had one cartridge case, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you go past that initial physical examination with this cartridge case at this point when you first received that without anything else?
No, within this this case and this submission, there was only a single cartridge case to examine.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were able to identify that item to two shell casings from another FDLE number, another case?
That is correct.
And when you were examining those items and you went back and compared them, did you note that in a subsequent report?
I did.
So I'm going to call your attention to your next report that I'm going to talk to you about, a January, December 26, 2024 report. And this is going to be in reference to FDLE number ending in 3556. So 3556, your December 26th report.
Okay.
Have you found the report? Do you have it in front of you?
I do, yes.
Okay, all right. And in this case, did you receive two fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases?
I did, yes.
And what agency did you receive them from?
These cartridge cases were submitted from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And who submitted them?
I I believe it was C.G. Morris.
Okay. And that was in reference to a death investigation?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And were those submitted to your laboratory or to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville?
This was actually submitted to the laboratory in Jacksonville.
And at some point, were those cartridge cases transported here to Tampa?
They were, yes.
Now, did you examine those two fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases?
I did, yes.
And when they came into your laboratory under this different FDLE number, did you assign an item number to the package?
Yes, they were assigned an item number.
And what item number?
They came in as FDLE item 9.
And did you give individual item numbers to the two different shell casings?
I did, because there was 2 of them. They were named 9.1 and 9.2.
Published states 58. And I'll ask first of all, do you recognize that yellow label and handwriting below it?
I do, yes.
Is this the label prepared when these items were brought into the Florida Department of Law Enforcement laboratory?
It is, yes.
Does it contain the submitting agency
Yes.
and that agency's case number?
It does, yes.
And in fact, that agency's item number
That is correct,
for
yes.
this evidence? Okay. And does it contain your item number
Yes, sir.
and your individual unique FDLE number?
Yes.
All right. Now down below here, that's your writing again?
It is, yes.
All right. Your initials, your FDLE number, and the item number?
That is correct.
Did you follow the same process when you received this evidence for analysis?
I did, yes.
Take the same precautions?
Yes, sir.
Publishing the contents of states 58. During your analysis of these items, did you again mark them?
There.
Yeah. Let me try not to touch it with my hand. Let me just do one at a time, I guess. Okay.
That is my markings, yes.
Okay. And this would be 9.2?
That is correct.
All right. And then the other item, you see your writing on here? See if it'll focus. It's not focusing. There we go.
That is my
And
marking.
this is 9.1.
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your analysis of those items, did you do comparisons of one to the other, 9.1 to 9.2?
I did.
Okay, what were your findings?
I concluded that the cartridge cases were identified to each other.
Okay. And did you locate class characteristics on either or both of these cartridge cases?
I did.
What were your findings as to class characteristics?
I determined that the class characteristics were consistent with pistols by Glock.
Okay. Now, since you're identifying them to each other, and I think you told us earlier that you identified both of those as being fired in the same firearm as the exhibit in States 14, your item number 7. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I want to talk to you about that term. Can you tell the jurors what you mean by an identification when you're talking about shell casings or, cartridge cases or projectiles?
So an identification means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. I want to ask you about other potential findings. Okay, so you have a finding of identification. What about a finding of elimination? What does that mean?
So an elimination, meaning that the two items were not fired from the same firearm. It could be an elimination on class characteristics, meaning those predetermined characteristics were different. So say a D shape versus a circle or an elliptical shape. Those would be a difference in class characteristics. Or it could be an elimination on individual. So those are the finer, more specific details that we would potentially use for an identification. There's significant differences in those finer details that indicates that these were fired from two different firearms.
All right, now I'm going to come back to that and talk to you about individual characteristics. You mentioned, before we move on, D and circular as far as impressions on a primer on the shell casing, all right? So let me go back to the States 58 and show you one of these shell casings. What is this? This is 9.1. Right. So, trying to get this to focus. There we go. All right. You talked about this impression being left on this portion of the shell casing?
That's correct.
This is the head of the shell casing?
Yes, that's the head.
Okay. This silver area here, what is that called, or what is that?
That is the primer of the cartridge case.
What is the purpose of the primer?
The primer is the component of a cartridge that is struck by the firing pin or the striker of a firearm, which ignites or creates a spark when it is struck, which ignites the gunpowder or propellant that is housed in the cartridge case. And when that burns, it expands the cartridge case and allows the projectile to be pushed out and down the barrel of the firearm.
All right. So when you're talking about a D shape, are you talking about the shape of this impression on the primer mark that's been left by a firing pin or striker?
That is correct, yes.
And the shape of that, is that associated to the very tip of the firing pin or the striker?
It is, yes.
And that would be the portion that actually makes contact with the primer?
That is correct, yes.
And that shape can vary with different manufacturers, different types of guns or brands?
It can, yes.
Can it vary within one brand of gun, like Glock, depending on what generation or iteration of that or what model?
It can, yes.
And are those, you said those are, I believe you termed it pre-known characteristics?
Yes. So
predetermined?
Predetermined. The manufacturer will decide this prior to creating or making this firearm.
And is that something that you document and is documented within the field of firearms analysis?
Generally, yes.
So you mentioned earlier, when you eliminate two items or multiple items as being fired from the same firearm, you can do that based on class characteristics.
Yes, we can.
So in this instance, you found class characteristics for 9.1 and 9.2. These two shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58 that were consistent with having been fired in Glock pistols, correct?
That is correct.
All right. If one of them had class characteristics that was consistent with pistols by Glock, and one didn't, would you be able to eliminate them right there on that alone?
Yeah, so if one came in with that D shape and the other one came in with a circle or a hemi or an elliptical shape firing pin, we can eliminate that right away.
All right. So I'm going to take a little deeper dive with you here in class characteristics. I'm going to move on because we do have some projectiles we're going to talk about. All right. So I want to talk to you about that too, and kind of because I think that's more commonly known by most people when you think of ballistics. So class characteristics on a projectile. What type of class characteristics are potentially found on a fired bullet or a fired bullet jacket, such like where the jacket may have separated from the rest of the bullet from the core? What are class characteristics that you commonly see or encounter?
So some class characteristics of projectiles would be the number of lands and grooves, the direction that they're twisting, and their widths are some common class characteristics. And those lands and grooves are part of what we call the rifling. And those are helical grooves that are cut down a barrel for stability purposes of firing the projectile.
Okay, so that is something that is manufactured into the barrel?
It is, yes.
So when you're looking down the barrel, that would be in the inside of the barrel. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
The rifling? And if a bullet is fired in that firearm and is traveling down that barrel, is the bearing surface of the bullet, which is normally a jacket, if it is a jacketed projectile, is it going to come into contact with that rifling?
It is, yes.
And is the rifling in some way imparted onto the projectile?
It is, yes.
Why?
Due to the pressure buildup from striking the primer of the cartridge case and that gas buildup, that pressure is sending the projectile down the barrel. And as it engages into that rifling, the size of the bullet is at the determined caliber of that firearm. So specific firearms are designed to fire certain types of calibers. So if a firearm is designed to shoot a 9mm, the diameter of a projectile that is shot in that allows for, when it engages with the rifling, for it to come into contact, and that pressure and the movement allows for the details and that rifling to be translated onto the projectile as it's traveling down the barrel.
So it's imparted to it?
Yes.
So when you see that on a projectile, right, say you have a jacketed 9mm projectile that's been fired out of a handgun, and that handgun has rifling in the barrel, and it imparts that rifling characteristic onto the projectile. When you see that on the projectile, do you find that class characteristic of rifling, if you find it on the projectile?
Yes.
Okay. And that would also be a class characteristic of the firearm, right?
It is, yes.
And they match as far as class characteristics.
Correct.
I'm not talking about identification, specific identification.
Correct. So if the firearm has 6 lands and grooves, and the projectile has 6 lands and grooves, that would be a consistent class characteristic. But if one had 6 and one had 5, that would be a difference in the class characteristics.
And the contact between the projectile, the outside surface of it that is actually making contact with the interior part of the barrel, is that a designed process? Is that supposed to happen?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you said that the rifling has a twist to it as it goes down the barrel.
That's correct.
And those can be at different rates, right?
They can be.
Okay. But it's there to design to impart a spinning motion to the projectile to impart stability?
That's generally what the rifling's used for, yes.
Okay. And that imparting of rifling onto projectiles, is that a consistent, repeatable phenomenon?
Yes, if a bullet is traveling down a rifled barrel, that rifling is imparted onto that projectile.
So we talked about eliminating and identifying. You can eliminate a projectile as having been fired in a certain firearm, right, based on class characteristics, if it's present on the projectile.
I can, yes.
So if it has Well, maybe I should talk about that real quick with you. So within the term rifling, are there class characteristics within the rifling itself? And I think you've mentioned a few.
Yes, I did realize I forgot to mention the type of rifling is also a class characteristic. So there's conventionally rifled firearms and polygonally rifled firearms, as well as polygonal with rail rifled firearms as well.
Okay, so polygonal and conventional. Polygonal is talking about the shape of the rifling?
Yes.
So when you have conventional or polygonal, you're going to have a certain number of lands and grooves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And depending on the manufacturer, the type of firearm, Glock or Smith & Wesson or an H&K or whatever type of handgun we're talking about, a Sig Sauer handgun, you may have a different number of lands and grooves, correct?
That's possible, yes.
And the twist, the direction of the twist, whether it's right or left, may be different?
Yes, they can differ as well.
Are those class characteristics?
They are, yes.
Can they, when that impression is left on the bullet, can you tell if they are all present, the number of lands and grooves?
We can, yes.
Can you tell the direction of twist?
Yes.
All right. So you have two projectiles. One of them has 6 lands and grooves. One has 7. They have a different twist. You can eliminate them as being fired from the same firearm.
Yes, I can.
Just on that class characteristic.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's say you have rifling on 2 projectiles that have been imparted. They have the same number of lands and grooves. Is the width, the measurement of the width of the lands and the grooves, is that another class characteristic?
It is, yes.
And if those are the same, and the twist is the same, can you identify them as having been fired from the same firearm?
I can screen them together saying that they have similar class characteristics, but in order to identify them as being fired from the same firearm, I would have to go on and do a microscopic comparison of their individual detail.
Okay. And that individual detail or individual characteristics, how are those created and imparted to the bullet?
So the individual detail comes during the manufacturing process. It's the minor irregularities, imperfections that occur during the manufacturing process. It can also occur during wear and tear and use of the firearm. So these are those imperfections, irregularities that occur that are unique or specific to a certain firearm. So that detail is specific to this firearm. In that sense of that's how we would use, that's the type of detail we would use for an identification. So for that car analogy I gave earlier, where I said, consistent with class characteristics, you're looking for in the parking lot your gray Jeep Gladiator. So kind of on the aspects of individual characteristics, you backed into a pole the other day and now you have a dent on your back right side of your bumper. That's individual to your car. You have a torn, proud parent sticker on the back window. Those are the, specific details to your car that that when you walk up to it, you're like, yep, this is my car. So that, kind of individual detail allows you to say, yep, this is my car. Yes, this specific detail matches this firearm.
Okay. And is it that specific individual characteristics that allow you to identify a shell casing or a projectile that has those markings left on them to a specific firearm to the exclusion of all others?
So we will use that individual detail to make identifications.
And is that what lends its power and forensics to this science?
Yeah, so that individual detail is what gives us the ability to make these identifications of the fired components to those firearms.
Those type of individual characteristics through the manufacturing process, are they commonly imparted to the rifling during the rifling, the process of rifling the barrel?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, the individual characteristics, can those be imparted during the manufacture of a barrel where the rifling is being cut into the barrel?
Yes, so those individual details can come during the manufacturing process. They are individual in the sense of when each tool is creating the different parts of the firearm, not only is the surface of the part that they're creating changing, but so is the tool itself. Kind of a general analogy I like to use for that is sandpaper on wood. When you take sandpaper across the surface of wood, you're changing that surface of the wood, but you're also changing the sandpaper a little as well. So when the next time you go to use it, it's slightly different. So it's all changing on that microscopic level that allows the individual detail to be specific to a certain firearm.
And that would be true even in our modern age with CNC machining and other techniques?
There are different finishing processes that allow individual detail to still be present.
Okay. Now, in this instance, going back to the 2 fired shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58, your items 9.1, 9.2, were you able to make a determination of identification of these 2 as having been fired from the same firearm?
I was.
Can you express your opinion about that, if I didn't already?
Yeah, so I determined that the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases were identified to each other, meaning they were fired from the same firearm.
And then going back to the individual shell casing with the MXT on the head stamp that was submitted by the Tampa Police Department in reference to, I believe, a death investigation or a homicide. This would be your item 7. Did you compare those 2 shell casings from Jacksonville to the shell casing submitted by the Tampa Police Department?
I did.
And were you able to make an identification?
Yes, I did identify them together.
Okay, and can you just tell us again what that means?
So in this instance, the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge case were identified to the item 7 cartridge case submitted in the FDLE case number 2024-0307688, meaning that they were fired from the same firearm.
All right. Now, I want to move on. Before we move to further evidence, we've talked about identification. We've talked about elimination. I want to talk about another finding, inconclusive. If you have an inconclusive finding, either as to whether cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm or projectiles were fired from the same firearm, or whether they were actually fired from a firearm that was submitted to you, can you tell us what that means?
To be inconclusive?
Yes.
So we have actually 3 different versions of inconclusive. So the first one would be an inconclusive positive, meaning that all of the class characteristics of the item were the same. So if it was a projectile, they're both 6 conventionally rifled projectiles, for an example. And there were some similarities noted of the individual detail, however, insufficient for an identification. The second one is a straight inconclusive or a neither nor, meaning that the class characteristics were the same. However, there was insufficient detail to go either direction of closer to an identification or an elimination. There just was not enough detail present on the items to come to a more definitive conclusion. And then the third one is an inconclusive negative, which again is the class characteristics are similar. They are consistent with each other. However, there were some differences noted in the individual detail. However, those differences were insufficient to move to a more conclusive elimination conclusion.
So if you have just inconclusive, just right in the middle, inconclusive, let's say you have 2 projectiles. They have a different level of quality as far as the projectile. One may be a fired bullet. One may be a fired bullet. It may be just not in as good of a shape. It may be deformed in some way. And you have similar class characteristics and all that, and you make a finding of inconclusive. Does that mean that they were not fired from the same firearm?
No, it just means that I could not determine whether or not they were fired from that firearm or not. I could not come to a conclusion, basically.
All right, I want to move on to your FDLE report number. This is going to be, again, submissions by the Tampa Police Department under that original case number with the single shell casing, 7688. And this is a death investigation, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and this is going to be, I'm referring you to your January 9th, 2025 report in reference to 7688. Now, were there additional items submitted by Detective Juan Ramos on on August 21st and December 19th?
There were, yes.
All right. And were there multiple items contained within that submission?
There was, yes.
And were they coming in under different labeling? I'm sorry, different packaging?
They would be in their own separate packaging.
Okay. All right. And were there items in that submission designated as items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9?
There were.
Okay. And I'm going to walk through the first 4 items, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you could tell us the descriptions that you gave to those items in your report.
So I determined item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket. Item 2, 1 bullet core. Item 3, 1 bullet core. Item 4, 1 fired bullet jacket.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to publish States 33A. Do you see your FDLE label for this item?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, let me back out a little bit because I see the writing too. Do you see your writing down here below that label?
That is my writing, yes.
All right. And is this in reference to 7688, your FDLE number?
That's correct.
And this is going to be item number 1, is that correct?
That is correct.
Publishing States 33B, same FDLE number, you see your writing?
I do.
And this is item number 2 that you've described for us?
That is correct.
33C, again, is this going to be your item number 3 packaging?
It is, yes.
33D, and your item number 4?
Yes.
Item 5, item 6, item 8, and item 9 in your report, are those related?
They are.
Okay. And was there some issue with item 5 and 6 as it came to you from the Tampa Police Department?
When I received those items, there was a mix-up of the labels on the boxes themselves. What was said to be in one box was actually in the other, so they had to be remedied.
How did you remedy that?
So when the error, the mislabeling was found, we contacted the agency in order to return the evidence to them for it to be corrected, and then it was resubmitted with the correct labeling. And when it came back into our laboratory, it was actually given new FDLE item numbers due to the change of the agency item numbers.
All right. And during all of that, these items were secured within their packaging that they came in?
Yes, after I opened them and noticed the discrepancy, they were resealed to return to the agency for the fix and then resubmitted to the laboratory.
Chain of custody was maintained?
Yes.
Now, so going to your item number 8, how did you describe that?
I described item 8 as Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF15 with the serial number D000, I think that's 0, that would be 4 zeros, 123.
All right. And item number 9.
With 8, there was also 2 fired bullets and 2 fired
Yes.
.223 Remington caliber cartridge cases that were not examined. Item 9 was described as Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15 with the serial number 201895158. And also there were 2 fired bullets and 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases that were not examined as well.
So in both of those items, the 5.56 caliber semi-automatic rifle and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm, with both of them you received fired bullets. In the case of the Black Forge 5.56, your item 8, they were actually .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, and you received 2 fired bullets also, right?
That's correct.
You were not asked to do anything with those, correct?
No, I was not.
Is it uncommon or common to receive test fires with submitted firearms from law enforcement where they have actually test fired the weapon?
It depends on the agency, but some agencies do test fire some of their firearms.
Okay. And the same was true for item number 9, 2 fired bullets and then 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases?
That's correct.
So I'm just going to pause this real quick. So yeah, I found, I did not know this. So Sean was arrested. This was in 2023, so May 25th. And Oxford police arrested a 17-year-old from Florida and another juvenile in connection with an apartment shooting that injured 3 people. Police said Sean Gathright was arrested Thursday, May 25th for aggravated assault. He appeared before Lafayette County Justice Court judge for his initial bond hearing. Bond was set at $50,000. The incident happened on May 20th at Holly Hills apartment. Police say they received a 911 call around 1:30 a.m. stating they could hear multiple firearm activity in the parking lot of the apartment complex off Church Street. All 3 victims had injuries that were not considered life-threatening. So apparently Sean Gathright has had another incident. So yeah, it's all over the news. There's his mugshot. So he's in Mississippi. He was in Mississippi. And this was May 25th of 2023, and we know that that's like a year later than June 2024. So jury doesn't know that. But I didn't know that either. Unfortunately, now that I know that, I'm like, that's not good. That's not good. Here, I'll show you. I'll take a quick screenshot of this and show you guys. Let's see here. So there's his mugshot. 17-year-old arrested for Oxford shooting. So, all right, let's continue on. So that's Oxford, Mississippi. How close is that to, Oxford, Mississippi to Jacksonville, Florida? How close is that? It's an 11-hour drive. Good Lord. What are you doing in Oxford, Mississippi? It's 670 miles. It's an 11-hour drive. Not sure what he's doing there. 676 miles. So I'm not sure what he was doing there.
So I want to talk to you first about your item 1 and 4, which is going to be states 33D and 33A. You have described these in your report as item 1, one fired bullet jacket, item number 4, one fired bullet jacket.
That's correct.
All right. Did you examine and analyze those items?
I did.
And did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results?
I determined that the two items were inconclusive to each other.
Okay. Item 4, again, described in your report as one fired bullet jacket. Were you able to determine what caliber class that bullet was?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
So based on its design features, I was able to determine what caliber class family it fell in.
Okay. And what was the caliber class for item number 4?
I determined it was a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
All right. Now, 22 5mm caliber class, does that class contain several different calibers?
It does.
Would it contain .223 Remington?
Yes.
Would it contain 5.56 NATO?
It does, yes.
And while we're talking about those two, .223 Remington, is that a suitable cartridge or a suitable caliber to be fired in a rifle that is chambered in 5.56 NATO?
Yes, you can shoot a .223 Remington in a 5.56 NATO.
Okay. And in fact, those test fires you received from TPD in reference to, I believe it was your item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, were in fact .223 Remington, right?
Yes.
Okay. That 22 5mm caliber class, does that contain 9mm?
It does not.
Does it contain 300 blackout?
It does not.
Are each of those calibers in their own distinct caliber class?
They are, yes.
Okay. As such, on that caliber class alone, its caliber class of 22 5mm, were you able to eliminate item number 4 as having been fired in the 300 blackout Anderson rifle or firearm, your item 9?
Due to being able to determine the caliber of item 4 and determining that it was in that 22/5mm caliber family, a comparison was not done to the 300 blackout firearm because they were different calibers, meaning that was not fired from that firearm.
Right, just based on that, then that's a class characteristic.
That is, yes.
Okay. Real quick, going back to your items 2 and 3, that are states 33B and C. You have described those as lead core.
Bullet cores, yes.
I'm sorry, lead bullet core. All right. And were they of any value for microscopic comparison?
No, they were not.
Why not?
So a bullet core is the inner part of a projectile. So this can kind of be thought of like an M&M. So the core is like the chocolate center of an M&M, and the bullet jacket is like the candy coating. So as a bullet is traveling down the firearm, only that jacket or outer portion comes in contact with the rifling, not the inner portion. So since that core does not come into contact with the part of the firearm where we would get our detail for comparison purposes, it has no value for us for microscopic comparison.
The two rifles that were, or the rifle and what you've described as a firearm, the 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm in your item 9, you've described these, well, you described your item 8, which is the 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, as being a semi-automatic rifle, right?
That is correct.
Okay, what does that mean?
So semi-automatic means that with a single pull of the trigger, one round of ammunition will fire. And during the cycle of fire, so you will load a firearm, a cartridge will enter the chamber, you will pull the trigger, it'll fire. That pressures that I was saying earlier that build up, that send the projectile down, will also send the carrier group rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, and then it will load a subsequent cartridge as long as there is one remaining in the magazine. And then the trigger would need to be pulled again in order to fire another round.
All right. So in that type of firearm, when you pull the trigger, the gun fires?
That is correct.
To fire it again, do you have to release the trigger so it can reset?
Yes, so you would release the trigger and then it would have to be pulled again in order for another round to fire.
So each time the gun, to fire it, you have to pull the trigger?
That is correct.
So this is not an automatic weapon, correct?
That is correct.
We'll start with 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. Did you conduct test firing with that rifle?
I did.
And did it function as designed?
It did.
Did its safeties function as designed?
They did.
Does it have an external manual safety?
It does.
Did it function as designed?
It did.
Is that firearm designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, if I can have the witness step down.
Yes.
All right, they're going to get into, I think this is where he pulls out the firearm. So I'm going to skip that. Have we heard what all we need to hear from this witness? What do you guys think? Or do we need to hear more? Because it sounds like, if I understood that correctly, and what Wizard was saying, 2 casings from Jacksonville and 1 from Tampa. So do you guys want to hear any more? Let me know if you want to hear any more. If we should go listen to somebody else's testimony, because I want to hear some of the detectives again. Do you guys want to hear any more? Or should we move on? Super Bowl, dude, come on, man. Yeah, well, you can't be sitting there. Do you want to listen to more? If I don't hear from you guys, I'll just go ahead and pick something else. All right, let's see. I want to hear Richard Nieder again. Someone else? Okay. Switching it up. Okay, good. Thanks, guys. I want to get back to Should we hear from the victims? Do you want to hear from? Let's hear from them again. Let's do that. All right. Let's hear from the victims, from some of the people that were there. Let's do that. Eyewitnesses are always good, right? Hey, Green-Eyed Cat, how are you? Good to see you. Challenger NH686, good to see you as well. All right, let's get to day 2. Where's day 2? Day 2 was 23rd. There's day 2. All right. Let me put this up so I can do this.
Yes, sir.
And did you come down here to testify in this case?
All right, that was Gino, I think. So let's go to...
Yes.
Or anyone else would.
All right, it's after his testimony. Detective's testimony then. All right, so this is going to be Adjoa Randolph's testimony. Adjoa Randolph. I'm going to post that for you guys. So she was in the car.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got?
Come this way.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Randolph, I'm going to ask you to kind of get a little bit close to the microphone because I know that you're a little soft-spoken. Please state your full name for the record.
Aja Randolph.
Okay, that's way, you gotta project your voice a little bit. Let me see where that microphone is. Yeah, you gotta lean the microphone and try and speak up, because if I'm having trouble hearing you, that means everybody else is gonna have trouble.
I think I'm going to end the poll also because they're at almost 2.5 hours. So I'm going to end the poll. I'm going to end the poll and we'll start another one. Thank you for the votes, 333 votes. Appreciate that, you guys. All right, let's end this poll and let's get another one going. All right, so 333 votes. How long do you think the jury will take to deliberate today? So we'll end that. So 8% of you thought 0 to 1 hours. 18% of you thought 1 to 2 hours. Get out of my food. That's my food. Stop. 26% of you thought 2 to 3 hours, and then 48% of you thought 4+ hours. I went with 4+ as well. All right, I'll get a new poll. I'm eating my pizza. It's Pizza Friday. So I'm going to go finish my pizza. And okay, so this is Adjoa, I think she said Adjoa Randolph. Love that name. Adjoa, I think she said Adjoa. Cool name. All right, Adjoa Randolph.
Aja Randolph.
Much better, thank you. Miss Randolph, what city do you live in?
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Can you say
My whole life.
your whole life? Okay. And do you know somebody by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes.
How long have you known Charles Jones?
Since 6th grade.
6th grade?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you speak, I'm going to ask you to get really close to that mic because it projects your voice out. You said that you know Mr. Jones since the 6th grade. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Jones, did he like to rap?
Yes.
Did he do that even in grade school?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have a nickname now that he was an adult?
Yes.
What was his nickname?
Julio.
And was there another part to that? Was there a name before Foolio that sometimes he also went by?
I guess Julio Foolio.
Julio Foolio? Okay.
Foolio regularly.
And let's go to June 22nd of 2024. Did you come down to Tampa during that weekend?
Yes.
Okay, and was that a Saturday?
I don't know.
Do you know if it was the weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you come down to Tampa from Jacksonville during that weekend?
Money.
You said Monty.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a nickname for somebody by the name of Armani Turner?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know Armani Turner?
We're friends.
Friends. And how long have you been friends with Miss Armani Turner?
7 years.
7 years. Back in June of 2024, was Armani Turner, was she dating Charles Jones?
Yes.
And you said you traveled down with her, is that correct, from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
And how did you get here?
A car.
A car. Who owned that car?
Money.
Okay, so it was Armani Turner's car, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already in evidence. State's Exhibit 2E. Can you see that on your screen? And I'm going to, let me take that out of Zoom. Do you see that vehicle, ma'am?
Yes.
And do you recognize that car?
Yes.
And whose car is that?
Money's.
Armani's? Okay. And I know that you keep calling her Monty. I'm going to formally call her Miss Turner, okay?
Okay.
But I know that that's how you know her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you came down in that vehicle with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you come to Tampa that weekend with Armani Turner?
For Charles' birthday.
Okay. For Charles Jones' birthday?
Yes.
There was a celebration here in Tampa?
Yes.
And where was that celebration going to be?
At a club.
At a club? Okay. And where were you going to stay overnight?
A B&B.
An Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Tampa?
No.
Did you know what the address of that Airbnb was?
No.
Was that somewhere located near Tampa?
I thought it was Tampa.
It was in Tampa, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. So you went to an Airbnb on Saturday, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there anyone else with you in the car and Armani Turner coming from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Trying to think of the name.
Oh, you can't remember the name? Was there a gentleman that was with you?
Yes.
Okay. And does Xavier Edwards, does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leaving.
Sustained as to leading.
Were you familiar with all of the names of the people that were involved at that Airbnb with you and Miss Armani Turner?
Kinda.
Okay. Had you previously given testimony in this case regarding who you were with and who you drove from Tampa with Armani Turner?
Yes.
With looking at your prior testimony, would that help refresh your recollection?
No, Xavier was with us.
So does that, okay, you do remember that the person was named Xavier?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was just the three of you coming from Jacksonville to Tampa, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you went to an Airbnb. Who was at the Airbnb when you arrived?
Other people, I guess people who came down there, people from there, Charles and whoever came with them.
Okay. And you said there were already people there. What time do you think that you arrived?
11:45, 11:50, something like that.
Okay.
A little before 12.
Okay. Are we talking in
PM.
the PM at night, right? So it's pretty late at night. And you said that Charles Jones was there, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were some other people from Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did you know all of the people that were there?
No.
Did you know some of the people that were there?
Yes.
Who were some of the other people that you knew who were there at the Airbnb?
Charles, Gino, Robert.
Okay. We're going to take it one at a time. You said Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes, Gino and Robert.
Gino and Robert. Gino Norris and Robert Howard?
Yes.
You had met all of those people before, is that correct?
Correct.
And were there other individuals there that you said that you did not know who they were?
Yes.
While you were at the Airbnb, did anything unusual, any sort of fights or any problems break out at the Airbnb?
No.
At some point, did law enforcement respond to the Airbnb?
Yes.
Why did law enforcement respond there?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. At some point, did you and everybody who was at the Airbnb have to pack up and leave out of the Airbnb?
Yes.
And did you help do that?
Yes.
And what about Ms. Turner? Did she also assist?
Yes.
Okay. And after you had packed up, what did you do at that point?
Went to the performance.
Okay, to the clubs, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember what the name of the clubs were?
I never knew them.
You never knew the names?
No.
Okay. Going back to the Airbnb before you left, were there people that were partying at the Airbnb?
Yes, they had already left before the police came.
Okay. So there were only a few people there when the police actually showed up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. During that night after you had arrived at the Airbnb, had you been drinking at all?
Yes.
And even though, how much did you have to drink, if you can tell us, if you remember?
Not that much.
So you still remember the night of that evening pretty well?
I won't forget it.
And so at that Airbnb, were there times where your friend Charles Jones, that he went on Instagram Live?
Not while I was there.
Not while you were there. Were there times during the night that you saw him go on Instagram Live?
No.
Do you remember being at a club with him?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember kind of going up to the steps with one of the clubs?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him at that point, any time during that point of him going on Instagram?
No.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. When you are leaving the Airbnb and going to the clubs, who are you riding with? Armani. In the same car, that Hyundai that we just showed in States Exhibit 2E?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone with you and Armani Turner when you are leaving the Airbnb and going to the clubs?
No, it's just me and Armani in the car.
Okay. Was there, at some point, were you following anyone to get to the clubs?
We was behind Charles' car from the B&B to the first club, from the first club to the second club. We was literally where he went, we went. He didn't go nowhere without us.
And who was driving?
Armani.
And you said that she was following Charles Jones, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she know where she was going?
No, we just followed his car.
And you said from club to club, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know or pay attention to where those clubs were located?
I don't know the city.
And at any of the clubs that you were with that night with Charles Jones and Armani Turner, were there any issues or any problems during those two places where you were at the clubs?
No.
What happened after the clubs?
We was looking for somewhere to go.
Because the Airbnb was no longer available, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what happened? Where did you go after the last club that you were at with Miss Armani Turner and Charles Jones?
We went to a hotel.
A hotel, okay. Do you remember the name of the hotel?
No.
And so how many cars go to the hotel that are involved with Charles Jones' party?
3.
3, is that correct?
Yes.
So again, did you and Armani Turner follow Charles Jones' vehicle to a hotel?
Yes.
And you said that there was another car, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What happens when you get to that hotel?
We were sitting in the car, and he went in to go check on the reservations he had made while we was in the last club, and he comes out and he called us and was like, see if we can find another hotel because they said they gave the reservations away. And then we was looking for somewhere else to go because somebody else called and said everything in Tampa was booked up. So they had to go back towards the B&B. And as we were doing that, we started getting shot at.
I'm going to stop you a little bit and back up a little bit. You said he went back into the hotel. Who are you referring to?
Well, Charles went to the hotel to check on the reservations he made. He came back out, got in the car, called us, and said we got to find somewhere else because they gave away the reservations. And then that's when we start hearing gunshots.
And you are still in the vehicle, the Hyundai, with Miss Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anyone else in the vehicle at that time when you went from the last club to the hotel?
Robert.
Robert, are you referring to Robert Howard?
Yes.
Okay. So he was also in the vehicle with you and Armani Turner, is that correct?
Correct.
And then Charles Jones was in his vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to go ahead and put 2E back on the screen. Do you also see the vehicle belonging to Charles Jones in this picture?
Yes.
And can you tell us what vehicle, where that's located in the photo?
The black Charger.
And it's right here, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, the one that I'm pointing to that is to the left of the photograph.
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that Armani Turner was following all night?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to getting to the hotel, did you or Armani Turner or anyone with you, or you yourself see or be alerted to anyone following you?
No.
Were you paying attention or expecting any of that to happen?
No, I was out the window.
And you said at some point you were at the hotel, is that correct? And Charles Jones comes back out?
Yes.
And you're just seated in your vehicle, or I'm sorry, in Armani Turner's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And where are you seated in the vehicle?
Either the passenger seat or in the back seat.
And you don't remember where you were seated?
No. I was in both because we were sitting for like a little minute, so I went back and forth. At the time that the gun started going off, I don't know if I was in the front or the back.
So during different rides that night, you had changed your position, is that correct?
I changed when we was sitting in front of the hotel.
Okay. And so what happened, you said you started hearing shooting, is that correct?
Correct.
What happened when you heard the shooting?
We was trying to figure out where it was coming from. And then as it got louder, we started to drive off, and then we ended up hitting the other car that was with us.
And who was driving at that point?
Monty was still driving.
And you said that she ended up hitting the other car that was with your party, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Did you know who was in the other car?
I think his cousin or Charles' cousin or something.
Charles Jones' cousin, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what his name was?
No, I don't know him.
What happened after those two cars, Armani, the car that you were in, and the other car hit each other?
We pulled off. I guess we went separate ways, and we was driving down the street, and we seen another car pull out, and we thought that was Charles' car, so we turned around, but that car kept going. So then we rode down the street and found the police officer and told them we just got shot at. And then they wasn't listening, so we got back in the car and rode off, and they started following us, and we just led them back to the hotel and drove around until we found Charles' car.
Okay. And was that the first time in States 2E where they're positioned, is that the first time after you had left the parking lot that you saw Charles Jones' vehicle again?
Yes.
And was that, and I'm going to go to 2E, oh, hold on one second. Oh, is that I touched it? And are these the positions that the vehicles ended up in when you came back?
Yes, we stopped right here because we seen the car and the doors open.
And when you got out of the vehicle, you said law enforcement at that point had been following you, is that correct?
Yes.
What happened when you got out of the vehicle when you were back at that scene in front of the hotel?
They pulled guns on us and tried to arrest us for running away from them.
And what did you, were you upset at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you say at that point?
We just got shot at.
So you're trying to explain what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually, did law enforcement then respond into the hotel?
Yes.
Okay. And were there also law enforcement officers from the University of South Florida there?
I don't know.
Okay. Were there some law enforcement officers that stayed with you and got information from you and Ms. Turner and Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Did you see from where you were seated, and when you got out of the vehicle, could you see into the black Dodge Charger?
When I got out the car, I could see into his car.
And what did you see, ma'am?
A person.
Did you recognize the person that was in the vehicle?
I didn't know exactly that it was him, but I did see somebody.
Could you see any sort of movement at that point?
No.
And other than that person that you saw, did you see anyone else near the vehicle at that time?
No, it was only one person.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been already into evidence 2B6.
Do I gotta watch this?
We're not gonna show all of it. I'm gonna have her stop it. I'm just gonna ask you where your vehicle is and who's in each vehicle that you are aware of, okay? Yep, stop it right there. Okay, ma'am, you see where the black Charger is in this vehicle? I'm sorry, in this video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where is Armani Turner's vehicle, the vehicle that you are in this video?
Directly behind it.
Okay. And so that is the vehicle behind the black Charger under the portico, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the other vehicle that is his cousin, where is that located?
On the side of the driver's side.
Okay. And you're saying driver's side and you're kind of pointing. Is it the vehicle with the lights on that's kind of faced in the other direction, not under the portico? Ma'am, if you want to turn behind you, do you see there's a big giant video up there? Can you point out where the friend's car is?
I believe it's the car under the port that's right next to us.
Okay. Can we, hold on one second.
Because his car wasn't facing the same direction that we were facing. It was facing the opposite way.
Right. We're going to play just a portion of it. Can you fast forward it to where they're leaving? Don't show it to her. Can we shut this screen off for a second? So I'm going to show you at this time stamp of 6:22. Do you see Armani Turner's car backing out?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the friend's car that crashed into her?
Yes.
Okay. Anna, did you want to shut that off? After you guys got back to the scene and were able to provide statements to law enforcement, did you see any other people that were from the original party at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. Did other people start to show up at that scene after law enforcement had arrived?
Yes.
Do you know who Aaliyah Albritton is?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met her before?
No.
Okay. And you said that there were people from Jacksonville who you were not aware of, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, did his mother arrive at the scene as well?
I wasn't there when she got there.
Okay. That you had already left at that point?
Yes.
Did you, when you first got back there and you saw one person in the scene, had you seen what happened to Gino Norris?
No.
Had you seen what happened to Xavier Edwards at that point?
No. When I seen them, they was coming out on a stretcher.
Okay. And that you had already been back there when the ambulance had arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you recognize both of them being taken out?
Yes.
I want to ask you a little bit more about Charles Jones. You said that he was a rapper, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that he does drill raps?
Yes.
Did you listen to a lot of his music?
No.
Were you aware whether or not that he was involved with a gang called Six Block?
No.
Is that something that you talked about or wanted to know about?
No, they don't have nothing to do with me.
In Jacksonville, though, are you aware that there are groups or rival groups that are opposed to one another based on the neighborhood?
Something like that.
Okay. But again, something that you don't want to get involved in. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Ms. Randolph, you know Kenny Capps, right?
Yes.
You know Tay-Tay, right?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of McCrae, Tafia McCrae?
No.
And you said you're not aware of a person by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
Correct. Don't know her.
How about Zay or Omerta 55? You know 55?
Xavier, yes.
Okay. And for a portion of the time that you guys were in Tampa and you were going from place to place, some of those rides, Kenny Capps was with you, correct? One part of it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall which part of your trip he was with you?
Yes.
From where to where?
Leaving the second club on the way to the hotel.
Okay. And so there were 2 clubs you went to, right? One was a strip club?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that club?
I never knew the name. I just said.
If I were to tell you Teasers, does that ring a bell, or you just don't remember, don't know?
No, I just don't know.
Okay. And the second club, do you remember what the name of that club was?
After Spot. After Spot.
It was like an after, a place that doesn't open until late at night to early in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Would the name Truth 18, does that sound familiar to you or no?
No.
Okay. So from the strip club to Truth 18, do you know who was in the Charger? And it may take you a minute to kind of think about it because of there being 3 cars.
No. Charles, Gino, and Xavier.
I'm sorry, Charles, Gino, and
Xavier.
Okay. And do you know who drove that Charger on that particular stretch from the strip club to the second club?
No.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise, any questions?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Petridis, any questions? Okay, redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You are free to go. Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, it's 12:17, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. We will reconvene.
All right, next up is Gino. You guys remember Gino? Gino Norris was in the a car with Charles, and he was in car 1. So let's see what he has to say. And there's a new poll. If you guys take a moment, answer the poll or take the poll. It's tough. It's a tough one because I was trying to get. I only have 4 fields. I only have four fields that I can ask questions. Like I wanted to ask, guilty for Rashad, guilty for Davion. I mean, there's top charges. I mean, there's all these different possibilities. So, yes, Robert would be a good one too. We'll get over to Robert as well. So anyway, it's tough for me to come up with a poll that kind of covers everything. So, all right. So next up is let's see, Gino, state witness. And again, these are all replays. Oh, shoot. I didn't want to do that. Doggone it. Oh, well. I didn't want to replace the pin. Oh, well. I wanted to keep that they have been deliberating. Nope. This is the one I want. That one. They started deliberating at 10:25. I just replaced that pin. All right. Anyway, let's move forward. Let's hear what Gino has to say. And then we have Kamia. Kamia Bentley. She was in car 3, I think. Was she car 3? Oh, she was car 2. So Miss Randolph was car 3. Mr. Norris is going to be car 1, and then Miss Bentley is going to be car 2. So we'll see if we get, or if the jury comes back with a verdict. We'll see. Well, that didn't sound good.
Testimony. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yep.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name?
Gino Norris.
Mr. Norris, do you live in the city of Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
And did you come down here to testify in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a full-time job right now?
Yes.
Did you know an individual named Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
And in 2024, June of 2024, do you remember him passing away?
Yes.
How long had you known him, Mr. Norris, at that point?
Say about 10 years.
10 years. Do you remember when you first came to know him about how old you were?
Probably like 14.
14. Was he same age as you or older than you?
He older than me.
Did you go to the same school that he went to?
No, sir.
When you met him, when you were 14, was he rapping at that time?
Yes.
And Mr. Norris, did you go to high school in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
So I want to draw your attention, Mr. Norris, back to June of 2024, the time when Mr. Jones passed away. Do you recall traveling here to Tampa with him?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came down here, whose car it was?
His car.
His car. Was it just the two of you, or was there someone else with you?
It was me, him, and Robert.
Okay, Robert Howard?
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving on the way down?
They took turns.
Did you take turns driving?
No, sir.
So just Robert and Charles?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, when you would talk to Charles, how did you refer to him? What name did you refer to him by?
I was calling him Julio.
You called him Foolio?
Yes.
When you all came down from Jacksonville, do you remember the purpose for coming here to Tampa?
Celebrate his birthday.
Did Mr. Jones invite you on that trip?
Yes.
When you all arrived, do you remember where you stayed?
Yeah, we had a B&B.
Airbnb?
Yes.
Do you remember where that was?
It was like St. Pete.
St. Pete?
Yeah, around that area, I think.
Okay. Would that have been a Friday night?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we got here like on a Friday.
Okay. And then the following day, did you all end up going to another Airbnb?
Yes.
And was that in a different location?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Jones was posting things on his Instagram account about his birthday party or about people coming to the Airbnb?
I know you were posting, like, promoting it.
You knew that he was promoting?
Yes.
So I want to move to the Saturday night when you're at the second Airbnb. Is Robert Howard there?
Yes.
And Charles is there?
Yes.
Were there some young ladies that came down from Jacksonville that evening or that day?
Yes.
Did you know those women?
His girlfriend came on that day and her cousin, but all the other people, I didn't really know them.
Okay. So Charles Jones' girlfriend, what name did you know her by?
Armani.
Armani? Did you ever hear anyone call her Armani?
Yes.
And was there some type of a celebration or a party that night at the second Airbnb, that Saturday night?
Yes.
And you said there was people showing up that you didn't know?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how long that party lasted?
No, sir. I can't remember exactly how long it was.
At some point, did the party end?
Yeah, because we were finna get ready to leave the club, and the B&B lady basically came, like, they were finna kick us out.
All right, you all were getting ready to leave?
Yes.
To go anyways, but then the lady who owns the Airbnb kicked you out?
Yeah, she sent a call, like, sent the police to send out, like, it was a fight or something.
So the police came?
Yes.
Did you have to pack up a lot of stuff to take with you when you left?
Yeah, we had to get everybody's stuff out of B&B, because they had already left.
When you left the Airbnb that night, did you travel in Charles Jones' vehicle?
Yes.
And that's the same vehicle you came down here from Jacksonville in?
Yes.
And was that a Dodge Charger?
Yes.
So you leave the Airbnb, where do you all go?
Where the club called? I think it was called Teaser or something like that.
Okay. And that was a club you went to?
Yes.
Here in Tampa?
I think that's what it was called. Yes.
Teasers?
Yes.
Okay. When you were driving from the Airbnb to the Teasers, other than you and Charles Jones, who else was in the car during that trip?
This one, Zay was in the car with us.
Who was?
Zay.
Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
Is that someone you know?
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving?
Zay was driving.
Xavier was driving?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where Charles Jones was sitting?
He was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
When you all arrived at Teasers, were there already people there from the Airbnb or people from the party there?
No, like all of us like drove around at the same time, so we all met there.
Okay. When you all got there and met up, did you end up going inside of the club?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jones, did he make some kind of an appearance there at the club?
What do you mean by appearance?
Well, did he perform, or did he do some kind of a show? Or
No.
Okay. Did he meet with people there?
Yeah, some other people he knew was there.
Okay. But you were aware that he had advertised that he on his Instagram that he was going to be there?
Yes.
And that's what I meant by an appearance, that he was going to be appearing there. Do you remember approximately how long you were there?
Probably like an hour or two.
Okay. During the time you were there, well, let me ask, you and Charles Jones are inside the club?
Yes.
Was Robert Howard inside the club?
Yes.
Was Armani and her cousin inside the club?
Yes, all of us inside the club.
You all were. Xavier?
Yes.
Did you know Taifa McCrae?
Yes, that's my cousin.
Oh, you don't know, you know him as your cousin?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the young lady that was accompanying him that evening?
I know of her, but I don't really know her.
Okay. Did you know another, well, let me move on. So you said you were there for a while, almost an hour or more than an hour?
Yes.
During the time you were there, Mr. Norris, did any issues or problems with anyone?
No, sir.
Any fights, anything like that?
No, sir.
Anyone threatening any of you?
No, sir.
Okay. Then at some point, you all leave?
Yes.
And when you leave, do you again travel in the Dodge Charger or in some other vehicle?
The same car, the Dodge Charger.
And who's driving this time?
Zay was still driving.
And was Charles Jones in the car?
Yeah, he's still in the passenger seat.
So when you leave Teasers, and did the other folks leave? Taifa and Armani and her cousin?
Yeah, we all went to the next club.
Went to the next club. Okay. Did you know why you were going to the next club? Just
that club, it was like boring, so we just went somewhere else.
okay. Still celebrating his birthday?
Yes.
Do you happen to know how old he was turning?
26.
26? When you got to the second club, did you all, after arriving there at some point, go inside?
Yes.
Do you remember if that required you all to go up any stairs or steps?
Yes.
Do you remember if Mr. Jones was doing anything with his phone, if he was live streaming or doing anything like that?
Yeah, he was recording a video.
He was recording a video? Did you ever see that?
Yes.
You all go into that club. What do you all do in that club?
We just party.
Just hung out?
Yes.
How long do you remember how long you were at that club?
We'll probably end up at like about 2 hours.
Till about 12?
I said about 2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours, I'm sorry. At some point, do you leave?
Yes.
Do you know where you all went? Do you remember where you went?
Yeah, we went to the hotel.
Okay, so at that point, you all were just going to call it a night?
Yeah.
So when you left there, what car did you drive in, or what car were you in?
Same Dodge Charger.
Do you remember who was driving?
Zay was driving.
So Xavier Edwards?
Yes.
And was Charles Jones in the car?
Still in the passenger seat.
So would that be the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Where were you sitting in the car?
I was in the back seat.
Back seat, okay. And you said you all went to the hotel?
Yes.
When you arrived at the hotel, do you remember pulling up in front of the entrance to the hotel?
Yes.
At some point during this time period, were you getting groggy or sleepy?
Yes.
And did you fall asleep at some point?
I fell asleep in the bed.
So did you fall asleep on the way there or right after getting there, or when?
Right after getting there.
Okay. Do you remember if Charles Jones went into the hotel?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, went in. Then they saying like we couldn't get a room. Then we came back in the car, and they were looking for hotels, and I fall asleep.
Okay. Were they looking for hotels on their phones?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jones in the front passenger seat again?
Yes.
Between the time that you got to Teasers and up to this point, did you have any reason to believe anyone was following you?
No, sir.
Or anyone was surveilling or watching you?
No, sir.
Do you remember at some point waking up or being woke up?
After the shooting is when I woke up.
Okay. Do you remember, or did you ever figure out what woke you up? Was it movement or noise?
The car had hit something and that woke me up.
Okay. When you woke up, still in the back seat?
Yes.
What did you see when you woke up? What did you observe?
First thing I saw was Foolio laid up. And then I looked up, saw the holes in the window. I saw Jose covered in blood.
Did you at some point realize that you had been injured?
No, I didn't really realize that till we got in the hotel.
Okay. Did you realize when you woke up that you were no longer sitting in front of the hotel?
Yeah.
After you woke up and you see Mr. Jones and, well, let me ask you, is Mr. Jones, does he appear to you, what shape or condition does he appear to be in?
Like he's gone.
He's gone? Okay. And when you saw Xavier with blood on him and you saw the window, the condition of the window, did you put all that together?
Yes, at first I thought we got in a car accident until I saw that.
You thought you got into a car accident?
Yeah, before I looked up, it saw like the bullet holes in the blood. I thought it was that.
When you saw that, the bullet holes and the blood and the condition of your friend, what did you think at that point about your own safety, if anything?
I don't know, just trying to stay alive.
Just trying to stay alive?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you and Xavier Edwards leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Was Mr. Edwards saying anything to you?
Yeah, it was just telling me to get out and come to the hotel.
He was telling you to get out of the car?
Yeah.
At that point, having seen the bullet holes through the windshield, did you have any idea where the people that had done that, where they were?
No, that's why we had ended up getting out the car.
And you said you went into a hotel?
Yes.
Did you have to walk to the hotel or run there?
We had ran.
Okay. And did you go into the main entrance of the hotel?
Yes.
When you got into the hotel, what did you do?
We was trying to get help.
Did you find any employees when you went into the lobby?
No, sir.
Were you saying anything to try to get help?
We was screaming out for help.
Just screaming for help?
Yeah.
Did anyone respond or help?
No, sir.
Once you were in the lobby, where did you go?
Like knocking on doors, trying to ask for help. Then we ended up going to like the third floor because we ain't, people still there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said we had ended up getting on the elevator to go to the third floor because I don't know if they would have followed us there or not, so we just went on the third floor.
Okay. Before you get on the elevators, do you walk by any doors or any rooms in the hotel?
Yes.
Do you try to knock or get into those rooms?
Yes. We tried to knock on the door, trying to ask for help.
But nobody responded.
Nobody responded.
So you and Xavier go up an elevator?
Yes, sir.
At that point, what kind of condition is Xavier in?
He's bleeding real bad, but he ended up falling against the wall. Like he felt this, like he finna die. He kept begging me not to let him die.
He was begging you not to let him die?
Yeah.
You said that you realized when you got into the hotel that you had been shot. When did you come to that realization? Was it in the lobby or once you were on the elevator?
When we got to the 3rd floor, when he fell against the wall, he told me to check his head and make sure he didn't get hit in his head because he was bleeding a lot from his head. And when I looked down, I saw a hole in my arm.
Okay. But, okay, me back up. So Mr. Edwards is asking you to check his head, you said?
Yes.
Because he's bleeding from his head.
Yes.
And you ended up seeing that you had been shot.
Yes.
Where were you shot?
My right arm.
Your right arm? What part of your right arm?
Not the upper.
The upper part?
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Edwards end up on the floor at some point? Or did you sit down or lay down?
He, when he fell against the wall, he was like on the floor, but I ain't ready to get on the floor till the police came.
Okay. What caused you to get on the floor?
The police made us get on the floor.
They made you get on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to tender States Exhibit 91 and Exhibit 25 A through D. That's 25 Alpha through Delta, and States Exhibit 91. Tender for admission. 91 is in, counsel? Okay, thank you.
So to 25A through D, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Zanardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted.
Publishing States 91. Mr. Norris, I just want you to take a look at this. Does that photograph depict how the position you and Mr. Edwards were in when the police arrived?
Yes.
Okay, now, on Mr. Edwards, is that blood on his face? I know that's not very good. Let me try to do something here. See if that helps. Nope. Can you see blood on his face?
Yes.
Okay. And your shirt was an all-white shirt?
Yes.
But the red now on the shoulder, is that blood?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police contact Tampa Fire Rescue or some EMT or paramedic that came to assist you?
Yes.
And were you and Mr. Edwards both taken out of the hotel on gurneys?
Yes.
Were you taken to a local hospital here in Tampa?
Yes.
Do you remember law enforcement, police officers coming there to talk to you?
Yes.
I'm going to publish States 25A. Is that you, Mr. Norris?
Yes, sir.
Okay. B. Do you recall, did they give you pain medication?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 25C is in Charlie. Let me orient it this way. Is that you laying in a hospital bed or in the emergency room?
Yes.
25, D is in Delta. And a close-up of the wound to your arm. Let me ask you, how long were you in the hospital, Mr. Norris?
I ain't leave till about 11 because I had to wait for my parents, wait for my dad to come to pick me up.
Okay. Was that the next day? Or how many days were you there in the hospital?
I got out a couple hours after.
A couple hours?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned your father. Does he live in Jacksonville?
Yes.
So he traveled here from Jacksonville to come help you?
Yes.
And when he got you out of the hospital, did you all go back to Jacksonville that day?
Yes.
So I want to go back to the Airbnb and the party, so the beginning of the birthday party that night before you go to the clubs. While at the Airbnb, did you drink any alcohol?
I took one shot.
One shot?
Yes.
And then after getting to Teasers, did you have anything to drink at Teasers?
No, I wasn't a drinker then. That's like the only time I drunk.
I'm sorry?
I said I wasn't a drinker then. That one shot, like the only shot I had took.
Okay. That's the only alcohol you had that night?
Yes.
Being that you were asleep during the shooting itself, did you ever see the people who were doing the shooting?
No, sir.
You got anything else? Okay. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Norris.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Norris, I think you've told us that you knew Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, since for about 10 years, correct?
Yes.
And you knew him very well?
Yes.
You saw him all the time. You spoke to him pretty much daily, correct?
Yes.
And you also know Tata because he's your cousin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That'd be Tapia McCray.
Yes.
Right? And you know Kenny Capps as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know...
Your Honor, I've just asked if counsel can identify who that is he's speaking about.
Yeah, is Kenny Capps a nickname, or is that a full name, or?
No, Judge, that would be...
That's Robert.
I'm sorry?
Robert.
Robert Howard, correct?
He knows him as Kenny Capps?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And what about Xavier Edwards, 55? You know 55?
Yes.
Do you also know him in other circles as Omerta?
That's his route name. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Jones and the other gentleman that I named, they are part of 6 Block, correct?
This is part of say it again.
6 Block. 6 Block is a gang. Are you aware of that?
Not of the gang. No.
Okay, so you're not aware of 6 Block.
I haven't taken the songs now, but I don't know about it being a gang.
And I'm sorry, sir, I didn't understand your question, if you don't mind.
I say I heard in songs, but I don't know that it's like a gang. No, I don't know that it's a gang.
So you're telling me you only heard it in a song?
I'm saying I hear the song, but I'm saying I don't know that it's a gang. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. What is it you know it as?
I'm saying that's what they were singing the songs and stuff.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. You knew it because you heard it in songs, but you didn't know it as a gang?
Yes.
Is that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes.
Okay. And Did you listen to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's music?
Yes.
Okay. Did you listen to other drill rappers' music?
Yes.
There are lots of drill rappers.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
I'll overrule at this point, but go ahead.
There are a number of different drill rappers, correct?
Yes.
And they all pretty much sing about the same thing, correct?
Yes.
When you came to Tampa, Mr. Norris, did you expect that there was going to be some kind of trouble?
No, we came here for celebrate his birthday.
How about Mr. Jones, Julio Foolio, or Mr. Howard, Mr. McCrae, Mr. Edwards? Strike that. Strike it. Were you aware before you went to Tampa that there was going to be trouble?
No.
You brought your gun with you, did you not?
Yes.
And you had it in the car, correct?
Oh, it was in my cousin's car.
Your cousin meaning Tata, Mr. McCrae.
Yes.
And there were times when you were in Tampa that you were in that car at certain times, correct?
No, I didn't ride with my cousin.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Sonardi?
Mr. Toomey may have some questions.
Okay, Ms. Toomey?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I just have a few questions for you. Would you agree with me that you don't know or you don't have any idea who was responsible for killing Charles Jones?
No, man, I don't know.
Okay. And Charles Jones was actually your cousin, correct?
Yes.
Yes? You were very close with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would also agree with me there's a lot of different groups and a lot of different people that did not like Charles Jones, your cousin.
Objection, outside the scope, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll give you a little bit of latitude on this. A little bit.
Correct?
Yes, a lot of people didn't like him.
And the reason why a lot of people didn't like him was because of his music, right?
Objection, speculation.
If he knows, if you know the answer, you can answer.
I guess so.
And it's not necessarily his music, but it's the content of his music, right?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Answer, Mr. Norris, if you know.
I guess, I don't know.
You don't know? I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Can you repeat the question again?
A lot of people don't like or didn't like your cousin Charles Jones because of his music, the content of his music.
Yeah, you could say that.
Correct?
Yes, you could say that.
Because he says a lot of stuff in his music that people don't like, right?
Okay, listen, I'm not going to have him guess about people. So he's already indicated to you regarding people generally responding to Mr. Jones and his music, but I'm not going to have him keep guessing what.
That was going to be my last question, Judge.
Okay, very good.
So am I allowed to?
Yeah, you can ask it, then we need to move to the next topic.
There's a lot of people that didn't like Charles Jones because of the stuff that he would say in his music, right?
Yeah.
Now, you don't know who Davion Murphy is, do you?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know who Rashad Murphy is, do you?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Wise, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Morris, you don't know Sean Gathright, correct?
No.
In fact, before he was arrested in connection with this case, you'd never even heard that name, right?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Petridis?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You did know Isaiah Chance, correct?
Yeah, I talked to him on social media. But other than that, no.
Did you ever see him? You did see him out at a club, though, correct? Once?
Yeah, I saw him in the club before.
Was that at Club Elevation?
Yes.
Where did you see him out in the parking lot?
Yeah, when we were leaving the club.
Were a lot of people out in the parking lot at that time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is that a common practice in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know someone nicknamed Mizzle, possibly Jaquez Taylor?
Yes.
Was he with you in Tampa during this incident?
Yes.
Was he in the clubs with you all in Tampa?
Yes.
Are you aware of Isaiah Chance's music? Is that something you listen to?
No.
Were you aware of it?
I don't saw it pop up with my timeline before, but I never really listened to it. I saw it pop up on my timeline before, but I never really listened to it.
Okay. And the Home 2 Suites, the hotel, that was not a pre-planned destination that night, correct? That was a last-minute decision, correct?
Oh, yeah. We ended up trying to find that when we got the last club.
So you didn't start looking for that hotel until you're at the last club?
Yeah.
And you didn't see anything before or after the shooting of anybody else, correct?
Say it again?
You didn't see anyone suspicious before or after the shooting?
Oh, no, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Juror, may I ask one follow-up question?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Norris, you don't know Rashad Murphy, do you?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, redirect.
Mr. Norris, you've known Charles Jones, you said, since you were 14?
Yeah, about 14 years.
So you were asked if you were his cousin. Are you his blood cousin, or is that just something you all refer to each other as cousins?
Yeah, I refer as cousin.
You were first cousin?
It's not referred to each other as cousins.
You refer to each other as cousins. Okay. Let me ask you about the handgun. Was it a handgun, a pistol that you brought with you?
Yeah.
Here to Tampa when you all came down?
Yeah.
First of all, do you legally possess that, legally own it?
Yes.
And did your cousin Tafa, did he bring that down or did you bring it down?
It was, my gun was in his car.
It was in his car, right?
Yes.
All right, so this isn't a gun that you were carrying on your person in any of these clubs or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I have no other questions.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Norris. You're free to go. All right, State, who's your next witness?
Kamia Bentley. Kamia Bentley.
All right, and this is going to be another witness who has requested that her identity not be broadcast.
And for you guys that are joining us new or just popping back in, we are replaying. We're in verdict watch. So we are playing testimony from right now. This is testimony from day 2. So we did Adjoa Randolph. I love the way she said her name, and I can't remember it right now. Gino Norris, who just got off the stand, and now Kamia Bentley. So Miss Randolph was car 3, Mr. Norris was car 1, and now Miss Bentley is going to be car 2. Let me just get this here. All right, so Kamia Bentley. All right. So she was the one that was in the driver's seat, and she was driving away. She was driving away while the shots were being fired. Did jurors have lunch? Clock stopped for lunch? Nope. They did have lunch. They usually eat, I think, around 12:30 or so. So I'm keeping the clock going because I guess technically they could still be deliberating. I don't think the judge said you cannot deliberate while you're eating. So until our thought here is, even if there's a question, even if there's, until they ring the bell that say we have reached a verdict, we're just going to go for it. That's kind of our thinking here. So if there's a question, if there's lunch, if there's dinner, doesn't matter. We're just going to keep them going until they ring the bell, until they push that button that says we've reached a verdict. We're just going to keep it going. So didn't know that Sean had been arrested. That was news to me. And yeah, he was arrested up in, was it May 25th, I think, of 2023. He went and he shot 3 people in Mississippi. And it's like 670-mile drive, a 10, 11-hour drive from Jacksonville. Jacksonville's way on the east coast of Florida. So you got to drive through Florida, which is long that way. Florida's huge, north to south, but especially up there because you got to go all the way through the Panhandle. You got to go through Alabama. You got to get to Mississippi. And then Oxford is north, I think, right? Oxford is kind of north. So that's a long drive. So what the heck was he doing in Oxford, Mississippi? Do not know. Don't know. There's not much news on it because he was 17. But we're trying to figure out why he had an ankle monitor on. Because when he was pulled over, because that's when he was being interrogated. So did he have it on when he was in Tampa? That doesn't make sense. Right? Now I'm really thinking about this. So when he tried to escape, that was for, when did he try to escape? All right, I got to think about this. Because if he had an ankle monitor on, that means because he was arrested like the next day or a day or two later, right? I think he was arrested like within a day or two. Him, Isaiah, and Alicia were all arrested pretty quickly. So did he have the ankle monitor on when he went to Tampa? This doesn't make sense. All right. You guys may know the answer. I'm going to hit play and I'm going to try to figure out why he had an ankle monitor on. That's right. Real happy. Ole Miss is up in Oxford. And we covered a trial. Timothy, it was the one guy that stabbed the other guy. And then his body was found. So Sean was arrested July 27th. So he's arrested, 4 days later? This happened on the 23rd. It was 4 days later. So, and remember he was, so what? I got to find out why he had an ankle monitor on. Does anybody know? Why was he wearing an ankle monitor? I can't find anything on that. Why was he wearing an ankle monitor? Just says he rips off his ankle monitor. Nobody's saying why he had it on. He just had it on. So did he... Harrington, yes, thank you. Timothy Harrington. Yes, thank you, real happy. Why did he have an ankle monitor on? Oh, wait, now I got to pull up this other one. Let me pull this back up. Why the heck did he have an ankle monitor on? All right, we'll figure it out.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this house will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Please state your full name for the record.
Kamia Bentley.
Miss Bentley, where did you grow up?
In St. Augustine.
Did you also hang out in Jacksonville at times?
Yes.
Did you have family and friends that lived in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about June of 2024. Back then, did you have a friend by the name of Aaliyah Albritton?
Yes.
How long had you known Aaliyah Albritton?
For a while.
Did you plan to do a girls' trip with her for the weekend of June 21st of 2024?
Yes.
Who else was going to be involved in this girls' weekend?
It was just me, Aaliyah, and it was supposed to be another one of our friends.
Okay. And where were you supposed to go for this weekend trip?
Here in Tampa.
And did you come to Tampa on that Friday, June 21st of 2024?
Yes.
Where were you going to stay?
At my friend's house.
Did you go there on that day?
I did.
At some point, did you meet up with Aaliyah Albritton?
I did.
Tell us how that happened.
Well, we came together.
Okay. And where did she live in Jacksonville at the time?
Yes.
And where were you living at that time?
St. Augustine.
St. Augustine. And how was it that you came together?
We just been friends for a while. We knew each other from social media and through other people.
I meant together to Tampa. Did she come? Yes. Did she come pick you up?
Yes.
Okay. And whose vehicle did she come pick you up?
In Tata's car.
And you said Tata, and I know that you know him as a nickname. Is that Tafa McRae?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you, Your Honor, this time we put into evidence State's Exhibit 27.
Okay. You're moving it in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petraeus?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Miss Bentley, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize him?
Yes.
And who is that?
Taifa.
Taifa. And he's the person you know known as Tata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know?
All right, I've got it straight now. Okay, so he was pulled over June 26th, and he was arrested July 27th. My mistake there. My mistake. I thought he was arrested sooner. I guess it was Alicia and Isaiah were arrested within a couple of days. So Bama, that makes sense. He was pulled over, ammunition, firearm parts, shell casings, sights, all that stuff. So he was pulled over for that. So maybe that's when they put the ankle monitor on, and then he was arrested July 27th. right, when were I'm pretty sure Alicia and pretty sure they were arrested within a couple days. Let me just double check. Oh, were they arrested? They were arrested on the 29th. All right, I thought they were arrested within a couple days. My bad. 3 arrested, 2 wanted. 3 subjects have been arrested. All right, so this is from the 29th. I guess they were all arrested around this. I guess they were arrested at the same. Well, no, he was arrested on the 27th, so they were arrested a couple days after that. Okay. My bad. I thought they were arrested within a couple days. All right, so that makes sense then. I guess that makes sense that he had an ankle monitor because of that traffic stop. Okay.
No, Typha McCrae.
Through Aaliyah.
Through Aaliyah? He was friends with her? And is that, and other than knowing him through Aaliyah Albritton, had you met him before?
No.
And was he driving a car?
Yes.
What type of car was it?
A Nissan Altima.
What color?
Black.
So they came and picked you up in St. Augustine?
Yes.
And you guys came down to Tampa?
Yes.
Was there an Airbnb that they were staying at?
Yes.
Was there a celebration or a party that was going on at the Airbnb?
Yes.
Do you remember where the Airbnb was located?
Not really, because there were multiple.
There were multiple Airbnbs, is that correct?
Yes.
There was a different one Friday night as opposed to Saturday night?
Yes.
So going to Friday night, did you go to the Airbnb Friday night?
I was there.
How many people were at the Airbnb?
Just me and Aaliyah and the girls and the guys that were there.
Were one of those guys Charles Jones?
Yes.
Had you known of Charles Jones before that trip?
Known him? No.
Did you know of him?
Yes.
And how did you know of him?
He's a rapper in Jacksonville.
And you, from being in Jacksonville with family and friends, you were aware of Charles Jones as the rapper Julio Foolio, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you listened to his music before?
No.
Had you, you said that you didn't know him, you just knew of him, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you went to this Airbnb Friday, you were introduced to him, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said there were some other girls there? And were there some other men there as well that you did not know?
It was just me and Aaliyah and one of our friends and just the guys that were there.
Okay. Was there a party, when you moved to the second Airbnb, did you go to that Airbnb as well?
I was there.
Did you have bags with you?
Yes.
And at some point, did you go into a room so that you could get ready for the night?
Yes.
Was there a party that was going on at the Airbnb that you had moved to with Charles Jones on Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
And in that party, can you tell us approximately how many people were at that party?
I don't know. I wasn't a part of it.
You kind of kept to yourself that night?
Yes.
But there were quite a few more people there than who was at the original Airbnb on Friday night, is that correct?
Yes.
At either one of the Airbnbs, were there any issues, any sort of fights, or any trouble at the Airbnb from the people that you were there with or that Charles Jones was there with?
No.
Did something happen at the Airbnb on Saturday night with law enforcement?
I just remember we all left, I guess because there was a lot of people there, and it's an Airbnb.
Eventually, you had to leave the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have to get your bags and take it with you before leaving that Airbnb?
I actually didn't get a chance to get my bags.
Do you think somebody else was responsible and was able to get your stuff for you?
Yes.
And did that end up in one of those 3 vehicles that was with Mr. Jones?
Yes.
When you were at that Airbnb, was Aaliyah Albritton there as well?
Yes.
And what about Tafa McCray?
Yes.
Did you know the names of any of the other guys that were with Charles Jones?
No.
Had you met them before?
No.
Had you ever hung out with them previously?
No.
So you were just there because of your friendship with Aaliyah Albritton, is that correct?
Yes.
Some point during that day on Saturday, did you go to the store and run an errand for Mr. Jones?
Yes.
What did you do?
We went to Walmart to go buy a speaker for the party.
Did he ask you to do that?
Yes.
Did he provide you with funds to do that?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And other than that interaction with Mr. Jones, did you have any other interaction with him?
Not really. No.
Do you know approximately what time it was, or were you keeping track of time that night, Saturday, June 22nd of 2024?
No.
At some point you said that you had to leave the Airbnb, is that correct?
Yes.
Who did you leave the Airbnb with?
The people I came with, Aaliyah and Type.
Aaliyah Albritton and Typha McCray, is that correct?
Yes.
In whose vehicle?
Typha's.
Where did you all go?
We went to, I think we went to the first club.
The first club?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was a first story club, correct? That wasn't on there wasn't a building with 2 stories, is that correct?
I think so. It's hard to remember, sorry.
And how long were you at that club?
I don't know. I couldn't keep track of time.
Were there others? That's okay. Were there other members that came from the Airbnb with Charles Jones to that club with him, as well as you and your friends?
I guess so. I'm just there. I was just there.
I understand. And at some point, do you go to another club?
Yes.
And when you go to another club, are you in the same vehicle with the same people?
Yes.
Who is driving?
Typha.
Typha McCray?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce into evidence Judge States Exhibit 29A through R.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Briefly, Judge. No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Petridis?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Ms. Albert, I'm sorry, Ms. Bentley, I'm going to ask you to look at the screen and I'm going to show you 29A. Are you familiar with that black Nissan?
Yes.
And is that the vehicle that you described that you got picked up in that belongs to Typha McCray?
Yes.
And you said that he was driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were you seated?
At first I was behind the passenger seat of the car.
Okay. And where was Aaliyah Albritton?
In the passenger seat of the car.
Passenger seat of the car, front or back?
Front.
Front. And were you in the back?
Yes.
And so you went to the second club, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said you don't know how long you were there.
No,
was Charles Jones at that club?
Yes.
And at some point, you left that club, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you leave with the same people?
Yes.
And in the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where did you go after you left the second club?
I think that's when we went to the hotel, maybe.
Okay, that's what I am asking you about. Who went to the hotel?
It was me, Aaliyah, Typha, and everybody who was with Mr. Jones.
And you were in the same car with Typha McCray and the black Nissan?
Yes.
Was Mr. McCray, was he driving that vehicle?
Yes.
And were you in the same position that you were previously when you went from one club to the second club?
Yes.
So you were in the back seat, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Jones, he was in another vehicle?
Yes.
And in it, there were others with him in that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or were you familiar, or did you know his girlfriend at that time?
No.
Did you know that there was another car that went to the hotel along with your car, Mr. McRae's car, and Charles Jones?
I just remember it being like the car that we were in and two other cars, which was Charles Jones and whoever it was.
That's what I'm asking. There was one other vehicle besides the car you were in and Charles Jones.
Yes.
So 3 cars total, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened when you got to the hotel?
I guess they were there trying to get a room because it was late at night and everybody was really tired and it was too late to get on the road. I really don't know what happened from there. All I know is I sat in the car and I almost lost my leg.
I'm going to go back just a little bit. At some point, does Aaliyah Albritton, your friend, and Typhon McRae leave the vehicle?
Yes.
Why do they leave the vehicle?
Aaliyah needed to use the restroom.
And at that point, are all the cars in front of the hotel?
Yes.
Just sitting there waiting for a room, is that correct?
Yes.
So Aaliyah Albritton, your friend, and Typhon McRae get out and go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you do at that point?
I took initiative and got in the front seat of the car.
So now you're sitting in the front seat?
Yes.
And what happens when you're in the front seat of the vehicle?
I just remember looking down at my phone. I looked out the window. I was on my phone for a second, and when I looked back up, that's when I just started seeing bullets flying past my face, and that's when everybody started shooting and all that.
So you were hearing shots, is that correct? Did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it. I didn't see anything though.
Okay, that's what I'm going to ask you. When you heard it, what did you do?
I immediately, I looked for the keys in the car, and I didn't see anything.
And when you say you didn't see anything, did you see any of the shooters?
No.
Did you know where the gunfire was coming from?
No.
And what did you yourself do at that moment?
I couldn't find the keys, and I prayed until I could find the keys, and the car cut on. I still didn't see any keys to that very day.
But the car was able to start?
The car was able to start, and I tried to make it out as soon as I could to save myself.
And so you left, is that correct?
I did.
What happened as you were leaving the parking lot?
It was just a lot of commotion going on. It was a lot of chaos. It was very chaotic. I just remember leaving the hotel. I remember stopping at a light, and that's when I realized, like, that's when I got shot. And, you know, you see a lot of gruesome things. And that's when I tried to just calm down and realize my adrenaline was up there. And I had to realize, like, just calm down. Like, I called Aaliyah, told her, hey, I just got shot, and I need you to take me to the hospital.
Okay. And were you able to get a hold of her on the phone?
I did.
What did you do after you got a hold of Aaliyah Albritton on the phone?
After I got a hold of her, I basically turned around. I went back to the hotel just to make sure that they were okay. And I just looked out just to make sure nobody else was there. So it was clear for me to go and make sure that we were okay for them to get me to the hospital.
Okay. And when you say they, who are you referring to?
Typhon and Aaliyah, just making sure that they were okay.
When you got back to the hotel, did they get back into his vehicle?
Yes.
And what happened?
We went to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, what were you treated for?
Gunshot wound.
Where was the gunshot wound?
I got grazed and a gunshot wound in my right arm.
Were they able to remove all of the bullet?
I don't have any bullets removed out of my arm.
They're still there, is that correct?
Yes.
Were your parents also in Tampa that weekend?
Yes.
At some point, did you get a hold of your parents to come pick you up?
I did.
And did they eventually come to the hospital?
They did.
How long would you say you were at that hospital?
I was there for a couple of hours. They wouldn't let me see my parents for a long time. So we were there for a while.
At some point, did an officer from the Tampa Police Department come and meet with you?
I remember a police officer did come in, gave recognition, but I don't remember what he asked me. I was worried about myself more than worrying about talking to others. And
Were you upset at that point?
Yes.
Did you want to talk to law enforcement?
I didn't want to talk to anyone at all but my family.
You wanted to see your parents, is that correct? I'm going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 28.
Okay, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise?
No objection.
Mr. Petridis?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Ms. Bentley, State's Exhibit 28. Is that a picture of you in the hospital?
Yes.
And can you tell us which arm was shot?
My right arm.
Okay. And you said your parents did come and retrieve you from the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was at the hospital with you when you were at that hospital?
Well, at first it was just me and Taifa in there first.
You said Taifa McRae, is that correct?
And my parents came.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to Leah Albritton and the vehicle?
No.
Were you wondering where Leah Albritton was at that point?
I was wondering where she were, just to make sure she was okay, but I don't know.
Show you State's Exhibit 29A again. The black Nissan Altima that belonged to Taifa McRae. Do you see this damage here to the front of the vehicle on the right-hand side of the picture?
Yes.
Which would be the left-hand side of the driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that damage there prior to the shooting that occurred at the hotel?
No.
Also going to show you State's Exhibit 29B. The driver's side. Do you see the damage and the paint transfer here?
Yes.
And again, was that damage there before the shooting that occurred at the hotel? How did that occur?
I'm assuming from all the chaos.
All the chaos. Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 29C, the back of the black Nissan Altima. Do you see these two bullet holes on the back rear shield window?
Yes.
Were those there prior to the shooting?
No.
And Ms. Bentley, you are not a part of any gang called 6 Block, is that correct?
No.
Not a part of any ATK?
No.
Or 1200?
No.
You are familiar with the rivalry between 6 Block and ATK, is that correct?
I don't know anything about none of that.
Do you know about it just from the music that you listen to in Jacksonville?
Yes.
But you yourself have never been involved in any of that, is that correct?
Yes.
And other than knowing Aaliyah Albritton is the only reason you were at that hotel in front of the Home to Suites when that shooting occurred, is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The only reason that you were with that group and at that hotel is because of Aaliyah Albritton, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we'd pass the oh, I actually do. I have one more thing.
Okay.
We're going to publish 26B.
We don't have it, the clerk doesn't have a 26B that's been admitted.
22. Say that again. 22B. 22B6, I apologize. I'm going to stop the video right there. You see on the screen, can you tell us the vehicle where the gentleman in the blue shirt and the lady in the pink outfit, do you know who those individuals are?
Yes.
And is this the black Nissan that you have been testifying to that you were in and that you were in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. And is this what is occurring when you said they went to the restroom?
Yes.
And did you see a hand come out and shut that front driver's side door? I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and who's that?
Me.
And you are now, where are you now at this time?
I'm in the in the driver's seat of the car.
She answered.
I'm just waiting to for it to go forward before I asked another question. Is that you then driving?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the other car that goes into the driver's side door?
Yes.
Is that when the damage to that side of the driver's side panel of the door happened?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms.
Ms. Bentley, you did not know anyone named Sean Gathright, correct?
I don't know who that is.
Right, and you never even had heard that name until you heard he was arrested in connection with this, correct?
Yes.
And you knew, as we've heard this afternoon, you knew a lot of the people who were down here in Tampa, right?
No.
Okay. Well, we heard about the people you did know. You definitely knew a handful of people at least who were there that night, right?
No.
Okay. Well, specifically,
Besides who I came with.
Okay. That night, you didn't hear anyone who was in Tampa who went by the name Fat Boy, right?
No.
Okay. And you don't know anyone who goes by the name Fat Boy,
No.
all right? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Petridis?
Briefly, Your Honor. Just briefly, ma'am, just so I'm clear, when you were in the back seat when they pulled up to the hotel and they got out to go to the bathroom, did they ask you to go to the bathroom too?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did Miss Albritton ask you to get into the front seat, or is that just something you did?
That's something that I did.
She did not ask you.
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. And also remember to state, return the evidence to the clerk.
So the woman that got out of the bathroom, got out of the car to go to the bathroom was Aaliyah Albrighton. She dated Quan at one point, who is Yungeen's younger brother. He got taken out in the town hall center ambush, if you will. Let me take us over here. So this was we call it the Wasabi Japanese Steakhouse ambush. They call it the town center. So anyway, so Quan was the younger brother of Yungeen. and Aaliyah dated Quan at one point, and we'll go to her testimony. Let's go to her testimony. She's coming up next. So that was the woman in pink, and it was Tifa that got out of her and Tifa, Kamia, Tifa, and Aaliyah. Kamia, Tifa, and Aaliyah were all in the car. Tifa and Aaliyah got out to go to the bathroom. Kamia was still in the car. Gunfire starts happening, and she takes off. So let's listen to Aaliyah's testimony. Let's get over to that. Nothing from the jury yet, you guys.
Did you come down here to testify in this case?
Yes, sir.
Nothing from the nothing from the jury yet, which is good. I mean, 4 hours. They're taking their time, doing their due diligence, which is what they should be doing. All right, so let's get to Aaliyah. I'm not sure where she comes in. I'm just going to go here. What's this?
All I know is I sat in the car.
Okay, that's Kamia. All right. Then we've got this officer. Then we have Pablo, he was a witness at the hotel. Let's see. Kaylee, you are connecting this also well for us. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kaylee. We're doing our best. We're doing our best to...
You must disregard any different...
And, this is a good time to... tomorrow at 8:15, Florida PI Sam, who is representing Davion's... she's part of the defense team. She's the private investigator for Davion. We're going to do a stream tomorrow at 8:15. So hopefully you guys can join us. Ask questions. Ask questions now. We have a couple questions already for her. But join us, and that'll be good.
Buenas tardes, señor. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon.
Would you tell us your name, please?
¿Nos diría su nombre, por favor?
Okay, this is Pablo. So Aaliyah comes after Pablo. So Pablo was the father. I think they were from Ocala, and they were going to the zoo, I guess, Busch Gardens, I think. I think they were going to Busch Gardens with his family. Let's see here.
Happened after she came back in Typha McRae's car. Jones?
No.
Were you at that?
Cuarto esa tarde.
To the...
Cuando yo
Excused? Is this another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And again, this is another witness who does not wish to have their identity broadcast.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you God? Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Aaliyah Albritton.
Miss Albritton, how old are you?
22.
What city do you live in?
Jacksonville.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville?
My whole life.
Do you know somebody by the name of Typha McRae?
Yes.
How do you know Typha McRae?
He's my friend.
Do you also know a person by the name of Kamia Bentley?
Yes.
How long have you known Miss Bentley?
A few years.
I'm going to ask you about June 23rd of 2024 and the weekend leading up to that day, that Saturday. Did you have plans to come to Tampa on that weekend?
Yes.
Who did you come to Tampa with?
Typha.
Okay. Typha McRae?
And Kamia.
All right. Who was the driver?
Typha.
Did you come in his car?
Yes.
And what day did you come to Tampa?
I think on a Friday.
The Friday of that weekend?
Yeah.
Where did you all go?
To Airbnb.
Who was at the Airbnb?
Taifa and his cousins.
And when you say his cousins, are you referring to Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you know who he was?
Yes.
Did you know that he was a rapper in Jacksonville?
Yeah.
He goes by Julio Foolio?
Yeah.
Were you close friends with Charles Jones?
No.
Were you at that Airbnb that weekend because you are good friends with Taifa McCray?
Yeah.
And were you the one that then invited Kamia Bentley to come along?
Yes.
Now I want to go to the Saturday, June 23rd of 2024. Did you all go to a different Airbnb?
Yes.
Was there going to be a party to celebrate Charles Jones's birthday?
Yes.
Were there a lot more people at the party than who had been at the first Airbnb?
Yeah.
Did you know Charles Jones' girlfriend at the time?
No.
Did you know, even though you didn't know her, was there a girl that was there that night that was his girlfriend?
Yes.
When you all went to a club, who did you go to the club with?
Everybody. Everybody that was there.
How many vehicles ended up going to the second club?
2 or 3.
2 or 3. Whose vehicle were you in?
Taifa's.
Is that the same vehicle that you were in all night?
Yeah.
And were the same people with you all night?
Mm-hmm.
Had you been drinking that night during the birthday celebration?
Yeah.
Had you been drinking at the clubs that you were at?
Yep.
How would you say that you were after the second club?
I was drunk.
Do you still remember that night, ma'am?
Yes.
After the second club, where did the group go, all of the people that you were hanging out with?
After the second club?
Yes.
On the second day?
Yes, the Saturday.
To a hotel.
Why were you guys going to the hotel?
To find somewhere to stay.
Were you familiar with Tampa and the location of the hotel?
No.
And when you got to the hotel, what happened once you got there?
I went to use the bathroom.
Did anyone go with you?
Taifa.
And was Kamia Bentley, she left alone in the car?
Yeah.
Right. What happened when you were using the restroom?
I heard stuff outside.
What specifically did you
like
hear?
Boom sounds.
And when you heard those boom sounds, what did you do?
I went by the front desk in the hotel.
Did you go outside at that point?
No.
Did you see Taifa McCray?
Mm-hmm.
Did he meet up with you at that lobby area?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you hear those boom sounds?
Like 2 different times.
2 separate.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear the witness.
Could you say it a little bit? Can you move up to the microphone?
Like it started, then it stopped, then it started again.
So there was kind of like a brief pause in between the shooting, is that correct?
Yes.
At some point, does Mr. McCray, does he go out to look to see where any of the vehicles are?
Yeah.
Can you see, were there glass doors that led out to the parking lot, that separated the parking lot and the lobby?
Yes.
From that position inside the hotel, could you see whether or not your friend, Kamia Bentley, and Taifa McCray's car was still out there?
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was gone?
Mm-hmm.
And what about all the other cars?
All the cars were gone.
At some point, did you receive a phone call?
I called Kamia.
You called Kamia Bentley. And did you, after that conversation, did Kamia Bentley come back to the hotel?
Yeah.
What happened after she came back in Taifa McCray's car?
We took her to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, did you stay there with her or did you do something else?
No, I left.
Why did you leave?
Because I didn't want to come in contact with any police officers.
And why did you not want to come into contact with police officers?
Because I was on probation. I wasn't supposed to be there.
So did you leave in Typha McCrae's car?
Yeah.
Did Mr. McCrae, did he stay there with Aaliyah, your friend, while she was getting treatment?
Kamia, but yeah, he did.
I'm sorry, Kamia Bentley, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where did you take the car?
To some apartments. I don't really know what they're called. I don't even know where they're at.
Did you call Mr. McCrae to let him know where the car was?
Yes, I spoke to him. Well, I didn't call him and tell him. He called me and told me that the police were looking for the car. So I told him where the car was.
You communicated that to him?
Yes.
And were you still at the location with the car at the apartments when the police got there to look at the car?
Yes, I came back there with Typha.
At some point, did one of Mr. McCrae's, Typha McCrae's friends come to pick you up?
Yes, when I dropped the car off.
Did you at some point go back to the hotel where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Do you know when you went back there, approximately what time it was?
It was daytime.
It was daylight
early.
at that point? Okay. And were there others from the party that were still at that location?
Yes.
And you could see them?
Yeah.
When you heard the booms and the shots occur at the hotel, did you see anybody with any firearms?
No.
At some point, did a homicide detective Ramos with the Tampa Police Department call you and communicate with you after you had left back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
While you were in Tampa, did you talk to any law enforcement officers?
No.
And again, that was because you were concerned of probation?
Yeah, I didn't get permission to go out there, so I didn't.
Now, I know that you said that you knew Charles Jones, but you were not friends with him, is that correct?
Yes.
But you were familiar with all of the drill rap that he had done, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were also familiar with kind of the rival group, Yungeen Ace, is that correct?
Yeah.
In fact, you knew Kenyatta Bullard, is that correct?
Keontae, yes, I did.
Keontae Bullard, thank you for correcting me. And he is known as Yungeen Ace?
Yeah.
Did you date his younger brother?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Trayvon.
And when did that occur?
2018.
So quite a while before, is that all of this?
Yeah.
And so you know people on both sides, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albritton.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand this, it dawned on you, you didn't want to have to give your name to the police, correct?
I didn't mind giving my name to the police.
Okay, well.
But at that moment in time, no, I didn't want to run into no police officers, no.
Correct, because you were fearful that somehow that would get back to probation in Duval
Correct.
County,
yes.
And that could create a problem for you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did that in fact occur?
Did I get in trouble?
Yeah, did they find out? Probation find out?
They found out eventually, no, I didn't get in trouble.
Okay, they didn't violate your probation for leaving the county without permission?
No, they didn't.
Okay. And when you left, you put the car in an apartment complex close to the hospital, correct?
Yeah, I just went to the nearest apartments I seen, houses I seen.
And Mr. McCrae, Tata, right? That's his name, Tata? I'm an old man, but when you have some type of relationship with someone, do you call it talking? When you're talking with someone?
Yeah, you can call it that.
And just so we're clear, when you called Mr. McCrae your friend, he was a little bit more than a friend, like someone you would just hang out and go get a drink with or be a friend from school, correct? Can we both agree in that respect?
I guess.
Well, let me ask you, if you don't mind, were you more than just friends with Mr. McCray?
Do I have to answer that?
Well, yes. So was it more than just a platonic
I guess,
friendship?
yes.
And nothing else necessary. He assisted you by contacting someone to come pick you up after you had dumped that car, correct?
Yes.
And then you hung out for some hours, I assume to kind of let things calm down. Would that be fair?
I rode out there with him. I didn't have a ride back. I had to get a ride back home. So I waited on him.
Understood.
And his mom came, yes, and I rode back with him and his mom.
So the goal at the end of the day was to get back to a point where you could get back to Jacksonville.
Correct.
But in the meantime...
Well, it was to get back with Taifa, period. But I didn't want to go to the hospital. I didn't want to do none of that.
Right. And as you waited for that time period, you knew that there was probably an investigation going on because you heard all those shots, correct?
Yeah, I knew it was.
Okay. And the people that you were with during this time period when you were hiding out, you didn't know them, correct? They were just people that you were put in touch with to be able to have
I didn't know the person that picked me up, no. I didn't know him. I knew of him, but I don't know him, no.
And when you went back to the hotel and the scene, was that because you thought Taifa would be there, or were you already in communication?
No, he wanted to.
Ma'am, please, if you don't mind.
Yes, and so because the court reporter is taking down everything that's being said, if you could please let Mr. Gonzalez just finish asking his question before you start answering.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a habit of doing it myself. So you were in communication with Mr. McCray, Tata, right?
Yes.
And did you know that he was going back to that scene? Is that why you went there?
No, he wasn't at the scene. I went back at the scene because the person I was in the car with went there to check on, I think, Monty. Because I seen Monty and I don't remember who else, but I seen Monty when I came there.
Armani Turner?
Yes.
Okay. Who you know fairly well, correct?
I don't know her.
You don't? Okay, so you just met her that weekend?
I guess I didn't even meet her then.
Okay, but you went back to check on her?
I was just in the car.
Okay, the guy that you were with was going to check on her. Okay, and you didn't stay there very long, correct?
No.
Probably
like 25 minutes.
Probably for the same reason, because you didn't want to be in a position where police might come up to you and ask you who you were or what you knew.
I mean, yeah, he was the driver though. He left. It was up to him. I didn't really care.
Okay. So you were at this party for the weekend. There were several members of 6 Block there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, Tata is 6 Block, correct?
I guess.
Well, you know enough about this to know. Am I correct about that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had also dated, as you stated to the state in your direct examination, Quan in the past, some years ago, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you knew both sides, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the people in 6 Block knew that you used to date somebody from another opposition group, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They all knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? Yes.
Yes, they knew.
And that wasn't an issue, or else you wouldn't have been there, correct?
No, it wasn't an issue.
No one gave you any problem over that, correct?
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi, any questions?
Very briefly,
Your, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
You don't know Rashad Murphy, do you?
No, I don't know.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Altman.
Hey, good afternoon.
Do you know who Kenny Capps is?
Yes, Robert.
I'm sorry?
His name is Robert.
Robert Howard?
Yes.
And was he one of the ones at some point in time you rode in the car with this evening when all this went down?
I don't think I rode him at all in the car when I was down there.
Do you recall there was a point in time when Kenny Capps or Robert Howard refused to ride in the car with Charles Jones, Julio Foolio? You remember that?
Yes, I heard something about that.
You do recall that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, one other further. Do you know a Davion Murphy?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, sir.
Okay, Ms. Finkelstein?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
My name's Jenna Finkelstein. I represent Sean Gathright. Do you know Mr. Gathright?
No.
Before this incident, we'll say, have you ever heard that name before?
No, never seen him before.
Okay, and you did testify a few minutes ago that you're familiar with people that associate with 6 Block and opposition groups, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and Sean Gathright was not known to you in either of those situations?
No, I don't know him.
And just one more question, ma'am. With the people that you were with here in Tampa, did anybody that was with you or in your group go by the name of Fat Boy? A nickname?
No. Somebody with me?
Yes.
That came with me?
Right.
No, I don't think so, no.
Nobody that you had a nickname that you know of, right? Okay, thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Petrides?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned Mr. McCrae's friend.
Sorry.
You're fine. Do you need some water?
Please, if I can get some.
The deputy will get
Probably shouldn't have offered before I knew where it was.
First, your witness.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, thank you. You said Mr. McCrae's friend picked you up from the apartment complex?
Yes.
Was that someone named Mizzle, Mr. Taylor?
Say it one more time.
Was that someone goes by the name of Mizzle, a Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, that I went with him, but that's not who picked me up, no. I don't know the name of the boy that picked me up.
But was a Mizzle there with you that weekend?
Yes.
Was he with everyone?
Yeah, he came to the clubs and stuff, and I think he came to the B&B, but he didn't come there, like, with us.
So he stayed somewhere else?
Yeah.
Did he have his own car?
Yes.
Do you know what car he had?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember, no.
Okay. And what about Robert Howard? Did he go to the clubs with you all?
Yeah.
Did he have his own car?
No. I think he rode with Charles.
And when before the shooting happened, you didn't see anything, correct? Out of the ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Were you able to hear the shooting when you were inside the bathroom?
No, I didn't hear it till I walked out the bathroom. The bathroom was in a hallway, so I didn't really hear it till I got out the hallway.
When you, I think you even took a selfie in the bathroom and posted it. Is that correct?
I didn't post it, but I do have pictures in the bathroom, yes.
Okay. I believe that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Redirect?
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor. Miss Albritton, when you were on probation, you never asked anyone from my office to intercede on your behalf. Is that correct?
As in what?
You were not violated for your probation. Is that correct?
No.
But that had nothing to do with this state attorney's office or my office. Is that correct?
No.
We never did anything on your behalf. That's what I'm asking.
Like towards my probation?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay. And then going back to the party and the Airbnb that you were at before going to the clubs, there were lots of people there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Lots of people from Jacksonville?
At the B&B?
Yes, at the party.
Yeah.
And there were people that followed the birthday celebration to the clubs, is that correct?
Yes.
Some of them?
Some of them, yes.
But at the hotel, there were only 3 vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Okay, State, who's your next witness?
We'll call Officer Janice Hansis, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to fast forward to, I want to get to Detective Nieder. Now I know Detective Nieder gets his testimony gets cut in 2 days. Yeah, let's go to him. All right, so they've been deliberating 4 hours and almost 4.5 hours now. There's Detective Nieder.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Just read it.
Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Detective. Would you please state your full name for the jury?
That's Detective Richard Nieder,
What agency are you employed with?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 10 years this fall.
Do you have any particularized unit that you work in?
I do. I'm in the Gang Investigations Unit.
And how long have you been in the Gang Investigations Unit?
4 years this fall.
What types of duties and responsibilities do you have as a part of that unit?
That unit every day, we monitor gangs, members and the gangs themselves. We document them and their activities. We assist other units with intelligence on the gangs. We purge them if they no longer meet state statutes. And we also do a thing we call customized notifications, where we go out to their houses and offer them resources and stuff like that to get them help in a better lifestyle.
Is the outreach specifically something that your agency has the gang units do, so a community outreach of some kind?
Yes, ma'am. We do that. We try to do it once a week. Sometimes we get busy, but we go out with pastors and other leaders of the community and make notifications at their doorsteps.
In doing that, do you also develop relationships with some of the individuals that you're trying to help or their families?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about what you do or what you're required to do as a member of the gang unit to be proficient in the Jacksonville gang scene.
We go through cell phones, social medias. We monitor social medias along those lines.
And is the monitoring of social media something that's just become more popular in the last few years?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that you're looking for when you're monitoring social media?
There's a bunch of different things. You look for like the songs that are being posted, what they're posting, who they're posting with, where they're at, their clothing, maybe the vehicles that they're around, and if they're like with other gang members, are they throwing up signs? What do the signs mean? What do the lyrics mean behind the songs that they're posting?
Are you in the gang unit with other gang detectives?
Yes, ma'am. There's 12 of us.
Are you specifically assigned to investigate one gang in particular?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
ATK.
Do you have specific knowledge based on your training and experience in Jacksonville of what ATK actually stands for?
I've never been told exactly what it stands for. It would be just what other people have said on the street.
And do you learn that information from your street interviews, watching these music videos, etc.?
Yes.
Does the review of the internet or what's been posted include posting things that are directly posted by individuals of each of these gangs?
Yes.
What are some of the training that you and or the other detectives in the unit receive to become actual gang detectives?
We go through Florida Gang Investigations Association conference. We've taken classes put on by federal agencies. We've also taken classes that are put on throughout the entire country At those conferences, we learn what other agencies and police departments are doing that might help better our investigations.
Does the FGIA conference that you mentioned, does it specifically teach courses on Jacksonville gangs?
No, it teaches like a general aspect of what they see across the state of Florida. It's not necessarily just related to Jacksonville, but each area of the state of Florida may investigate stuff differently. So it's more of like a networking conference where you learn different things, what other people are doing.
So you mentioned cell phones. If Miami-Dade County said cell phones are being utilized to commit crimes in this way, you share that information.
Yes, ma'am, we would.
Are there courses that are taught at those conferences by experts from across the country as far as traditional and hybrid gangs?
Yes.
And during the course of taking those courses, do you attend each of the courses that are presented?
You attend the class that you would find interesting. Throughout the entire conference, there will be like 5 or 6 classes going at one time. And so you go to the ones that kind of relate to what you're doing as a gang unit or like your investigations.
So generally, if there is a course about what gangs are developing or what's happening nationwide, and there's a course about something Florida specific, do you choose to attend the Florida courses?
Generally, it just depends on what the nationwide would be offering. If it's offering something that I don't know, I would go to learn that instead of something I already know.
And is there specifically a statute in Florida that you and the other members of your unit are required to follow in documenting, undocumenting, and investigating gang cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that Florida statute?
874.
Does the statute provide for the legal definition for a criminal gang member in the state of Florida?
It does.
And is that the statute that you follow when you mentioned you document or purge different gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about reviewing that statute and then comparing it to the evidence or information that you've collected?
So the statute is 3 or more people that are committing one of their primary activities is criminal or delinquent acts. They colors, hand signs, clothing, stuff along that line that shows they're a part of the same group. We follow that, but the main key would be the criminal and delinquent acts. They have to be committing crimes to be a gang.
So there are requirements in order to form a gang itself.
Yes, ma'am.
And that includes the criminal association of 3 or more members.
Yes, ma'am.
And those 3 or more members are engaged in the criminal activity of some kind.
Yes, ma'am.
Or in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it strictly that the goal or purpose of the gang is criminal activity?
No, it's just one of its primary activities.
But is that what's required no matter what? Whether you have hand signs, whether you have other activities that identify you as a group, no matter what, 3 or more associated persons and criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am. That's the key component is the criminal activity.
If you have one of the documented gang member criteria underneath that, so the hand signs, the admitting that you're a gang member, those types of things, are you a gang member or an associate?
You're an associate. In order to be a member, you have to meet 2 or more of the criteria that's outlined in the statute.
So if myself and Mr. Harmon and Ms. Doherty are 3 individuals and we all wear blue suits every week on Wednesdays and we have a hand sign that we throw, are we going to be eligible to meet that statute if we are not engaged in criminal activity, at least in part?
No, ma'am.
You must still also be engaged in the criminal activity.
Yes, ma'am.
When you are working gang-related cases or in your duty or capacity as a gang detective in Jacksonville, how much of your work week is actually devoted to the investigation of gang-related crimes?
The entire work week.
And in addition to the gang conferences, have you also attended something called HIDA?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the federal agencies that we attend classes for.
Is your investigation or criminal investigation of gangs strictly related to murder investigations?
No, ma'am.
What are the other types of criminal investigations that you are looped in for?
We've done everything as from economic crimes to drugs to firearms charges.
And in your role working on your assigned group, ATK, are you also at least educating yourself on the other gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a requirement to work in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. You would need to have general knowledge of the other gangs.
When you are working on assignment to determine whose cases will be assigned to each member of the gang unit, how are they assigned?
If it's after hours, it's whoever's on call. You would respond to the scenes, and then you'd gather the information, and the next day we'd have a meeting, and we would pass it off to the person that's assigned to the gang.
What is the information that you gather to identify the appropriate gang detective to assign?
More than likely, we'll go off the victim.
Meaning whoever the victim is aligned with or identified as belonging to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you had responded to the death of an ATK member, you would typically be assigned that case?
Yes, ma'am.
There are obviously some circumstances in which that could differ, I presume.
Yes.
Okay, but relatively, that's how you try to assign cases in Jacksonville.
Correct.
In working these gangs in Jacksonville, are there different types of gangs themselves that you have seen?
Yes, ma'am. We have traditional and street hybrid gangs.
What is a traditional gang?
A traditional gang is going to be like your Bloods and Crips, those style gangs that have a hierarchy. They have rules and regulations that they abide by.
When you say hierarchy, what do you mean by that?
Like there's somebody, you answer to somebody, there's like a boss, and then there's people that trickle all the way down.
That's like what we would see with, I guess, maybe Latin Kings or the Mafia. There's someone who's the head of the pyramid, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there are traditional gangs in Jacksonville.
Yes, there is.
But are there the other type that you mentioned, hybrid gangs?
Street hybrid, yes, ma'am, there is.
What is a street hybrid gang?
A street hybrid gang is generally created in the neighborhood. There's no hierarchy, there's no rules, regulations. It's just a neighborhood that meets the state statute 874.
Meaning the individuals who are representing that neighborhood also meet the statutory criteria for gang member?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you are saying from a neighborhood. Are there certain neighborhoods that are identified in Jacksonville as belonging to certain gangs or groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for me one example of that?
The easy example would be like 1200. Their area of town is 1200 East 1st Street.
Is 1200 commonly referred to as Out East 1200 or 1200 Out East?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's literally geographically where a lot of the members reside?
I wouldn't, maybe not reside, but that's their hangout. That's where they're more than likely to be found. They could reside elsewhere in Duval County.
Over the course of the last several years, have you also seen a trend where individuals will belong to Out East 1200 that have never lived Out East?
Yeah, they could. You don't have to live out there to be a part of that gang.
What about 6 Block? Is that a location in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that refer to a specific neighborhood or area?
It's the area. It's the north side of Jacksonville, the area near 45th and Moncrief.
And typically near 45th and Moncrief, are you seeing 6 Block members that were essentially born and raised there?
It would be the same for them. Like, you don't have to be born and raised in the area to be a part of that gang, but that's just the general spot that they used to or like to hang out.
Well, let's talk about geographic locations. If you are a member of 1200, are there certain areas that you have seen acts of violence occur in the 6 Block geographic locations, or locations that only 6 Block should be?
Yes, it would raise concern if you found a 1200 Out East member or associate in the north side.
And vice versa.
Jacksonville, yes, ma'am. That would raise concerns for us.
So certain areas that if you are a member of 6 Block, you don't go, that are other members' territories?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that you can't go, but it just raises concerns, and acts of violence would likely occur.
Okay. Now, when you investigated or became involved in this investigation, were there 3 specific gangs relevant to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those 3 gangs?
6 Block, ATK, and 1200 Out East.
Are you familiar with all 3, 6 Block, ATK, and 1200 Out East?
Yes, ma'am, I would say to a certain extent.
Which one are you most familiar with?
ATK.
Is that because that's the gang that you're assigned to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, in assisting the other gang detectives, provide information about ATK members when they have an investigation of their own about 1200 or 6 Block?
ATK and 1200 we would help out a lot, just due to our gangs associating with each other, and they have like an alliance.
When you say alliance, can you describe for us what that means?
Yeah, they make music together, they hang out together, they're often seen together, maybe like at a party or nightclubs or stuff like that. But the main thing that they would do is make music together.
So just because you are not from the same gang doesn't mean that you don't associate with other gang members.
Correct.
It's not like every gang is completely isolated to themselves.
No, you would have your associates and people that you get along with.
So ATK and 1200 are allied together.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those two gangs get along?
Yes.
Relatively. I mean, obviously there are sometimes outliers in anything, but those gangs you've seen music videos, for example, where they're together.
Yes, ma'am.
And were they always known, for example, 1200, always known commonly as 1200 in your entire career?
I think they have other names that they call themselves by, but the gang itself is 1200 out east. That would probably be a better question for the 1200 detective.
Let's talk about ATK then. Are there subsets or earlier names that members of ATK went by?
Yes, early on they went by Yungeen Gang. They've also, you'll hear them say NHG too.
What does NHG stand for?
No Hospital Gang.
And when you are looking at ATK itself, do you see members that you had previously identified as NHG photographed, making music videos with, or even claiming ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that happen? So how does one group that's identifying as one thing develop into something else?
They just call themselves different names. The gang is ATK. That's the one that meets the state statute. And then generally they'll spin off of it. They don't quite meet the state statute, so they don't become a gang. They're just a group.
When you are documenting an ATK member, for example, do you document if they represent or present NHG but are photographed and making music with or are committing crimes with ATK members, that individual as an ATK gang member with some kind of subset or affiliation to NHG?
NHG is just a group, but the people a part of NHG are documented ATK members.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So I'm sorry if that was a confusing question. Did over the years you see a separation between 6 Block and an earlier gang, or the members of 6 Block going by something called PCE?
I have, but the extent of my knowledge on that isn't the greatest because I don't investigate them every day. So that would probably be a better question for the 6 Block detective.
And who is that gang detective?
His name's Detective Trey McCullough.
What about 1200? Any subsets of that, like 187, would that be better asked of that gang detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Detective Craig Griffin.
Were each of those detectives, to your knowledge, also involved in this particular case and investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had an opportunity to become involved in this investigation, did you specifically document several music videos of relevance to provide to the lead detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And in documenting those music videos, did you document the members of the groups that were associated with those videos as gang members?
I believe that some of them are gang members or associates.
Would they have been documented by Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, for example, Yungeen Ace?
Yes, ma'am. He's documented ATK.
And did you provide a music video by Yungeen Ace named Who I Smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review the lyrics included in that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with a 6 Block music video. Although you're not assigned, are you very familiar with a 6 Block video called When I See You?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a video created by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Julio Foolio a documented gang member of any gang in Jacksonville?
6 Block.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to review the lyrics of a third video called Do It?
Yes, ma'am, by Yungeen Ace.
Also, same Yungeen Ace that is an ATK member?
Yes.
And is it a part of your investigation to learn the legal names of these individuals despite these monikers of Foolio or Yungeen Ace?
Yes.
What is the legal name of Yungeen Ace?
Kenyatta Bullard.
And have you been familiar with him since you have been working in the gang unit?
Yes.
Had you had an opportunity even prior to your time in the gang unit to patrol the neighborhoods in which these crimes of violence would occur?
I have.
And are you familiar with several of those incidents of violence based on your time in patrol and in your time in the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain for the jury specifically what a drill rap is?
Drill rap is a style of music that was created in Chicago. It's often a disses towards opposing groups or acts of violence that have happened. It's real life events, more than likely. It's not saying that they committed those events, but they're profiting off of it by speaking about it.
What do you mean profiting off of it?
So whenever you post a song on any social media platform, you get paid for that. So if you get a certain amount of views, you receive money from that social media platform. So if you post a music video to YouTube and you get 1 million views, you may get a set amount of money per those views.
And in the music videos that we have at least discussed today, Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Do It, those each have dozens of millions of views.
Yes, ma'am.
All of the members, for example, we'll go with ATK since that's the gang that you're assigned to, not all of the members of ATK are prominent rappers, are they?
Correct.
Is there a prominent rapper that is leading ATK?
Yungeen Ace.
And is he probably the most recognizable, specifically if we go by YouTube views?
I would say yes.
What about for 6 Block? Is that still Julio Foolio or Charles Jones?
More than likely it is.
Are there other members of ATK that are rappers?
Yes.
To the level or extent that Yungeen Ace is?
Not quite that level.
But not everyone is a rapper.
No.
Do you, in reviewing these videos, have an opportunity to ascertain how other members of the gang actually make money or profit if there are only certain members that are successful rappers?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? It was.
Yes. I don't know what's happening. There's some kind of high-pitched something behind me, so I apologize.
I can hear it, but I don't know what it is. Now it's stopped. Okay.
Are you able to interpret the lyrics of those videos and ascertain how other members of ATK, for example, may be making money but are not rappers in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that based on the lyrics or the admissions that are given in those videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
It is not just that drill videos are made by ATK, is that correct?
Correct.
You have seen and essentially interpreted music videos from 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have seen and interpreted videos which include ATK and 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
So while those are two separate and distinct identified gangs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, it is not unusual that you have seen both of those two allied together.
ATK and 1200, you're asking?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that you have learned causes them to be allies to each other?
They have a common enemy.
And who is their common enemy?
6 Block.
Are ATK members and 1200 members vocal about 6 Block being their common enemy?
Yes.
And have you learned over the course of your time in the gang unit a specific member that receives that disdain from 1200 and ATK? Specific member of 6 Block, yes. Do you also have an opportunity to interview current and former gang members to get deeper understandings of the inner workings of gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you also familiar with the cases or the outcomes of certain cases that occur in Jacksonville when they are gang related? Meaning if one gang member pleads guilty to the injury, homicide, crime against another gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you work with the other detectives as a part of your unit to track and follow and understand the war between ATK and 1200 versus 6 Block over the course of the last several years?
Yes, ma'am.
I will tender the witness, Your Honor, if necessary.
Okay. Any questions at this point as to qualifications or experience?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Good. So you've been in the gang unit since 2022?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of your assignment in the gang unit, I think you told us that you have gone to HIDA conferences, correct?
Yes, sir.
At least a couple of them, correct?
Yes, sir. Those would be like classes, like day-long, two-day-long classes.
Yeah, 2-day-long classes, and this is the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Association, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're general classes. You may get a gang class, you may get a drug class, you may get a trafficking class, you may get a social media class, you may get an importation class, you may get multiple different types of things in general context, correct?
Yes, sir. They generally put the class title out, and then you sign up to attend that specific class. So I would only attend the gang-related classes for that.
And this occurs over a 3-day period, correct?
They could be up to 3 days, but generally they're 8 to 10-hour classes.
Correct, because there's lots of things going on. It's 3 days,
Yes,
but it
sir.
has a whole bunch of things going on at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to those 2 conferences, you also attended the Beginners and Intermediate Florida Gang Association Conference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Additionally, I think you've indicated to us that you also have taken some social media classes or technology classes that generally talk about cell towers and mapping and social media and getting warrants, things of that nature, giving you a general understanding about how to go about doing those things.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to presume that you haven't trained anyone else or been a part of any type of panel as it relates to gangs and gang activity?
No, sir.
And I'm guessing that you haven't authored any kind of paper on that particular subject, gang intelligence or gangs in general, gang affiliation, correct?
No, sir.
And essentially, what training you have, other than what you just told us, is pretty much on the street, on the job training, discussing things from prior gang investigators, their files, looking over files yourself. I just told you a lot of things.
Yes, sir.
But in general, those types of activities is what and how you gain what experience you have.
Yes, sir, on-the-job training.
And to the extent of your testimony, you have testified in the past based on cases that you have handled, that you were a detective for that particular case, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you're not a detective handling this investigation and this murder, correct?
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that this is the first time that you have testified in this capacity?
No, sir. I've testified in this capacity before.
And that would be, as I understand it, at a prior sentencing?
As sentencing or just as a witness in general, though I'm not the one that's actually investigating a case.
But they would be one of your Jacksonville investigations, correct?
I think I'm getting your question confused.
Yeah. So you are here in Tampa testifying about a case that occurred in Tampa,
Yes,
right,
sir.
that you did not investigate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've been asked to come and testify because you know some of the parties that are involved because they come from Jacksonville, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to the testimony you are giving here, compared to the testimony you've given in Jacksonville, that would be more related to somebody gets killed or somebody is injured and there is some suspicion that there's gang activity. You would come in and you would do an investigation into that particular incident, correct?
I would work alongside, it depends on the level of the crime. If it was a homicide, I'd work alongside our homicide team. Our sheriff's office is very big, so we have different units that investigate stuff. The gang unit alone, we do investigate crimes, but this type of crime would be investigated by our homicide unit, and we would provide assistance to them.
Yeah, they would call you and say, hey, look, we think there might be some gang involvement, or you may call them and say, we think there might be some gang involvement.
Yes, sir.
And then you would kind of parallel your investigations.
Yes, sir. We'd provide more of intelligence than any type of investigative.
And then what you would do subsequent to that, when we're talking about your testimony, then you would testify about what you learned as it relates to that particular case. is what would entail your testimony in court for that case.
Yeah. I'm still not understanding that question.
So when you say you've testified in the past,
Yes, sir.
you've done so as it relates to the incident, the murder, the shooting that occurred in Jacksonville that you were brought into in order to do a parallel investigation as to what occurred.
Yes, sir.
I know you said that you've utilized 874 in documenting gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many criteria there are exactly?
I believe right now there's 11, and the statute is being updated. I don't think that is hit yet. But
And we know that's
more.
going to, I'm sorry, cut you off.
It's going to be adding more criterias.
Don't know when that's going to happen just yet, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I am correct about that?
I believe, yes, sir. I've learned about it, but I do not believe it's in effect.
Detective, you've never documented a gang member in Jacksonville based on the criteria of them making an admission to you, correct?
I have not.
And you have in the past used a criteria where you utilize a documented, reliable informant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's the standard with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department, as it is a lot of other agencies, that when you have an informant, a confidential informant, and you need that person to be deemed reliable, you open up a file, you bring somebody in, you have a process that you go through with the agency in order to get that confidential informant documented, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would include paperwork, and you would have a file. Sometimes other detectives might share that informant depending on what their needs might be, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you utilized in your documentation in Jacksonville gang members informants that are done and utilized and formulated that way? That's not what you do, is it?
The informant that I used was documented. We do have informants that they're called sources that are not documented, but they're not. I utilize the documented informant.
So you're saying you do both?
Correct.
And in the day-to-day activities or the day-to-day investigation, strike that. Judge, nothing more at this time.
Okay, Mr. Snurdy, any questions only as to Detective Nader's training and experience at this time?
Yes, Your Honor,
very
quickly. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Fine, sir. Detective, we took your deposition back in September of 25 in relation to these cases here. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And since that time until today's date, have you ever been qualified by any court for a trial or hearing as a gang expert?
Objection, Your Honor, improper argument.
Sustain the objection.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
No questions.
Mr. Petridis? Petridis?
Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Just briefly, you said that your training, from my understanding, is all from law enforcement sources, law enforcement agencies?
Yeah, yes, sir. Sorry,
bad question. And a lot of times you go to the same training conference every year, and they just update little by little.
Yes, sir. They update, and then the beginning and intermediate are different levels of classes that you can take.
And you learn most of how to document through on-the-job training.
The document is just straight from the statute, and then reading it and interpreting it, and then the evidence that corroborates the statute.
And none of the national gang conferences teach you about the Florida gang stuff, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
They just teach you the general stuff in the national gangs.
Yes, sir.
And when you're talking to gang members, you're generally talking to them when they've been arrested?
It just depends. I've talked to them when they've been arrested. I've talked to them just in public if we see them, or we're out doing proactive police work and they're on a traffic stop and they get let free that night. Any chance I get, I talk to them.
Would you say it's fair that for the most part they're not giving you specific details or a lot of information?
Yeah, it just depends what kind of situation they got themselves into.
Okay. But generally they're not telling the full truth of everything that's going on to law enforcement?
Not at the beginning.
And you're getting a lot of stuff, you said, from social media?
Yes, sir. Social media and like phone downloads.
And this requires the understanding of some coded words and some language that they're using?
They'll talk. They might like change up a couple words, but they don't really talk in like very like code like you would think.
And you get those from just watching more and more videos, correct?
What, like the videos?
The coded words that they do use, you understand those by just watching more and more videos? That's basically how you...
Yeah, you kind of just, I generally just figure out what they're talking about and then kind of piece it together of what they're trying to say.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you may proceed.
Detective, if there is a question either interagency or nationwide, really a question about ATK, are you the focus of, or the sole person at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that those inquiries are directed to?
Yes, ma'am.
We spoke a little bit about having reviewed music videos specifically related to this case. At this time, the state would seek to admit the self-authenticating business record, State's Exhibit 111 for the YouTube videos, Your Honor.
Okay, is that just the certification?
Yes, it's the certification and the return, essentially. It has the data and the dates for the YouTube videos.
Okay, any objection?
Previous objections, Your Honor.
Okay.
Renew our previous objection.
Okay.
Same here.
Okay, same ruling from the court, it's admitted.
Sir, this particular case, speaking first about the 3 YouTube videos that were identified, were they documented as being in chronological order from Who I Smoke being first?
Yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit and publish States 112A and B, 113A and B, and 130A and B.
Okay, and you all renew all previously made objections, correct?
Yes, Judge.
We renew all previous objections.
Okay, with all previous objections being renewed, same ruling from the court, they'll be admitted.
Can you see the screen before you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you State's Exhibit 112. Do you recognize this still image?
Yes, ma'am. That's the opening credits of the music video Who I Smoke.
This is probably one of the most successful videos from out of ATK and 1200, a joint venture between the two.
Yes.
Are you able to identify the rappers that are featured in this music video?
Yes.
And who are those rappers?
The dude on the bottom left holding the golf club is, that's going to be Wappa with the Choppa. His name's Reginald Williams. The guy to the right of him sitting down behind the steering wheel is Spinabens. His government name's Noah Williams. The guy standing up with the cigar is Malquise Worthen. And the guy in the back in the neon yellow shirt is Yungeen Ace, whose government name is Kenyatta Bullard.
In the credits page, or this title page here, on top of the Who I Smoke title are the individuals who actually rap in this music video also named.
Yes.
And are 3 of the individuals that you've just named, Spinabens, Wappa with the Choppa, and Yungeen Ace, rapping in this video?
Yes.
Are Spinabens and Wappa with the Choppa affiliated to a gang?
They're 1,200.
And is Yungeen Ace the individual that we previously spoke about, Mr. Bullard, the most prominent person in ATK?
Yes.
The publication from the records on this case indicates March 28th of 2021. Do you recall having viewed this video when it first came out?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to see these opening credit images that are depicted on the screen before you?
Yes.
Is this symbol in the top left, ATK, the symbol that you frequently see as a part of your investigations, which represents or is the moniker for this ATK group?
Yes.
What about the moniker to the right there, A-Team Records?
That would be affiliated to 1200.
And what about on the bottom, Cuckoo Gang?
Also affiliated to 1200.
At this point in your career, meaning when you're testifying here today, is it unusual at all for you to see a music video containing ATK and 1200 representatives?
No, it's not unique.
During the course of the videos, are there graphics that are often placed across the screen, specifically in this Who I Smoke video?
Yes.
And over the course of your reviewing these music videos, are there significance in the names that are utilized by the rappers in these videos?
Yes.
When you discuss drill rap videos, you talked to us about the content of those videos. What is typically the content or the purpose of a drill rap video?
To be disrespectful towards the opposing group.
Oftentimes when you are reviewing these music videos, is the disrespect directed towards fallen members or ops that have died?
Generally, sometimes they'll speak about the ones who got shot and lived.
Who got shot and lived, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to publish now states 112A.
All right. Well, as before, we're not going to be able to show this, play it, because we will run into copyright issues. But this song, Who I Smoke, has 58 million views. It was released April 16th of 2021. So I'm just going to fast forward through here. So we're in verdict watch. They're over 5 hours.
Your duties and responsibilities include reviewing these videos and deciphering the lyrics. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically in the Who I Smoke video, if I could direct your attention to the last line on the slide of the lyrics that were provided. In this case, there was a line depicting I was smoking tray D2. Did you understand there to be any relevance or significance to that line?
Yes, ma'am.
What does smoking someone mean?
Smoking somebody means like you killed them or like they're dead. You roll them up in a joint and smoke them.
And is Trey D someone who is affiliated to a specific gang in Jacksonville?
Yes, 6 block.
And is Trey D someone who was killed in the rivalry?
Yes.
When we see reference to choppas, what is that?
Gun, like a firearm.
As we watch the videos themselves, we see several individuals that are at least named in the video. So in looking at the last line of this current slide, no hospital gang boy, that line, do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what no hospital gang means?
That's the name of their group.
Whose group?
It would be like a spin-off of ATK.
And is that NHG, like what we were discussing earlier in your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
More specifically, in this song, there is a line referring to Houston. Is that the actual city or an individual?
That's the city.
What is it that you know about Houston that was relevant in your review of this particular video?
So he says he was lurking on his page, which means he was watching his page, his social media page. He called him lacking in Houston, let off shots. He got shot and went live. They're speaking about the attempted murder on Charles Jones that happened in Houston. He went live from a hospital bed, basically trolling them, saying they didn't get the job done.
Okay, so there was an attempted murder on Mr. Jones. Was he injured?
I believe he was.
And he went to the hospital and then went live. Is that like on social media?
On his Instagram.
And that's a video of some kind on Instagram?
Yes.
Did you also have an opportunity to observe specific hand signs that were utilized in the video by Wapa with the Choppa and Spinna Benz depicted on the images in front of you?
Yes.
Is this a common hand sign that you see depicted by members of a specific Jacksonville gang?
I believe that is 1200's hand sign, but like referred to earlier, Detective Griffin would probably be the know-all for that criminal gang and their hand signs and what they do.
So in your review of a music video like this, you would document what we're seeing on the screen and then speak to specifically Detective Griffin to confirm the meaning behind the hand sign?
Yes, ma'am. I would show him the picture, send him a picture, and confirm that is them doing the hand sign. That would be part of the criteria to document them as gang members.
I want to ask you specifically about 2 homicides which occurred in 2018 and 2019. Are you familiar with the homicide of Joe Rod Adams, aka Spaz, and Adrian Gaynor, aka Bibby?
Yes, ma'am.
To what group is Spaz or Joe Rod Adams affiliated or was affiliated?
Out East 1200.
And was Mr. Adams ultimately killed?
He was.
What was the circumstance of that homicide?
It was at Raines High School football game. He was shot and killed at the game. Robert Howard, who goes by Kenny Caps, who is a 6 Block member, was charged with and arrested for manslaughter and was sentenced to 5 years in that case.
So Kenny Caps or Robert Howard, the individual who was also present on the night of Charles Jones's homicide?
Yes, he was.
Was arrested and convicted of that homicide?
Yes.
Of Joe Rod Adams?
Yes.
Had that sentence been concluded and he ultimately been released at the time of Charles Jones's murder in June of 2024?
Yes.
Was there an individual present for during the homicide of Spaz or Joe Rod Adams named Adrian Gaynor, a person present with or aligned with Robert Howard?
Yes.
What group is Adrian Gaynor or was Adrian Gaynor a part of?
6 Block.
Mr. Howard, in the homicide of Joe Rod Adams, he was arrested approximately how long after the homicide occurred?
I'm not exactly sure of how long it took to arrest him. I don't think it was very long, but I don't know the exact time.
Okay. But ultimately afterward, was there also a homicide of Mr. Gaynor?
Yes.
At the time Mr. Gaynor was killed, Mr. Howard would have already been in custody though, correct?
Correct.
Now we're talking about specific instances or acts, but these are not the only investigations or only cases that you investigated as a member of the gang unit between the dates that we're talking about in these offenses, correct?
Correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to view or review a video called When I See You that was posted on April 23rd of 2021, so about a month after Yungeen Ace's video, Who I Smoke?
Yes, I have.
And is that what we're seeing a title page shot of here in State's Exhibit 113?
Yes, we are.
Are you able to identify the individual depicted on the cover of this page?
In the all black with the black shoes and red bottom, I think it's his underwear, that's Charles Jones.
And you've become familiar with him over the course of your work in Jacksonville?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward through this as well. And again, this one has, this was released a week later, so April 22nd, 2021, 74 million views. So between the two of them, what's that, 150 million views? Yeah, like 150 million views between these two songs. 2 videos, I should say, 2 videos.
And speaking specifically about the references made by Mr. Jones, is there a case that's commonly referred to as the Town Center shooting that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office investigated?
Yes.
And is that the preliminary or the primary focus of this video that was posted by Charles Jones?
Yes.
Is that what Mr. Jones is referencing in this poster here that's observed on the screen?
Yes, that's the 3 victims, the 3 deceased victims of that case.
The Town Center shooting?
Yes.
Were you able to ultimately identify those 3 victims?
Yes.
And is that by nickname Quan, 23, and 4?
Yes.
Was there also another individual present with those three when that shooting occurred?
Yungeen Ace.
Is Yungeen Ace the only individual who survived that shooting?
Yes.
When we're watching these music videos and we hear common terms that are used, like smoking on another person, does it mean the same thing even though it's included in a music video posted by the opposite side?
Yes.
So smoking on someone would mean the same thing essentially in a 6-block video as it would typically in an ATK video?
Yes.
Okay. You still would look towards the context to ensure whatever the meaning was?
Correct.
When the town center shooting actually occurred, the references that are made by Mr. Jones in this video, gone out to eat on his birthday, those specifics, are those accurate as to the investigation for the town center shooting?
Yes.
And then were there several references to an individual named Suge in this When I See You video?
Yes.
And are you able to identify Suge by legal name?
Avery McKnight.
Is Avery McKnight another individual that was killed in this back and forth?
Yes.
And what gang was he affiliated to or associated with?
1200.
Have you seen depictions or images of Avery McKnight before?
Such as?
Like a tattoo of Avery or Suge or something like that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And there was some significance to Suge and his bike being taken. Is that relevant to some kind of investigation in the death of Suge?
Yes.
We talked already about Town Center, but in speaking about one of the victims of that case, 23, is that a nickname for one of the victims?
It is.
And do you recall the legal name of that individual?
Roy Al Smith.
During the course of your work with ATK and investigating gang members, has 23, the actual number itself, become a documented reflection of gang criteria?
Yes, ma'am, it has. It's even said in interviews that it is.
Representative of a dead gang member?
Yes.
And utilized to depict or represent ATK?
Correct.
After these videos are posted, do you continue investigating an uptick of offenses back and forth between 1200 and ATK and members of 6 Block?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to August 16th and 17th of 2023, was there a shooting offense that occurred in Jacksonville which involved a victim by the name of Jaquan Pickens?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Pickens go by the name Jake Jitt?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the circumstances of that murder?
It was early in the afternoon on I-95. Interstate runs through Jacksonville. Mr. Pickens was northbound, coming over one of the rivers. A car pulled up beside him, unknown make, model, and color. Shots came from the car, struck Mr. Pickens. Mr. Pickens crashed into a broke-down semi, and that's where he was found deceased. His cause of death was gunfire.
And you responded to that offense location at the time of the homicide, or shortly thereafter, excuse me?
Yes, we would respond once the scene was secured.
And you specifically were also able to confirm the identity of the victim as Jaquan Pickens?
Yes.
When the next day then arrives, is a 1200 member shot?
Yeah, Jacoby Bills, who goes by Lacoby.
Did Lacoby survive that shooting?
He did.
And where did that shooting occur?
It occurred at a park, I think it was a Pop Warner or some sort of youth football league practice.
But he survived that shooting itself?
Yes, he did.
When you say you document or monitor social media, do you do so after these offenses have occurred?
Yes.
And is it common, at least now, really in 2020 and beyond, I guess, to see the rival gangs take responsibility for offenses that have occurred?
Yeah, they will take responsibility, and they will also like troll. They might not say like they did it, but they'll like make fun of his death, call him names. They'll post like a song or something like that that insinuates violence.
Okay, so you said troll, so you don't log into Facebook and say, I killed John Smith today at noon.
No.
You post other images or phrases or something along those lines.
Yeah, just it's I don't know. I remember briefly about Jaquan Pickens. They were posting like chicken nuggets, like making fun of him, calling him chicken nugget.
Ultimately, a few months after, are there two offenses related to each other and involving ATK and 6 Block members?
Yes.
On October 6th of 2023, was there a homicide of an individual by the name of Antonio Tilley?
Yes.
Did you also respond to that scene?
I did.
And were you able to confirm the identity of the individual who died at that scene?
Yes.
What are the circumstances of that homicide?
Antonio Tilley was messaging a female on social media. They agreed to meet up. As Antonio Tilley pulls into the residence where they were alleged to meet up, he was ambushed by 2 individuals where he was shot, and the Uber driver was shot and killed.
So Mr. Tilley did not survive that shooting?
He did not.
And the shooting occurs in the late night hours of October 6th, is that right?
Yes.
Were there posts on social media from members of 6 Block that you observed taking essentially, quote, credit for that offense?
Yeah, they did the same as credit, trolling, making fun of his death.
And when you were on the scene of Mr. Tilley's homicide or investigating that, did you receive a call to respond to an attempted murder of an individual by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to that scene and ultimately a hospital?
Yes.
And was Mr. Jones the surviving individual from that shooting?
He was.
What were the circumstances of that shooting several hours after Antonio Tilley was killed?
It was early in the morning. A car backs in on an abandoned residence near Mr. Jones, where he was at that night or that morning. As Mr. Jones backs his black Charger out of the driveway, he starts driving down the road. 2 individuals get out of this vehicle back into the abandoned driveway and open fire on Mr. Jones's Charger. Mr. Jones fled down the road a little bit and then exited his vehicle and ran to a neighboring residence for help.
And you responded to the offense location?
I did.
And another detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office would have collected the evidence from that offense itself?
Yes, ma'am. Anytime, any violent crime or anything like that, our evidence technicians collect all the evidence.
And ultimately, does Antonio Tilley on the left side of our screen here become also a predominant figurehead or reference in ATK, just like 23?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's quite as big as 23 and reference like paying the respects, but he did become a name to a group of them.
Ultimately, on the date of the homicide, the murder of Charles Jones here in Tampa, Florida, was there a video released by Yungeen Ace?
I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning of that.
On June 23rd of 2024, was there a video released by Yungeen Ace called Do It?
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing the content of that video, I guess in the time that it had been uploaded to YouTube, was it apparent that it had been recorded on a date in advance of June 23rd of 2024?
Yeah, that's what I would, based on the scene of the music video with it being nighttime and stuff like that. I don't see where he would have had time to record it at night and release it the same day.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the lyrics of the music video called Do It, posted by Yungeen Ace?
I did.
And was there anything as it relates to your investigation of ATK which led you to believe that before June 23rd of 2024, there was an ending of the war between 1200 and ATK versus 6 Block?
Yeah,
was it still ongoing at that time?
Yeah, I would say like the ending of the war would be probably the death of Charles Jones.
Publishing states 130. Is this a still from the music video Do It, posted by Yungeen Ace on June 23rd of 2024?
It is.
And to your knowledge and based on your involvement in this case, was Charles Jones killed around 4:40 a.m. on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this Mr. Kenyatta Bullard sitting on the ground here in this slide?
Yes.
Publishing video for 130A.
I'm going to find out how many views this has. So this is the same day. All right, this has 19 million views. Oh, man, it's just unbelievable. The the views that these songs have. All right. So this has 19 million views. I mean, YouTube is just making I hate to say it, killing. YouTube is just making an incredible amount of money off of these. And then was that romantic homicide? I think I looked it up. It's like 240 million. David D4VD. David, his romantic homicide is 240 million views. It's staggering. It's just staggering.
Using in this video.
It looks like a thumbs down. It's hard to tell with the gloves.
Have you seen this thumbs down used before?
Yeah, when you like a thumbs down, I've seen it.
Bully gang is associated with 6 Block, is that correct?
Yeah, there would be a subset.
And have you heard bully down utilized by ATK and or 1200 members?
Yes.
Did you analyze specifically the lyrics of this Do It video?
I did.
And in the line that's highlighted on top, go onto the park, take a picture. Do you see that line there?
I do.
Was there a significant incident that occurred in Jacksonville in which Charles Jones was in Melvin Park?
Yeah, they went. So Melvin Park is on our city's west side of Jacksonville. It's often where ATK claims their territory. Yungeen Ace was originally from Clay County, which is like a neighboring county to ours, but Melvin Park was the general area they hung out. Charles Jones went there and took a picture with the park sign. They wrote on it, and they did a music video inside of Melvin Park.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to look towards the content of the lyrics in the Do It video?
Yes.
As we previously discussed, although the prominent rappers that actually make money on YouTube, for example, may have funding from views, do they also discuss the use of money to pay other members?
Yeah.
Can you describe for us what little do-its are?
It'd be like a crash dummy, like somebody like you just give them some money and they'll do whatever you want them to do.
Okay, is crash dummy a term that you have heard used in your training and experience in law enforcement?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, ma'am. It's often terms that the neighborhoods use for like a younger individual who's trying to make a name for themselves, and they tend to just do crazy or crazy acts to try to make the name.
And is that what you understood in this music video in the last sentence that we just read? I don't even call him by his name. I call them ins little do-its.
Yes.
Now, when you're talking about reading the lyrics in context, does the next line depict for you the context about location of the opposing targets?
Yes.
And how's that?
He said they called my phone. They say they got the low. I told him to do it. Low means like location, like when you say you have the low or the drop on somebody, you know where they're at.
And I told them do it, and reading the rest of the contents in context, all this money, make an inward do it. Is that saying or providing anything for you in the context of this song?
Yeah, he's saying that all of the money he's got will make him do it. So he names the price, it makes him do it.
I will tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez? Do you need to keep any of these up, or are you going to utilize any of the exhibits?
Yeah, Judge, you can take them down.
Okay.
I'm going to unplug it. Does anyone need any of the exhibits? I'm going to unplug it so it's not on the monitor.
No. Detective, you have testified about translating the lyrics of a rap video, talked about it, testified to it. Specifically, today with regard to these 3 videos. When I see you, who I smoke, and do it. In fact, these translations are a product of your own opinion as to what is being said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by listening to it, you utilize what you believe are other investigations or other information you have received by talking to someone on the street or reading a social media post in order to formulate that opinion, correct?
Along with my training and experience and the experience of the other detectives in the unit. Yes, sir.
Well, the training is not going to assist you interpreting lyrics, correct? That's going to be based simply on what you've gathered on a day-to-day basis and what your eyes and your mind says you see and hear.
I mean, during the training, we network with other detectives who have also dissected lyrics, and if we don't know what the meaning is, they might throughout Florida.
Well, you're not telling me that you're relying on other detectives to interpret a lyric in your city, in your county, in a particular case, because we're not talking about coded language here. That's not what's happening. This is not coded language. This is an interpretation of a word, a series of words, or a sentence.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
Okay, just go ahead, finish your question.
You're not discussing or telling me that you're utilizing other detectives to assist you in interpreting these lyrics, are you?
I interpreted it myself, but if I don't know the meaning of one of the words that they use, I will ask for help. Yes, sir.
And you're talking about detectives from other jurisdictions. We're not talking about something that would be termed coded language. That's not what we're utilizing here, is it?
I wouldn't say it's coded language.
Okay, so you're asking someone else to interpret for you what you think something means. Something means what you interpret it to be. If you're not sure about some part of it, you would ask another detective, potentially from another jurisdiction, to assist you.
I would ask them like the meaning of a word, not what the whole section, not the whole lyrics mean.
Okay, and when you do this, you utilize posts that you've seen on social media, correct?
Yes, sir.
You use Instagram.
Yes.
Whoever might be talking on Instagram anywhere about anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Reddit, which is another social media platform where people talk about what's going on out on the street, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talk to people on the street who tell you what they think it means too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these posts can come from anybody. You don't know who they're coming from, correct? The majority of the time.
Like, I'm sorry, what posts?
Well, when you're utilizing social media posts, it could be posts that are being made by lots of different people that may not even have a direct association with what's happening.
That's correct.
And then when you talk to people on the street, most of the time they're unnamed. You don't put them in a report, right?
I do not.
And you don't know what validity their information has for you. You're just going to take what they say, digest it, and decide whether or not you're going to utilize it in your interpretation, that information.
I would take what they say and I would discover facts or evidence that goes with what they say before I use it.
And part of doing that would be to talk to other people to see whether they say what he says.
Correct.
And that would be a large part of your day-to-day intelligence that you gather.
That's some of the intelligence we gather.
And when you talk about these drill rap videos, in most cases, the majority, if not all of the songs, are disrespecting another person or another group, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all gangs, all rappers, because every rapper's not in a gang, correct?
That's correct.
And drill rap has to do with at the highest level, disrespect for other people, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would be disrespect for someone who's died, putting it out there for everybody to see, correct?
Yes, sir.
In order to get clicks, in order to make money, in order to get notoriety, all of those things, you would agree with me?
I would agree that comes with drill rap. Yes, sir.
And essentially, they may even display happiness over what occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pleasure over somebody dying in a group they don't like, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also allowing the rest of the world to know what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And when we say the rest of the world, we're talking about millions and millions of views everywhere.
Yeah,
correct?
Lots of views.
The more you talk, the more angry you are, the more violent your lyrics, the more pointed they are with disrespect, the more notoriety you get, don't you?
Yeah.
And the more notoriety you get, the more money you make, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, it's led people like Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, Yungeen Ace to actually get record deals with legitimate record companies that distribute worldwide, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Yungeen Ace was signed by Geffen Records?
He says he is, but I can't confirm or deny.
Okay. This disrespect that's shown in these rap videos, they talk about incidents in general, but they oftentimes talk about either groups or individuals. It could be both.
Yes, sir.
This also expands that particular rapper or performer's base of either customers or followers when they do these shocking things, correct?
As such as music videos and
Yes.
drill rap. Yes, sir.
And more often than not, when you're doing drill rap videos or you're doing these videos in general, you're doing it because somebody else is rapping about you.
Generally, yes, sir.
And so it's back and forth kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
And it's generating a lot of buzz and it's generating a lot of money for a lot of people. Correct?
Yes, sir, I would say so.
And would you agree with me that because a rapper, a drill rapper, any rapper, people that are in drill rap videos, people that post these things, if it's not a rap video, let's say it's just a post, they are not A, admitting to a murder, correct?
Correct.
B, they're not saying things most often that are not already everywhere over the streets, correct?
Sometimes it's more likely that the lyrics that they rap is knowledge, like news knowledge, I would say. Maybe they've said in like their news briefing, but there is sometimes where they rap about things that it was not released to the news.
They don't always happen, 30 minutes after.
Yes,
and
sir.
even if it's 30 minutes after, would you agree with me that in the age of social media, in the age of all of these social media platforms, incidents that occur in areas and neighborhoods that know and keep their eyes open spread it immediately like wildfire?
Yes, sir.
And so the majority of the time, what you're getting when you have these drill rap videos are things that are already very common knowledge.
Yeah, majority of the time.
So discussing these things, disrespecting these people, does not necessarily mean that you were involved in any crime at all, correct?
I would agree with you.
Because we would probably think that when you were in the midst of doing investigations of the actual incidents that took place, having evidence that is provable against someone would in fact lead to that person's arrest, correct?
Yes, sir.
And even if you took what is being said as truth, as you have when you interpret these lyrics, you would think it would springboard you to get to a point in an investigation where an arrest is made, correct?
Not necessarily. I think the music is more along the lines of, like you said, the views and the money, but it also represents the group and the gang itself. It's just like it's a way of disrespect. That's how these guys use it to be disrespectful.
Well, then, being disrespectful is not a crime, correct?
Yes, sir, you're right.
And in fact, in opposite of being not a crime, it's also very financially lucrative.
Yes, sir.
And I guess what I was trying to get at is that you are doing day-to-day investigations in order to solve crimes. That's what this is all about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you're interpreting these lyrics, you are doing it purposefully in order to solve crimes, correct?
Yes, sir, to an extent.
And if any of this is true in these lyrics, in these rap videos, then you would have hoped that it would lead you to something else that might provide enough evidence to arrest someone, correct?
Yeah, but I'm not trying to understand your question of like the lyrics are true. I heard you said something along if the lyrics are true, it would lead to arrest. The lyrics are true. Those are real life events that have occurred. Just because a lyric doesn't allow us probable cause to arrest somebody.
Understood. And very rarely would it ever in anybody's world. And I didn't want to mislead you in saying that. But in this tool of investigation that you guys spend so much time doing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That would normally, you would hope, springboard to something that would allow a case to be solved or additional evidence to be uncovered or generated, correct? That's the goal.
Oh, yes, sir. It would hopefully allow us to generate an arrest or prevent the next violent crime by knowing where maybe the next incident will happen by the act of violence is.
And when you say that a rapper post or in a video took credit, I thought I remember hearing you say that when you were testifying on direct. What you're really meaning, and you use this word too, they're trolling the other side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're using that synonymous with taking credit. They're trolling.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we don't want to mislead anybody to suggest that when you're taking credit, you're telling us that they're taking credit for a murder.
Yeah, that would, I would see where you're at. It would be more of like your group, like you're representing the group in the gang. You speak about it because there's a known feud and a known war going on. So you speak about it to gain the views and to gain the likes and to gain the profits off of it. It wouldn't necessarily be like you're the guy who pulled the trigger.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the incidents that you have discussed. You talked about the town center murder, that occurred in 2018, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was going to be probably 5 years or so before Mr. Jones's death, correct? June of 18 versus his death being June of 24, correct? I'm terrible at math.
Yeah.
Six.
That's, I think
6 years.
More than 5.
That murder is unsolved to this day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Joe Rod Adams Spaz murder, August 24th, 2018, again, about 6 years from Mr. Jones's murder. Were you aware that that investigation indicated that Mr. Howard, who did that shooting, shot Spaz Adams over a girl, a problem with a girl?
I'm not aware of the investigation, the details behind it. I'm just aware of that Robert Howard was sentenced to 5 years for manslaughter for that charge.
Correct. Robert Howard admitted that he shot Spaz Adams. The question is why, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure the motive behind it.
Did you ever have any conversation with Detective Dishman, who did that investigation?
No, sir.
Okay, so you are utilizing that as what you think is a critical juncture in this alleged gang war, correct? Usually utilizing this particular incident.
Yes.
Okay, but in fact, you could be wrong about this incident actually having gang undertones as opposed to an argument between two people over a third person.
Yeah, but it's about the underlying factors of it. The one was 1200 and one was 6 block, and the war goes way before that date and time.
Was Bibby Gaynor a documented member?
I'm not sure if he was a member or an associate. That would probably be a better question for Detective McCullough, but he was associated to 6 block.
And that was because he was very close with Julio Foolio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in order to know whether or not he was a documented gang member, we would need to ask Detective McCullough?
Yes, sir. He's the 6 block detective. I don't keep up with the members and the associate statuses of those guys.
Even on this particular one that you know is so vitally important to this timeline?
Yep. How much longer do you anticipate on cross?
Judge, a while.
Okay, you all step on out.
All right, so this ends this day. Do you want to keep going with Nieder, or do you want to go to Robert Howard? Because at this point, we have, seems like we have time. Do you want me to continue with Nieder or go to Robert Howard? I'll give you a second. Here, I'll go Nieder or Howard. Nieder or Howard. Which do you guys want to do? More Nieder or Howard? What say you, chat? Nieder or Howard? I envision you guys pounding on your desk. We want Nieder. We want Nieder. Oops, sorry, Houdini. Or we want Howard. We want Howard. Howard. Okay, positive vibes. Ronnie V. Robert Howard. Okay. All right. Mr. Howard it is. Howard, Tia. Brown-eyed girl, Howard. Okay. Chat has spoken. Robert Howard it is. We can always go back to Nieder. Robert Howard it is.
Six block.
Hilltop and 6 block?
Yes, same thing.
Are they also on the north side of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, shoot. I just... Oops. I just did something bad. I just got rid of the live feed. Hold on, you guys. Oh no. Verdict is coming in and I don't have the feed. Kidding. Let me go back to that. I just got rid of the live feed. All right, hold on. Let me go back here. All right, this is the live feed. Okay, we want this. Oh, it's been a long day. All right, let me get this set up again. Ah! Oh my God, verdict has come in. And I lost the live feed. Just kidding. Okay, this is the one I want. I want this one. Okay, this is the one I want.
6 block.
Okay.
Hilltop.
Six block.
Oh, look at that! I can scratch.
6 block. 6 block.
You know, it's getting late when Squeegee is scratching on on this. Let me do that again. That was fun.
6 block. 6 block.
All right, I'll stop. I'm done. I'm toast. Robert Howard. All right, Robert Howard. Where are you, my friend? Robert Howard. 25 times he was mentioned. Let me see. There we go, Robert Howard. All right. I'm getting punchy, and it's not even 5 o'clock. All right, let's see here. I'm going to come over here. This is going to be replay. State witness number. All right. Friend of Charles. All right, so this is what's going on here. I'm scratching. I'm busting out my mad scratching skills.
6 block. 6 block.
Hilltop and 6 block.
Yes, same thing.
Are they also on the north side of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, clearly you're present in court today and you're incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in jail for?
Distribution charge.
A distribution charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Of drugs?
Yes, ma'am. Drugs. Yes, ma'am.
Is the distribution charge a state charge or a federal charge?
Federal charge.
And do you have additional state violations?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a new law case or is that something else?
New law case, I think.
What is the state violation for?
The state violation is just the new charge of the federal charge.
Okay, so if I can kind of clarify a little bit. You have a new federal case
No.
for distribution, the case you told us about just now.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have state level charges. Are you on probation for something at the state level?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Okay.
on probation. Yes, ma'am.
When you mentioned that you have some state charges, what are you exactly on probation for at the state level?
Manslaughter and an aggravated battery and a battery on the Leo.
And were you sentenced and served the sentence on the battery, the simple battery?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still on probation for the manslaughter and the aggravated battery?
Yes, ma'am.
Did those arise out of the same offense, like something that happened on the same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Who died related to the manslaughter charge?
Juror Adams.
Gerard Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was shot when you indicated that you have an aggravated battery as well?
Willie Royal.
Willie Royal.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that individual someone that has a nickname as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And do you know the nickname of Willie Royal?
Go crazy, will go crazy, something like that, in that nature.
Go crazy or will go crazy, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you entered a plea of guilty as to those charges, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that actually happen?
2018.
And did Joe Rod Adams have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Spaz.
Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the day it happened in 2018?
I'm not sure. I'm not direct. I think it's the 24th. I think it was August 24th, 2018.
August 24th of 2018?
I think so.
Do you recall how long it took for you to be arrested for that offense?
Like 3 days. I think that Tuesday happened Friday, Tuesday.
What were the circumstances of that manslaughter and aggravated battery charge? What happened?
Well, can you restate that?
Yes. Where was was it a shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the shooting happen?
At a high school in Jacksonville.
What was the name?
All right. No, Robert was not. Let's go over here. So car 1 was Charles, Xavier, and Gino. They all got, well, Charles was obviously lost his life, but Xavier and Gino, they both got injured. Car 2 was Tifa and, Kamia. Kamia Bentley was car 2. And then car 3 was Armani Turner, Adjoa Randolph, who we heard from, and then Robert Howard. So Robert came down with Charles, but he was not in the car with him. He was in car 3. They were in car 3. Or he was in car 3. So I hope that clears it up.
Tuesday.
What were the circumstances of that manslaughter and aggravated battery charge? What happened?
Well, can you restate that?
Yes. Where was was it a shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the shooting happen?
At a high school in Jacksonville.
What was the name of the high school?
Raines High School.
Raines High School.
William M. Raines, yes, ma'am.
And were you present at Raines High School on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present with other people?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Joe Rod Adams, as you mentioned, also present at that football game or after that football game?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the individual Willie Royal or Will Go Crazy also present at that football game?
Yes, ma'am.
After the conclusion of that football game, was there a shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that shooting, did Joe Rod Adams or Spaz pass away?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the crime that you were arrested for a few days later?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was ultimately your sentence for that crime?
5 years in, 10 years on probation.
When you say 5 years in, can you explain to the jury what that means?
I served 5 years incarcerated and will have 10 years on probation.
How old were you on the date you were arrested?
16.
And were you charged as a juvenile or as an adult?
As an adult.
So is the probation that you are currently serving that you have violated with a new federal drug charge, the probation from that manslaughter and aggravated battery case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long, so you spent the 5 years in custody on the original sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you start probation upon your release?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when you got released?
May 31st, 2023.
May 31st of 2023?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the date that you were arrested on the federal drug charges?
June 23rd or 24th, 2024.
The day of the homicide of Charles Jones or the day after?
The day after the homicide, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So only one day outside of him passing away, you were arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
In total, since your initial arrest on August 27th or so of 2018 through today's date, outside of the days you just told us, so from May 31st through June 24th, 2023 to 2024, have you been incarcerated for the rest of that time?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have the new federal drug case. Have you pled to that case, or is that case still pending?
Still pending.
And Are you awaiting sentencing on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the probation violation case? Have you had a hearing on that matter yet to resolve that case?
No, ma'am.
In this case, for which you are seated in the witness box, did you receive a court-ordered subpoena to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with your attorney without telling us the context of that, but to understand the implications of not complying with that subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to be here?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand the difference between you being here under a subpoena as a witness and being like a co-defendant or a defendant in a case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not charged with anything as it relates to Hillsborough County?
No, ma'am.
And do you understand that your case in Duval County are with the Duval County jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
What about, do you understand your case with the federal government is with the federal government?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, were you subpoenaed to appear via an investigative subpoena after your arrest by the federal government to make a statement in this case?
No, ma'am.
You did not receive a subpoena to give a witness statement?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And present for that witness statement, did you also have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that while you were still in custody for the sale or distribution of drugs, the federal charge?
Yes, ma'am.
So as it stands, you have 4 felony convictions. You're just pending sentencing on the cases that we've already discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
When you pled guilty to the death of Gerard Adams or Spaz, was there some type of was there a reason you pled guilty to that case in lieu of taking that case to trial?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
It was best in my interest to plea out.
How long had you already been in custody at the time you resolved that case?
Almost 4 years.
Had you been approached at all or ever during the pendency of your time in custody on the manslaughter about becoming a witness in the case against another possible shooter?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever make a statement to law enforcement in that case about anyone else from either side?
No, ma'am.
Was there another individual who has been associated to 6 Block that was present with you on the night of Spaz's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Agent Gaynor Jr.
Was he arrested as well when you were arrested the next week?
No, ma'am.
Did he stay out of custody?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, in the months that followed your arrest, was Mr. Gaynor killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive some type of benefit or notoriety for not making a statement against anyone in that particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that, what was the form of that? How did you get, credit for not talking?
It was rumors about who actually pulled the trigger in that case. So, me not saying nothing gave me that honor or that fame.
In 2018, when you went to jail, was drill rap the primary source of income for yourself or Charles Jones in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
No, ma'am.
When did drill rap start to become popular, if you remember?
My city in Jacksonville around 2020. I was already incarcerated around 2020.
How would you hear about what was happening with the drill rap scene or YouTube and how you monetize that stuff? How would you hear about that?
At the time I was incarcerated, so video chat and new people coming in the jail.
And they would kind of update you on the way things were evolving outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you actually were released in May of 2023, did you start to develop a little bit of your own following as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Even from custody itself, had you developed somewhat of popularity?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the subject, or at least as you understand it, of the drill rap videos back and forth? What would, for example, Charles Jones rap about?
Dead people in our city, mostly, yeah. People who had passed away from, that didn't like us or didn't like him.
You say people that would pass away that didn't like us or didn't like him? What do you mean by us?
Or where we're from, our neighborhood.
What, want to be respectful in asking, how did you learn what neighborhoods liked you and didn't like you? Like, how did that come about?
The dissing and the songs and, just history of Jacksonville stuff.
Did you know as a child in the neighborhood that you grew up in, areas that you were permitted to go to and areas that you were not?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know that?
Growing up over time, there was people passing away when I'm 5 or 6, and just growing up, gaining knowledge of Jacksonville and what's going on in Jacksonville.
What if you are not directly involved in those things that happen back and forth? If you weren't there or you didn't know anyone involved, are you still taking that on?
You still take precaution, yes, ma'am.
What if any neighborhood like divisions are there? Are there territories? So you said you're living in the north side. Is Mr. Jones also living there, staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
How about out east? Would you regularly go out east?
No, ma'am.
Is that one of the areas that we've talked about?
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why you wouldn't go out east.
Just the history of Jacksonville, things that's going on in Jacksonville.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear you with us.
Can you just speak up a little louder, please, Mr. Howard?
I said things that haven't occurred in Jacksonville. So.
Are you familiar with a reference 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in some way related to or correlated with out east?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I said to you out east 1200, you would know what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that represent?
Neighborhoods on the east side of Jacksonville.
What about when I say to you 6 block, to you, what does that represent?
Apartments on the north side of Jacksonville.
So, neighborhoods is your
Neighborhood.
response to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you certified as a gang member when you were originally arrested for the manslaughter of Joe Rod Adams or Spaz?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang were you associated to?
PCE.
PCE, is that Problem Child Entertainment?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a group that ultimately was RICO'd about 2017, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with what a RICO is?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the older members of PCE at that time, were they all kind of arrested or scooped up?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the individuals who were arrested in that RICO case?
Yes, ma'am.
How were they related to you? Friends, family?
Just in the neighborhood, same neighborhood.
After PCE, the RICO comes down from that case, do individuals that were associated with PCE start gaining popularity under the moniker 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I want to ask you a very direct question. Are you going to tell me at any point during the course of your testimony today that 6 Block is a gang?
No, ma'am.
Will you ever admit that?
No, ma'am.
Will you tell me if 1200 is a gang?
No, ma'am.
Will you tell me if ATK is a gang?
No, ma'am.
That's never going to happen.
Never.
Are you familiar with the statutes in Florida defining gang membership?
No, ma'am.
Are you, do you have concerns about making any admissions about gang membership as you testify?
No, ma'am.
Your position is that these are neighborhoods.
Yes, ma'am.
What if individuals from those neighborhoods kill on behalf of the neighborhood? You're still going to indicate not a gang.
Not a gang.
What if they throw hand symbols? Not a gang.
No, ma'am.
The statute itself does not matter to you, it sounds like.
No, ma'am.
So if I say groups or sides, would you understand the reference if you're refusing to say it's a gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Are 1200 and ATK affiliated to each other? Would they be friendly to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
And would 6 Block be friendly with 1200 or ATK?
No, ma'am.
Are you... Strike that. Is everyone that's in or identifies as 6 Block a rapper?
No, ma'am.
Is everyone that's in or identifies as 6 Block from 6 Block or Hilltop or 45th or Abbey?
Can you restate your question?
Yes. You said 6 Block is a neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone who throws a 6, are they all from 6 Block?
No, ma'am.
Now, just like we talked about PCE or problem child entertainment, many of those individuals you said go by 6 Block now.
Yes, ma'am.
At the same time from PCE or problem child entertainment, was there a similar group with 1200 that develops into 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Gang or something like that nature.
Cuckoo?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that KUKU?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you at least observed Cuckoo Gang representing 187 boys in their music or on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
But still, your statement is not a gang.
No, ma'am.
If you were shown, if someone indicated to you or did a sign that you understand to be 1200, would you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
If you saw that sign, would that be a friendly thing to you or an unfriendly thing to you?
Unfriendly.
So that's not someone you would like go get drinks with.
No, ma'am.
And you recognize that there are signs for 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
But your indication is that you don't understand that to be a gang.
No, ma'am.
You understand the criteria for gang membership could include admitting your gang membership.
Yes, ma'am.
I must sustain the objection.
Can you agree that there are specific sides or areas of town that you do not travel to as a result of what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
What area of town do you not travel to?
East, west.
Had you known Charles Jones at least on one occasion to travel to Melbourne Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that an area of town that 6 Block was welcome?
No, ma'am.
How long has the back and forth between whether it was this name, 6 Block, or PCE, 1200, Cuckoo, how long has this back and forth?
Long time.
What do I mean by that? Before you went to jail 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you turned the age of 10?
Yes, ma'am. Most likely. Yes, ma'am.
Before, is it as long as you can remember?
As long as I can remember, yes, ma'am.
When you came home from prison in May of 2023, had you had an opportunity to see or spend time with Charles Jones?
Restate your question.
When you came home from prison, did you have a chance to see Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you spend time with him regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to catch up on the YouTube success he was having?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also able to obtain some level of success in the same way?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know an individual by the name of Gino Norris?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
It's like my cousin, close friend to the family, but cousin by marriage. My uncle, my great uncle is married to his auntie, so.
You're a great uncle and his auntie. When you say close to the family, I think you've said that a couple of times. Do you mean like your parents or your parents' siblings are friends with their families?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that common amongst your friends in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know Gino by any particular nicknames?
Just Gino.
Just Gino.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Gino hang out the way that you and Foolio would hang out? Did he have club appearances, or did he go to shows, things like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you profiting or making money off of attending clubs and making appearances with Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you benefiting on your own behalf, or were you like working for Foolio?
Kind of both.
What do you mean by that?
Some appearances it just be for me, and then sometimes, you know, with him coming to shows and stuff, I'll, you know, get a percentage of it.
And are you paid by the club itself to go there?
Promoters, stuff
What
like that.
What do you do? Do you put on a show, or do you just hang out?
I hang out, and I also rap too, so sometimes it all depends on what's going on. It might just be an appearance, or it might be me actually rapping as well.
How do club appearances get you money, or how does the club earn money from that?
We bring people, you know, people want to see us, so they benefit from it as well.
And was, at least to your knowledge, Charles Jones or Julio Foolio probably one of the more profitable rappers in 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar at all with the music of Isaiah Chance or Rashad Murphy?
Isaiah Chance, but no, not the other one. No, ma'am.
Not the other one. And do you know of more than one song for Isaiah Chance?
And I heard a couple.
Are they doing the same numbers, essentially, that Charles Jones was doing on YouTube?
No, ma'am.
How long have these rival shootings been going back and forth, if you can recall?
Before my time, a long time.
Before your time? Does that mean before you were born?
No, just before, when I was younger.
Was this happening before you went to jail in 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
How many friends or family have you lost back and forth?
A lot.
Do you have a lot of the friends that you grew up with in Jacksonville still in Jacksonville?
Some of them moved, some of them still here. In Jacksonville.
If you lose a fellow, like a 6 Block member or someone from the neighborhood, are you helping or assisting their families in some way?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Here, let me pull this up. Quiet observer. So the 9mm, which they're saying is Rashad, allegedly, the 9mm was on the left side. So Charles is facing this way, and he's on the passenger side, which would be the right side. So shooter number 1, which was the 9mm, comes up pretty much point blank, maybe 10, 15, maybe 20 feet away, shoots there. Then as the car tries to drive away, they drive right past the 9mm, and then there's shooter number 2, which they're alleging is Sean, drives right past him, literally right past him, and he's got one of the rifles. So shooter number 3, which they're alleging is Davion, he was across the street, for lack of a better word, whatever, the parking lot, pavement part. So he was on the other side. There's a lot of movement in there. So he's on the other side. So that would have been more the driver. But I think Charles probably, it's probably that 9mm, because there was 31 casings from the 9mm. So he shot in the right side of his chest, and he's trying to move away, and then he shot twice in the back.
Stand the objection.
So I'm thinking it's probably the 9mm, but again, the car drives right by.
Sir, after your release in 2023, did you start to see some of the drill rap videos that had been published?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those videos being published only by people from 6 Block?
No, ma'am.
Were there videos that were published from members of ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there videos published from members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you were incarcerated, so at 16 or so, were there drill rap videos that were to the level that they were when you were released?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen music videos where people admitted to crimes on YouTube?
No, ma'am.
Is that the style of, or is that like the life that you were leading when you actually were incarcerated when you were younger?
No, ma'am.
What was different when you actually got out?
The songs, the music, I guess the era.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Mr. Howard.
He said the songs, the music.
The songs, the music. It's the new music era of dissing. Way more vulgar and disrespectful.
When you were originally incarcerated in 2018, were there unspoken rules about who would be dissed or who was off limits?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
That means you can answer, sir.
Okay. What was your question again?
Were there certain members, right, that were, or certain people that were off limits in these disses when you were first incarcerated?
I wouldn't say that. It's just no one really was dissing like how people diss now. So.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, people wasn't talking about the dead people as much as they do now. So I wouldn't say it was a wrong rule, but people just wasn't doing it.
What about the actual family members of the ops or the opposing side?
Yeah, people wasn't doing it.
But they were doing that when you were released.
Yes.
And that would have been in 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also see a trend that level of disrespect that you called it was more lucrative?
Yes, ma'am.
But were you also witness to the fact that there were repercussions to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the homicide of Jake Chitt?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the homicide of Jaquan Pickens?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, that's the same individual. I apologize. Of Antonio Tilley.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those individuals that were killed in 2023 after you came home from prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those individuals affiliated with the same side?
No, ma'am.
Which side was Jaquan Pickens affiliated to?
Just from the north side, from my neighborhood, around 45th area.
And what about Tilley? What side was he affiliated to?
I think the north side too, but I think he was more like ATK.
That would be friendly or unfriendly to 6 Block?
Unfriendly.
Unfriendly. In the weeks leading up to the actual homicide in this case, so when Charles Jones is killed, did you see social media start to ramp up as it related specifically to Charles Jones and some of the defendants?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity to see specific Instagram posts back and forth between Charles Jones about a gravesite visit that he had?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the name Royale Smith, is that familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that 23?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how that individual died?
He was murdered.
Was that in the town center?
Yes, ma'am.
23, he did not die in the year of 2023, did he?
No, ma'am.
But were there social media posts where Charles Jones and other members from the north side went to 23's grave?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the responses on social media to that?
No, not all of them, no, ma'am.
Did you see some of the responses to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 124A through D.
Okay, the objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
Judge, just briefly, I know I've seen them, but
Yes. Can you do that again? I'm going to have a back ask the question.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Toomey? Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrinas? Okay, they'll be admitted.
That's 154.
124 A through D. In showing you State's Exhibit number 124B. Is this one of those images that was on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the response from the other side positive or negative to this post?
Restate your question.
Did this post make people happy from 1200 or ATK or not happy?
Not happy.
Specifically, was there a post from the Instagram account Godaze, states 124C? That indicates the biggest mistake anyone on earth could have did.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately did, on 124A, Mr. Jones post himself at that same place.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this type of dissing going on when you first got incarcerated?
No, ma'am.
Did this incite some back and forth between Mr. Jones and several members of ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also, in the months leading up to the homicide, have an opportunity to see a specific dispute back and forth between Charles Jones and Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am. I heard of it. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see it on the internet?
I was showing. Yes, ma'am.
On what type of social media?
I think it's Twitter.
Is that Spaces, the X?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a video or was that like a post?
I think it was posts. I seen pictures and argument.
What was the dispute about, if you recall?
I think clothes, reference of.
Hold on. This is not for the Spaces argument back and forth, the audio argument. This is an actual Spaces post argument that's going back and forth between Mr. Chance and the victim. Okay.
All right, we're coming up 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours. It's almost 5 o'clock. It's 4:55 local time. So almost 5 o'clock. They can go. The judge said they can go as long as they want. Alicia Andrews. It was Halloween night, and they deliberated for just under 4 hours. And I think they ended around 10 or 10:30 because we were doing our holiday stream, and they came back with a verdict. And it was late. It was like 10, maybe 10:30, something like that. Same judge, and she said they can go as long as they want to, but I think probably within reason. I'm sure she'll do a check-in because they're probably getting close to dinner time, so she may do a check-in and just do a temperature check, or maybe not. I'm not sure what her style is. If she just lets them go and go, but I would think at like midnight she may want to do a check-in. I'm sure at some point she does. So got some sun coming through here. Ugh. We just had a storm go through. I'm going to close these curtains.
And did you speak specifically to Isaiah Chance over the course of the months leading up to the homicide?
You restate your question.
Did you speak to Gutta in the months leading up to the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it unusual for you to talk to him?
No, ma'am.
Do you know him by Isaiah Chance as well?
No, ma'am.
You only know a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that the individual identified as Gutta is the individual that you now know to be Isaiah Chance?
Instagram, social media.
Had you seen him on Instagram or social media before?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity to see his face on Instagram or social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you ever been in face-to-face contact with him in person?
No, ma'am.
How many times do you think you spoke to Isaiah Chance?
A lot.
And why would you talk to Isaiah Chance? Is he 6 block?
No, ma'am.
Was he affiliated with another side or another group?
Yes, ma'am.
So why would you talk to him?
Just catching up, things about life in Jacksonville.
Did you know him before you went to prison?
No, ma'am.
How did you come to know him when you got out of prison?
Social media.
And who reached out to who?
I think he reached out to me.
On several occasions, did you have a chance to see likes from Mr. Chance on your social media accounts?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of these conversations that you had with him, you would talk about, you said Jacksonville. What about Jacksonville?
Things that's going on in Jacksonville, people, stuff like that.
People related to 6 Block and ATK and 1200, or the news anchor on the news at night?
People in and from neighborhood, Jacksonville things.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the weekend of June 21st of 2024. Did you have an opportunity to come to Tampa with Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
What day did you come down here?
I don't recall.
Do you know what you did on the first day that you got here?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
We came down here, we got settled in, then we went out.
Where did you stay, in a hotel or an Airbnb on night 1?
Airbnb.
Do you know anything about Tampa itself or the cities around Tampa?
Not really.
Do you know where the Airbnb was, like what city it was in?
No, ma'am.
Do you know that you went out to a club or a bar of some kind?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you don't know the date that was yet?
No, ma'am.
When you went out on that day, did you have a performance or an appearance for yourself or Charles Jones or with anybody else in your group?
No, ma'am. We just went out.
Just for fun?
Just for fun.
What was the purpose of the whole trip to come down here?
Birthday.
Whose birthday?
Charles Jones.
Was there anyone else other than yourself and Charles Jones with you all?
It was me, Gino, and Charles Jones.
In your car?
Foolio's car. Charles Jones' car.
And other than Foolio's car, did other cars come down to Tampa with you all?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an individual present by the name of Xavier Edwards?
Not the first night, no.
Was there an individual by the name of Xavier Edwards on the second night?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any kind of relationship with Xavier Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that relationship?
Another friend.
Does he have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that nickname?
We call him Fat Zay.
Fat Zay?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he heavyset?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard the nickname Fat Boy?
Yes, ma'am.
And has that ever been used in reference to Mr. Edwards as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have several other nicknames for Mr. Edwards regarding his weight?
Yes, ma'am.
How about Taifa McCrae? Do you know that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you call him Taifa?
No, ma'am.
What do you call him?
Tata.
Tata?
Tata.
And is that your friend as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know any of the women that Mr. McCrae brought with him to the Airbnb?
No, ma'am.
Would that have been on night 1 that Tata joined you all, or night 2?
He was with us night 1.
Okay, so night 1 is you and Charles Jones and Mr. Norris.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And Tata or Taifa McCrae comes with some women, some ladies.
Yes, ma'am.
Does everyone stay in the Airbnb on night 1?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's a second day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the second day, where do you all stay? Or where do you go?
So we found another Airbnb.
Did you find another Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there more people present on day 2?
Yes, ma'am.
When we say day 2, is that the day that the actual club appearances were supposed to happen? So Truth 18 and
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. The club appearances themselves, are those work for you, or is that fun?
Both. We got paid.
Do the clubs provide alcohol or sections or something along those lines?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, specifically as it relates to the other females that were present with you all, so you and Charles Jones and Gino, where there are some girls that also came down that you actually did know.
Yes, ma'am.
Those were separate and apart from Tata?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were the girls that you actually knew that were with you all?
Armani, which was Fulio's girl at the time, and I think Aja.
And did they drive in a separate vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
On the night of the first appearance, did you have an opportunity to go to the Airbnb for night 2? So that Airbnb on the same day as the club appearances.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a pool there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you all going to do that day at the Airbnb?
We was planning on having a pool party. Just chill. Invite, it was celebrate his birthday party with people from Tampa.
Would you have had a party in advance of actually going out, or were you doing that instead?
We're going to do both. It's supposed to be the pool party, then the show later on.
Does something happen in to change the plans of staying at the Airbnb for that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you all removed from the Airbnb or kicked out or something?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, were people that you saw posting to social media, if you could remember?
Restate your question.
Were people posting on social media about the pool party and the party at the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay to help unload the Airbnb from that night?
No, ma'am.
What did you do?
I fled. I left.
Where did you go to?
I went to the club.
And what was your purpose in going to the club?
To check, to see, just scope out the scenery.
Scope out the scenery?
Yeah, the club.
What does that mean?
Just make sure everything's good, the location of it. Make sure I see everything's all right, before he shows.
Do you have some information about what you're being promised before you get to the club as a part of the appearance? So a section or bottles or girls?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you were checking for when you say check it out?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually arrive at the first club, Teasers, before Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Was anyone else with you when you got there first?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who was with you?
His name is Tommy.
Was Tommy also at the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Tommy's nickname tax-free?
Yes, ma'am.
When you actually arrived at club number 1, did you wait inside or outside for Charles Jones and the rest of his group to show up?
Inside.
And when they texted you that they had arrived, did you come outside?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you a still in what's been previously admitted as States 41A. Are you able to see that picture okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you able to identify yourself in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you? If you could just describe yourself.
I have on a white shirt, chain, Jordans, and a hat.
If I point to the individual just to the left of the center of the photograph, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, whose car is this that you just grabbed here?
Charles Jones.
Okay. Is this where you've indicated you were waiting for them to come and arrive at the first club?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you already done your walkthrough of the club?
Yes, ma'am.
While inside of Teasers, did anything out of the ordinary happen?
No, ma'am.
Were there any problems inside of the club with people that were not a part of your party?
No, ma'am.
How about outside of the club?
No, ma'am.
Could you see that Charles Jones had been posting to social media?
Yes, ma'am.
And over the course of the night, did you see, Charles Jones drinking Don Julio?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any significance to that?
What do you mean by that?
Was there any importance for that? Like, is that normal that he would drink Don Julio?
No, ma'am.
Did he normally drink?
No, ma'am.
Do you drink?
No, ma'am.
On this particular night, was he drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was he drinking?
Don Julio.
Did you have a conversation with him about the amount that he was drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been at club number 1 or club number 2?
At the Airbnb before we left in the club.
What was the conversation like?
To slow down on this drinking.
Was he listening to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you observe him drinking more?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you continue to make comments to him throughout the night?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take an opportunity at club number 1 to look around outside at your surroundings?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
I did that to make sure that we were good, pay attention. We live in Jacksonville. And, you know, Julio is known for dissing, so make sure we're safe for safety reasons.
Is that something that you do regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Did everything at club number 1 go as you had planned for it to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you finish that club appearance and head to another place?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to the second club, is that the club that has 2 stories?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of that one?
I think it's Truth.
Were you slated to appear at the first club alongside Julio or the second club?
First.
And when we say that you're going to appear, does that mean you are also on these flyers that promote the appearance?
Correct.
Were you on the flyer to promote the first club?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a flyer to promote the second club that you were on?
No, ma'am.
When you arrived at the second club, had anything changed? Were there any issues?
No, ma'am.
Did you all go inside of the second club?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see whether Charles Jones was still posting on social media?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you say anything else to him about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say to you?
To relax and to let him enjoy his birthday.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all stay at that second club for a little while?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how long you stayed there?
No more than an hour. Like an hour.
Did you all set up or arrange for a place to stay after you had been kicked out of the Airbnb that second night?
That's why we were there. By the time, yes, ma'am, we were trying to.
At the club?
Second club, yes, ma'am.
And so were you searching for places while you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you successful in finding a place?
No, ma'am.
Was anyone successful in finding another place?
No, ma'am. Another Airbnb, no, ma'am.
At some point, is the appearance at club number 2 over?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have an opportunity to head down to the parking lot with Miss Adoja and Miss Armani Turner?
Yes, ma'am.
Did everyone else in the party also leave or go to their cars at the same time as you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce States 149B.
Okay, any objection? Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Ms. Toomey? Mr. Wise? Ms. Petrides? Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted?
So I'm going to show you 149B. Can you see the screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In this image, is this fairly depict what the first floor looked like when you all returned to your cars?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see yourself in this particular image?
Yes, ma'am.
And where, if you can describe on the paper, are you in this image?
By the car that's lighting up with the headlights on.
That's lighting up with the headlights. So this individual at the center left.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you all are leaving at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, whose car is this? Is this Mr. Jones's car, or are you leaving in another car?
It's Armani's car.
Is Armani Mr. Jones's girlfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else was in the vehicle with you and Armani?
Aja.
And is that the group that you rode to the home to suites with?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you seated inside of that vehicle?
The back seat.
And who was driving?
Armani.
When you actually arrived at the home to suites, did you stay inside of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you see where Charles Jones's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happens next as you are at the home suites?
That's when I hear the shots go off.
Could you see where the shots were coming from?
No, ma'am.
What did you do?
I ducked.
And after you ducked, did you say anything to anyone?
I told Armani to go.
You can tell Armani to go anywhere in particular, anywhere specific?
No, ma'am.
And where did she actually go?
She turned out, hitting, like, going on the street. Yeah.
When you say she turned out, was she driving the car forward or backward once the shots rang out and you told her to go?
She backed up. Backed up.
As she backed up, did she get out onto the street without anything else happening?
We bumped into another car.
You bumped into another car?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean hit them with your car?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you keep going after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
We found help. She found help.
What do you mean by that? Like, tell me where the car went.
Well, we was driving, so when we got back on the street, we did a U-turn, and as we were going down the street, we seen police officers stop. I don't know, they had someone pulled over. So she went and got help. I didn't say anything. She talked to the police, and the police followed us back to the scene.
Did you stay inside of Armani's vehicle at that point, Ms. Turner's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to the scene when the police were following you back?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got back to the scene, did the police tell you to get out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where were you?
I was in the back seat.
Where were you in, like, the car in relation to where Foolio or Charles Jones's car was?
His car was parked, like, in the parking spot. We were, like, facing, like, vertical towards it.
So if his car was facing out towards the roadway, were you facing the same way, or were you, like,
On the side, yes.
making a corner?
Yeah, making a corner.
When Armani Turner stopped the car, could you see inside of the black Dodge Charger?
No, but when I got out and walked up to the car.
When you walked up to the car, did the police start to yell at you?
Yes, ma'am.
And after the police yelled at you, did they put you in handcuffs or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Did they give you any instructions on where to go?
No, ma'am.
So what did the police tell you to do?
They told me they wanted to ask me some questions, but I had to wait till the lead detective came on scene, so I had to stay with them.
Did you want to stay?
No, ma'am.
At this time, the state will seek to admit State's Exhibit 149C.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Ms. Toomey?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
All right, and publishing State's 149C. Are you able to identify yourself in this footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you standing?
I'm standing to the left of the picture.
Yeah, the left side of the picture. Is that in the same clothes that you described to us from the last photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you still wearing a white top and basketball shorts, blue and white?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a vehicle parked to the right of the vehicle that you all had arrived in on the other side of this officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the vehicle that you indicated you tried to go up to with Mr. Jones inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you, even in the moments that you tried to get to the vehicle, see someone inside of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you only see one person?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this vehicle on the left of this image in 149C the vehicle that you arrived back in with the police following after you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, those police officers you said came up to you and tried to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there several individual police officers that tried to speak to you or spoke to you before the lead detective actually arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not sure if you remember clearly that moment, but they would have had on a uniform instead of maybe like a button-down shirt. Do you recall talking to officers that were in a uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
More than one?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked by officers, including the lead detective when he arrived and spoke to you, about what happened that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about the Airbnb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about the club appearances that you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement about 2 clubs?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement where you were in the car when the shooting occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the ducking? Did you tell them about your position at all inside the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the first officers that responded and told you all to get away from the black Charger told you to wait for the detectives, did you do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know the lead detective in this case would have been in plain clothes, not a uniform? Do you know if you talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at any time assist law enforcement by helping to keep Armani away?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked about whether there had been any fights or arguments at the club appearances by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you answer those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement that there's a gang rivalry in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
Sustained, yep.
Did you tell law enforcement anything about gangs during the course of those interviews?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell law enforcement anything about anyone being in a gang?
No, ma'am.
Did you speak to anyone that night about the drill rap scene in Jacksonville?
No, ma'am.
At this point, did you know who had committed the murder?
No, ma'am.
As you were on scene, did you start to see some posts that became relevant to you from individuals from Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you see those posts?
Instagram.
Are you familiar with a social media account linked to Gutta Zay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any social media post from the account of Gutta Zay?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any Instagram accounts from an account called Ghost187?
I don't recall.
Seeing a post on that?
I don't recall.
Do you know an individual by the name of Ghost?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you talked to, prior to the homicide, an individual by that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen the face of an individual by that name on a prior occasion?
Yes, ma'am.
The timing of the posts that you saw to social media, were those before or after you had a chance to speak with Mr. Jones's family members?
I think right before.
Can you talk to us a little bit about your relationship or prior relationship with Isaiah Chance? If he's not affiliated to 6 Block or he's associated with other groups, why would you maintain a friendship or relationship with him?
Can you restate your question?
Why would you be friends with Isaiah Chance, knowing he does not get along with 6 Block?
We had just conversations. His music was okay, and I heard about him, so we had conversations, talking. I took a liking to him, so we started having conversations, more conversations.
And did you ever speak to him about anything that was going on inside of 6 Block or with 6 Block people?
No, ma'am.
What was the purpose? What were you hoping to gain by having these conversations with him?
What I wanted to gain from talking to him. That's your question?
Yes.
Just, stuff was going on in Jacksonville, hoping he'll say something or anything or leading to something, just excess stuff about other neighborhoods.
So we're not talking about where the new nice restaurants are.
No, ma'am.
You were hoping to get information.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asking him directly for information?
No, ma'am.
The way that you talked to him, were you hoping that he would accidentally give you information?
Yes, ma'am.
Suggestion on reading?
A rule.
Did he at times give you information?
No, ma'am.
Did you, in the course of your conversations with Isaiah Chance, actually slip up?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that occur?
Female I was dealing with at the time. Text put his number into Cash App, thinking I was messing off, and text him.
Okay, so I have to put it in layman's terms. A female that you knew at the time did a little reverse lookup on a number that you were talking to on your phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you have had his phone number saved in your phone, like as a name?
No, ma'am.
So she just looked up the number.
Yes, ma'am.
So why did she think you were cheating or talking to another girl?
I guess when she put it in Cash App, a girl's name popped up.
Did you have an opportunity later to explain that to her?
Yes, ma'am.
So was it you utilizing your direct phone number to make these contacts or communications with Mr. Chance?
No, ma'am.
And so you'd use a different number?
Email.
An email account, so you can make a FaceTime over iCloud or something with an email?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have to utilize a phone number?
No, ma'am.
And prior to this homicide, did you also have an opportunity to speak to an individual by the name of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know him as Rashad Murphy at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you known Rashad Murphy just from growing up?
No, ma'am.
Did you know the nickname of Rashad Murphy at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the same account you've already told us about, Ghost?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to him on more than one occasion?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that you spoke to him, were you able to see him?
No, ma'am.
You would talk on the telephone or on FaceTime?
FaceTime.
And how come you could not see him?
He had his camera off.
Had you ever, over the course of your conversations with him, seen his face?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Once or twice.
And was that on FaceTimes?
Yes, ma'am.
How about to Rashad Murphy? Did you have his phone number saved in your phone as a contact, or was it just a number?
Just a number.
What was the nature or the tone of your conversation with Mr. Murphy? Was it the same as Mr. Chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what were you talking to Mr. Murphy about?
Stuff in Jacksonville, my prior case.
Was Mr. Murphy related to the victim of that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you he was related to the victim of that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you what the relationship was?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say the relationship was?
That was his brother.
Do you know if that was a real brother or a brother like a close family member?
I didn't know. I just went with his word. That was his brother.
Did you reach out to him or did he reach out to you?
I reached out to him.
And did that happen on FaceTime like you indicated?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get his phone number?
I got his phone number through him.
Through him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you communicate with him on social media? Or telephone via text?
Yes, ma'am.
Somehow you made contact with him?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the conversation, or are there more than one?
It's more than one.
And what are you talking about specifically about your prior case?
Who actually killed Juror Adams. Stuff like that.
But this is at a time when you had already been released from custody from that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still on probation for it?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would have had to happen after your release?
Yes, ma'am.
So at some point after you get out in May, you speak to him?
Yes, ma'am.
What is he asking? Who did it? That's it?
Yeah, just some clarity. Who actually did it?
Were a lot of people asking you that question?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you admitted or made any statements about who actually had pulled the trigger in that case?
No, ma'am.
And specifically after the homicide itself, did you have any contact with Rashad Murphy?
Restate your question.
After Charles Jones was killed, how long were you out of custody?
Like 24 hours.
So you got arrested by the feds within 24 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
From the time that you come back and find Charles Jones at the Black Charger early morning on the 23rd,
Yes,
to
ma'am.
the time that you get arrested by the feds,
Yes, ma'am.
did you have contact with Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
He texted me.
And what did he say?
He forgives me.
He forgives you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything else in the text?
I think to call him.
Did you actually call him?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear witness's response.
To call him.
To call him.
Did you actually call him?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that conversation was with him when you actually called him?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say during the call itself?
He forgives me again. He forgives me. And where was I?
Did you understand where were you to be about? Or did he give you any kind of context when he said where were you?
Where was I? I was, just where was I?
What did you respond to that?
I was around.
And did he say anything else?
Stuff like he seen me.
Where?
Walking down the stairs of the club, I guess. So he seen me by the club. Seen me at the club.
Did he say what you were doing at the club when he saw you?
He said I was paying attention.
That you were or were not paying attention?
I were paying attention.
Then did he make any statements about the actual home to suites, the homicide scene, the location?
Yeah. He said that was him in front of that car.
Did you have any idea what he was talking about?
I kind of did, yes, ma'am.
At that point, had you seen some of the video?
No, ma'am.
So how did you know what he was talking about?
I'm guessing he's in that car, so.
When he said he was standing in front of the car, could you see where the shooters were when you were actually being shot at?
No, ma'am.
Did you know what area Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy were from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that?
Out east.
And is that 1200 territory?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know anything about Sean Gathright before the homicide?
No, ma'am.
Have you been to his house in the suburbs before the homicide?
No, ma'am.
Did either Sean or Gathright or Isaiah Chance grow up in any of the either projects or neighborhoods or areas that you're familiar with?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy, on the other hand, were legitimately from out east?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity when you spoke to law enforcement to be shown an array of photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked in that array of photographs whether you could identify any of the individuals depicted? Were you asked if you knew anybody in there?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked in states 107. Do you recognize these papers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of that, did you have an opportunity to make an identification of an individual in those photographs?
Restate your question.
Did you say that you knew anyone from those pictures?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to Davion Murphy, did you have an opportunity ever to have contact with him?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Davion Murphy?
Correct. No contact, no, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to him?
Yes, ma'am.
When I say contact, I mean in life, have you seen him physically?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you saw him, were you, did you have an opportunity to hear him say anything to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What specifically did he say to you?
He just let me know who he was. He said his name, told me who he was related to, and told me that, you know, he heard, like, I was incarcerated for his cousin.
And did you understand the things he indicated to you to be friendly or threatening in nature?
Unfriendly.
Unfriendly.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only time you ever had any contact? I I don't mean contact like fist fighting, but I mean,
Yeah.
is that the only time you ever came into contact with Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you seen Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, or Isaiah Chance in the parking lot at Teasers? What would you have done?
I would have been on high alert. I would have protected myself.
Same thing with Truth 18.
Yes, ma'am. Same thing.
Had you seen anyone from 1200 in the Tampa area? Would that have been a sign of anything to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one more?
Yep.
Your Honor, I will pass the witness at this time.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You know the camera's on.
Mr. Howard, you have stated that with regard to when people talk about gang affiliations, 1200, ATK, 6 Block, whatever other gangs may be talked about, the world calls them gangs, but you just call them neighborhoods, correct?
Correct.
And you believe 6 Block is just a neighborhood, Hilltop, right? It's an apartment complex.
Correct.
And you believe 1200 is an area out east, correct?
Correct.
Hilltop, or 6 Block, is on the north side, correct?
Correct.
And in between and all around, there are other groups, not gangs, that operate based on their neighborhood and who they know and who they grew up with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked about on direct hand signs that are used, whether it be for 6 Block, whether it be for 1200, whether it be for ATK or any other group. Those hand signs depict that you are from that neighborhood?
It can, yes, sir.
Okay. And putting your thumb with your middle finger like this, that's 1200, right?
It can mean several things. Jacksonville, they would think that, yes, sir.
Jacksonville.
In Jacksonville, yes, sir.
If we were in Jacksonville and we did this, it'd be 1200, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And people that aren't in 1200 do this in Jacksonville, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, you have done this before, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you do it just to do it, just because it's doesn't really mean much. Doesn't mean anything, does it?
Yes, sir.
Is there a hand sign for 6 Block?
It's a yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Show me what it is.
for the record, what is that, Mr. Gonzalez?
And that's going to be your index finger and your thumb coming together, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the other 3 fingers are all in one line, so it kind of looks like a 6, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other people that are not 6 block do this too, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could they do it because they are following maybe a rapper or a group that are producing or showing rap videos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because in fact, Charles Jones is 6, right?
Yes, sir.
And he named himself that, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he named 6 block, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And you were very close friends with Mr. Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
You talked about some other people. You talked about Xavier Edwards, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who you know.
Yes, sir.
And you called him Fat Boy.
Yes, sir.
You've given some statements already, and you've testified in the past in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You've never referred to him as Fat Boy before today, have you?
Yes, sir.
You have?
Yes, sir.
You think you have in any statement you've ever given referred to him as Fat Boy?
I don't recall.
And what about, isn't he called 55?
Yes, sir. 5'5".
How about Omerta?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these are some of his 6 block names, correct?
Just nicknames.
Nicknames.
I won't say 6 block names. Yes, sir.
But you don't know if you've ever referred to him as Fat Boy previously.
Well, Fat Boy is something like we would call him on the one-on-one tip, like an inside Fat Boy, but to like social media, he'll be Omerta 5'5" and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's just something between a friend to a friend or
Yes,
a person
sir.
to a person that he knows each other, right?
Yes, sir.
Not what he's known as on the street.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Or what you would refer him as if you were talking to third parties.
Yes, sir.
And Tata,
Yes, sir.
he was 6 block too, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me? He's
No.
not. He's not 6 block.
He's from around. No, sir.
Okay. You don't know whether or not he was documented as a 6 block member or associate?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, you don't know, or the answer is no?
I don't know if he's documented as a 6 block game. No, sir. I don't.
And what about you? You know that you are documented as a 6 block member, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told the state on your direct examination that the night that you were at the hotel, you didn't talk to them about neighborhoods or gangs, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't talk to them about conversations that you were supposed to have had that caused you concern, did you?
No, sir.
And you didn't talk to them about anybody that you thought, because of these alleged conversations, might have been a person that could have killed Charles Jones, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you say on a regular basis, don't you, I don't talk to police. Isn't that a fact?
On a regular basis?
Yeah. And your position is, in your life, I don't talk to police. Isn't that the case?
Can you rephrase it?
In your regular life, walking around, you have said, I don't talk to police. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I've said that, yes, sir.
And that night was pretty much the same situation. You didn't talk to the police about the things that might have been going on behind the scenes, correct?
I talked to the police about the questions they asked, yes, sir. Every question they asked, I answered.
Right, about what happened there that night.
Yes, sir.
And where you had been, and who you stayed with, and what you saw, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
But nothing about what really could have been happening, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And Mr. Howard, You're called Kenny Caps because you cap people.
Objection, Your Honor.
He can answer.
No, sir.
Okay? And I think you've said you're called Kenny Caps because of South Park?
Correct.
Kenny on South Park?
Correct.
Kenny McCormick on South Park, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? That doesn't have anything to do with Caps, does it? It has to do with Kenny.
That came with it.
When it comes to whatever vague knowledge you have about Rashad Murphy, you have heard that he's 1,200, correct?
No, sir. Go restate your question.
You have heard from others that Rashad Murphy's 1,200, correct?
I know and I heard, yes, sir.
Okay. And you know because other people have told you so, correct?
Instagram, social media, Instagram name.
Well, you've never seen Rashad Murphy on Instagram, have you?
I seen this Instagram page.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And his page doesn't have a picture of him, does it?
No, sir.
And it doesn't have any pictures of his kids or his fiance, does it?
No, sir.
And it doesn't have any pictures of him hanging out with other people, correct?
No, sir.
What it has is an Instagram, Ghost187.
Correct.
And because of that, that is why you believe that Rashad Murphy is Ghost, correct?
Yes, sir.
Along with other people that have said that, correct?
Rephrase it, what you're saying.
The other reason is because other people have told you that, correct?
No, sir.
But what you do know, right, is Rashad Murphy is from the East Side. That's where he was raised, correct?
Correct.
So as I understand your testimony, Mr. Howard, you are telling us that you had communications with Rashad Murphy, correct?
Correct.
And the first time that you have told anyone that you had these communications with Mr. Murphy was the statement that you gave to prosecutors and law enforcement on August 4th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And in June of 2024, which was the death of Charles Jones, you didn't tell law enforcement then that you had had conversations with Rashad Murphy, correct?
Correct.
But since that time, even though you were arrested right after you got back, I think you think June 24th, correct?
Correct.
You had seen Mr. Murphy on the news a lot as it relates to this case, haven't you?
Correct.
And it was all over social media as well, correct?
Correct.
And even though you are incarcerated, you can see those things on a regular basis, right?
Correct.
And people in the jail talk about it constantly, day and night, do they not?
Correct.
So, you picking out Rashad Murphy from a photo pack, a group of pictures, shouldn't surprise us because you already know what Rashad Murphy looks like as a result of all of that TV coverage, right?
I talked to him. I knew how he looked before the TV coverage.
Well, we'll get to that, but you said that was one time, right?
2 times.
Okay. And, well, did you not testify in direct examination? You saw him one time?
I said 1 or 2 times.
You said 1 or 2 times?
Yes, sir.
You don't know exactly how many times, correct?
He's taught. Yes, sir.
What you did say, though, is that you had 3 or 4 FaceTime conversations with him, right?
Correct.
And those FaceTime conversations were either showing a black screen or the ceiling or the wall, correct?
Correct.
That's what you testified to, correct?
Correct.
You also said that the way that happened is that you got his number and you reached out to him.
Correct.
But you didn't know him at all prior to getting out of prison in 2023, correct?
Correct.
Didn't even know who he was, had never seen him before, correct?
I've seen him before.
You've seen him before out on the street somewhere, walking on the sidewalk?
No, sir.
How would you see him before?
His pictures floating around social media.
Floating around social media prior to you getting out in 2023? You didn't see it then. You're talking about afterwards, right?
Oh yeah, after I got out.
Okay, so before then you didn't know him.
Oh no, sir.
And you never seen him in person, correct?
No, sir.
So this conversation that allegedly occurred after Foolio's murder
Yes, sir.
happened when you got back to Jacksonville, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say that during the course of that conversation, you simply got a quick glance, 5 or 6 seconds of his face, correct? Because he was putting the phone up to his ear. Is that a fact?
I seen his face before then. A FaceTime before then.
And that was I thought it was one time. 1 or 2 times, and you're not sure which, 1 or 2?
Not the last conversation, a time before.
Was the phone call or the communication with a 904 number?
I don't recall.
Don't recall the number? Don't recall the area code?
I don't recall the area code.
Okay. Let me ask you, was there a 2 in the first 3 digits of the phone number?
I seen the 2 in the number. Yes, sir.
Was it in the first 3 digits?
I think so.
Like, I would say 813 Tampa or 904.
It was in the first.
Duval.
It was in the first 3 digits. It was in the area code, or it was in the beginning of the first numbers.
Okay, so before you have like the hyphen and then you get the last 4.
Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
I think I'm sure. I think I'm positive.
Would it surprise you if Mr. Murphy's phone doesn't have a 2 in the first 3 digits? Would that be surprising to you?
It wouldn't be surprising. That means he wasn't calling me. If he was calling me from a different number then.
Okay, so he's calling you from a different number than his own.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't have saved his number in your phone, correct?
No, sir.
So actually, this whole thing started allegedly because you reached out to him first, correct?
Correct.
Would the number that he was calling from end up being in your phone because of that communication, correct? Because it was FaceTime.
Correct.
And you had that number since you got out of prison in 2023, correct?
No, that phone wasn't in service.
I'm sorry?
The phone wasn't in service.
Okay, so the phone that you were talking to him from, it was the phone you had since you got out of prison.
No.
It was a different phone?
Yes, sir.
And that phone had a username, correct?
Correct.
Kenny Caps?
No, sir. 8 p.m. Yes, sir. 8 p.m. Kenny Caps. Yes, sir.
8 BM Kenny Caps?
Correct.
And it also had a 904 area code and 203 were the first three digits, correct?
I don't recall. No,
You don't recall? You don't recall what that number was?
No.
But you had that phone on you when you were arrested in Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
And that phone was seized or taken by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And that's where it is, as far as you know, right now as we speak today.
Correct.
So talking a little bit, strike that. The drill rap videos that you talked about a little bit on direct examination, you've seen lots of them, right?
Correct.
And it may not be just 6-block videos, may not be just 1,200 videos. You look at a lot of drill rap videos, don't you?
Correct.
And is that because you just like the music, you're a rapper yourself? Are you a drill rap video at times? A drill rap rapper at times too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you just rap, you don't drill rap?
No. Yes, sir. Correct.
I'm sorry, you know what?
Correct.
Okay. But you've seen a lot of them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And they are put on social media, on YouTube, in order to get clicks, correct?
Correct.
And that turns into money based on views and based on the platform that's being utilized, right?
Correct.
And it's been your experience that everything that's said in those drill rap videos are not true, correct?
Depend. Yes, sir. Depends.
So some is not, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that portions of what are in these videos, regular videos, drill rap videos, aren't always correct, are they?
Correct.
They're not always true, are they?
Correct.
They don't always have facts in them as much as they have lyrics that people want to hear, correct?
Correct.
So, talking about your history a little bit, Mr. Howard, as you testified earlier. It's your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Juror Adams, correct?
Rephrase that.
It is your testimony that Adrian Gaynor killed Joe Rod Adams in 2018 at Raines High School, correct?
When is that testimony?
Well, I'm asking you, isn't that a fact?
Correct.
And that was like anything else in Jacksonville that has to do with neighborhoods, not gangs, I know you said, but neighborhoods. Lots of people in Jacksonville knew that, didn't they? They knew it immediately.
Correct.
And people that were there knew it, correct?
I can't speak on them. I can't speak.
Well,
I don't know.
When it happened, you were around, right? You just didn't shoot anybody, right?
Correct.
And other people that were there knew and saw what happened, correct?
If he knows,
Yeah.
if you know.
I can't say who saw it. I don't.
You don't know who was there when it happened?
I do, but I can't say that other people saw.
okay?
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that they were there, other people were there in the proximity of where it occurred, watching what was happening? You agree with that?
I agree that other people was in the proximity, correct.
And I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
He said he agrees there are other people in the proximity.
Okay. So you would also agree with me that there was lots of word out there. There was lots of people. The street knew that Robert Howard didn't kill Joe Rod Adams, right?
Correct.
So anyone who wanted to know what that story was, all they needed to do was ask a lot of different people that had information on it. Isn't that right?
Correct.
But yet you got charged with it, and Adrian Gaynor did not, correct?
Correct.
Is it your testimony that you actually didn't even see Joe Rod Adams get shot?
Correct.
And your testimony, is it a fact that you didn't even know Joe Rod Adams was at the football game, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Mr. Howard, Rashad Murphy didn't believe you were the shooter because everyone out there knew who the shooter was, right?
I can't say that. I can't say what he feels or how he felt.
But there was certainly a lot of information out there to suggest that you didn't do it. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And so initially you were charged with a first-degree murder, right?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, you had served so much time in jail, you figured, let me just plead to a manslaughter because it's going to get me out, right?
Correct.
Truth is, Mr. Howard, that when you got back to Jacksonville and you were thinking about who might have done this, you were concerned about a bunch of fake pages that were on social media that might have been involved in this case from other neighborhoods, right?
Restate your question.
When you got back and you were trying to figure out in your own mind who might have done this, you were concerned because there were lots of fake social media pages that were providing information, correct?
When you say this, what are you referring to?
I'm sorry, Judge?
When you say this, do you mean this homicide or another incident?
This homicide.
Well,
what's a fake page?
A fake page? No, a fake page. A fake account.
So somebody who doesn't want somebody else to know that it's them, correct?
Correct.
And they were putting out information, and you were trying to figure out from those fake pages who might have done this, right?
I wasn't. My concern was my family, you know. I wasn't focused on fake pages concerning. I had just lost a friend, so I don't think my mind was trying to figure out who was on the fake page.
Okay, so you weren't looking at and thinking that there were fake pages out there that were providing information?
I wasn't worried about no fake pages of people.
Well, if you weren't worried about it, you were looking at them, correct? And they
Sustained.
and you saw as you were still in Tampa until you went back to Jacksonville, social media was on fire, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you were looking at lots of accounts.
All right. Hey, guys. We are waiting to get confirmation from... Okay. All right. Seems like a verdict has been reached. Possible verdict, but the judge is going to... it's about a 15 to 20 minute delay, if you will, to bring... Not delay, but
And lots of posts and so.
Before they come in. So let me stop the clock. We will stop the clock. 7:37. So it's basically 6 o'clock. So we'll say they stopped at 6 o'clock. RA Raid. Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. RA Raid. Hello. Welcome in, RAers. Appreciate you guys coming in. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, RA Raid. Calypsin, good to see you. Awesome. Red Pen, there you are. Woohoo! RA Raid, thank you, guys. Thank you for coming in. All right, so we've got, what were you guys watching? Was Scott doing was he doing court hopping? I wasn't sure. I thought yesterday he was court hopping. All right, so 6 o'clock ending here. What were you guys watching over there? All right, well, now the next question is, what do you think the verdict... Well, I can get rid of that. When do you think they'll deliver a verdict? I can get rid of that one. All right. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, you guys. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Oh, Tyler Robinson. Okay. Gotcha. All right, I am going to end. You guys are just in time then. It's going to be about 15 minutes, I think, between between the announcement and then getting all the parties, allowing all the parties to congregate. So for those that do not know this trial, we have a description. You can check out our description. And then I will go through some highlights of the trial. We have Florida PI Sam, who is representing this gentleman right there that you see in front of you. That's Davion Murphy. Florida PI Sam is part of the defense team that is representing him. And we are going to do a breakdown with her tomorrow. So if you guys want to join us tomorrow and get insider information, if you will. Not really. She's just going to talk as briefly as she can about it. Hey, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. All right. So tomorrow at 8:15, we're going to get together with Florida PI Sam. She's part of the team that represents Davion Murphy. There were 5 defendants that were on trial. Here, let me do this. Let me pull up our live feed here because we don't need our replay anymore. All right, so we'll pull that up for now. All right, so for those that are coming in that aren't familiar with this trial, this happened June 23rd of 2024. Charles Jones, who goes by the performance name of Julio Foolio, he was in Tampa celebrating his birthday. All these people are from Jacksonville. So the ones that are on trial right now are Davion Murphy, Rashad Murphy, they're cousins. You have Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathright. Now Isaiah and Alicia, you see Alicia there on the left, she was convicted last Halloween night. And she, the same judge, Judge Sisko, was going to sentence her. Her sentencing was going to be December, but her defense team was able to remove Judge Sisko from the sentencing because of perceived bias. And the court upheld that. Judges upheld that. So Judge Sisko was removed from sentencing. Now Alicia has a motion for a new trial this Monday at 8:30. So she may get a new trial. She's got a new judge. She may get a new trial. We'll wait and see. But in the meantime, her other co-conspirators, Davion, Rashad, Isaiah, and Sean, they're on trial right now. So you may recognize some of the defense and also the state are from the Sonny Bell trial. If you guys are familiar with Sonny Bell, that happened in Tampa as well. We covered that. Again, Florida PI Sam was representing interests there. So you may recognize some of the names there. So that's the highlight. Here's some of the damage that happened. So Charles Jones was in this car with two of his friends, Xavier Edwards, Gino Norris. Xavier and Gino survived. Charles unfortunately lost his life. And this was vehicle 2. Kamia Bentley was in this car. She was wounded, injured, but she survived. And then this is vehicle 3. Armani Turner was Charles's girlfriend. So they all survived. Robert Howard was just on the stand. We were just listening to him. So that's a very brief highlight. We can talk about the timeline. The state was going to bring in 6 instances of what happened to cause this whole, incident, if you will. It's a beef between 2 rival rap gangs that do drill rap, ATK on one side, KTA on the other. And to us, it started further back than what the state was going to bring in. So this is, we're tracing it back to 2016, where a little 22-month-old Aiden McClendon, he was unfortunately shot and taken out. And then Zion Brown, 2017, he's the cousin of Charles Jones. He was shot and killed. Then we go to 2018, we have the Wasabi restaurant ambush, where Yungeen Ace, who is pretty much the leader of ATK, Ace's Top Killers, he was celebrating his best friend, or one of his really good friend, 23, Royale Smith, his birthday. They finished eating, they left, they get shot up. Ace is the only one that survived. Yungeen Ace is the only one that survived. His younger brother, Quan died. Kobe was taken out, and then 23 was taken out. Then we got Corbin Johnson. He disappeared in 2018. His remains were found in 2019. Then we go to Adrian Gaynor Bibby. He was shot and taken out by Hakeem Robinson, who goes by the name of Queso. Then we go to Tiki. 2019, he was taken out. He's a close friend of Charles Jones. Then we go to Gerard Adams, or Spaz. Okay, let me get over. All right. Enough of my blathering. Let's go here. Thank you, Aaron.
All rise. All jurors are in there.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, it is my understanding that the jury has reached their verdict. Is that correct? Okay, I would ask the foreperson of the jury to please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Okay, Madam Clerk, please publish the verdicts and do not read the name of the foreperson, okay? Yes. For the record, it's Juror 157, initials CS. All right.
State of Florida versus Isaiah Jermaine Chance, case number 24 CF 11996A, Trial Division 1, verdict form.
We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. Did the state of Florida prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May. Foreperson of the jury, juror number 157, C.S. State of Florida versus Sean Andre Gathright, case number 24CF 11996C, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, the defendant actually possessed a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3, victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4, Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5, victim Kamia Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 6. The defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May, 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. State of Florida versus Rashad Trayvon Murphy, case number 24CF 11996D, Trial Division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. During the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2, victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3. Victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4. Victim Gino Norris. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5. Victim Kamia Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May 2026, juror number 157, CS, foreperson of the jury. In the state of Florida versus Davion Vershad Murphy, case number 24CF11996E, trial division 1, verdict form. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 1. Victim Charles Jones. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder as charged. If during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 2. Victim Charles Jones, the defendant of conspiracy to commit murder, first degree, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 3. Victim Xavier Edwards. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 4. Victim Gino Norris. the defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. We, the jury, finds as follows as to count 5. Victim Kamia Bentley. The defendant is guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant personally carry, display, use, threaten to use, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense? Yes. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interest of a criminal gang? Yes. During the commission of the offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes. And during the commission of an offense, did the defendant actually discharge a firearm? Yes. So say we all, dated this 8th day of May, 2026, juror number 157, CS for person of the jury.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, members of the jury, I'm now going to ask you all the same question. I'm going to ask you if this was your true and correct verdict, okay? So I'm going to call you by your juror number and your initials. All right, juror number 9, initials DM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 16, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 19, initials LY. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 24, initials WW. Is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 32, initials CRP. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 47, initials AM. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 49, initials CG. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 78, initials AC. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 142, initials TL. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 157, initials CS. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 158, initials JH. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
And juror number 167, initials JE. Is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
All right, very good. So as the jury has found the defendant's guilty of first-degree murder, this means we will proceed to the penalty phase. We are going to start that Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all right? So you all have not yet been discharged from your service as a juror. So therefore, you are not to discuss anything with anyone about this case. You're not to do any independent research. You're not to read, listen to, watch any news accounts related to this case. And then we will be done by next Friday, May 15th. So what I've been told from the attorneys as far as a proposed schedule, the case will get to you either Thursday or possibly Friday morning, Thursday afternoon or Friday morning for the penalty phase. Okay, very good. Thank you. We are concluded for today.
All rise.
So it's kind of weird where she says we'll be done by Friday when in fact no, they'll
Have a
get
seat.
the
So I
case
just
on.
was looking through the aggravators, and I just want to make sure. As to Davion Murphy, it would be the contemporaneous felony, correct? And then great risk of death to many persons, CCP, and criminal gang member, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then those 4 would also apply to Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, correct? No.
No, not the knowing great risk or the contemporaneous.
Okay, so actually,
So I'm looking at Rashad, it would be the contemporaneous conviction or previously convicted, great risk of death, 2 persons, cold calculated premeditated, and criminal gang member. Isaiah Chance is committed cold calculated premeditated and criminal gang member, and Sean Gathright is a contemporaneous capital felony, great risk of death to many persons, and cold calculated and premeditated, right? That's correct. Okay. I also noted that the state had sought an enhancement as to Davion Murphy for prison releasee reoffender, correct?
Judge, we did, but we did not file that in the indictment, which I think is now required.
Okay. So, fine. So that's not going to be part of the
It's
next.
not, Judge.
Okay. Okay. All right. So 1 o'clock on Monday, we will reconvene. And state will obviously go first, and then I believe, Mr. Hernandez, did you say you had a witness that had to testify Monday?
No, I think that's Ms. Finkelstein.
Oh,
But I do
okay.
have a question.
Yes.
To ask the court. Now, Your Honor, I found out this afternoon that my client's fiance, who was one of the witnesses listed, got arrested for violation of probation and is at the Duval County Jail. So I'm trying to. My mitigation specialist has been trying since about 3:30 to see if we can set up a Zoom.
Okay.
Would be the best situation, but
That's
I don't
fine.
have an answer at this point. That's a concern. And then my doctor would like to be able to testify Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so then, Ms. Finkelstein, you've got a doctor that needs to testify Monday, correct?
It's not a doctor, it's a corrections expert who needs to testify Monday, so I'm happy to go first.
Okay, that's fine.
State, we did talk, they agreed to 3 of our witnesses, we were able to depose, we did a few depots over the break.
Okay.
While we were waiting, and they have agreed to allow the 3 people that we had kind of later notice for Zoom.
Okay.
So I guess I'll reach out to your assistant for a Zoom link.
Well, no, we'll just do the Zoom here,
Okay.
and then we'll have to depend on Deputy Martinez to get it all set up, but that's fine. So the bottom line is you'll be ready to go Monday with your witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, and then who's going to follow after Ms. Finkelstein? Mr. Petrides?
I also have a doctor that needs to go by Wednesday.
That's fine. So then I assume Monday, at least through Monday, we should get through Mr. Gathrights' witnesses, and then we'll begin Tuesday morning with your witnesses, and then next up will be...
I'm fine with following, but I might ask if I'm having an issue with the Zoom matter to be able to call that witness on Wednesday.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, very good. See you all Monday morning at 1 o'clock. Not Monday morning, Monday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay? Very good. Thank you.
All right, so that's a lot to unpack. They were all found guilty. We'll stick around for a press conference. I'm sure there's going to be a press conference, so if you guys want to hang out with us. But they got count 3, 4, and 5, which was Xavier, Gino, and Kamia. Those were all second degree, which was the lesser. So they did not find them guilty on the main charge. Let me just go back. Yeah, they found them. So Xavier Edwards, Gino Norris, and Kamia Bentley, they found them, the lesser, they found them for second. So they were up for attempted for first degree, but they got them on second degree. So they came back on the second degree for, which is really interesting. So for Charles Jones, who I have here. So for Charles Jones, they went with first degree. And then for criminal conspiracy. So count 1 was first degree, count 2 was criminal conspiracy. And then count 3 was Xavier Edwards, count 4 Gino Norris, count 5 Kamia Bentley. They all came back with second degree, which was one of the lesser includeds. And then count 6 was Sean alone. He was tampering with evidence. That was him wiping down wiping down the Chevy Impala, the black Chevy Impala. So yeah, stick around. We'll see if there's got to be a press conference. I'm sure there's news. There's absolutely going to be news about this. So we'll just hang here until we get some kind of news. Let's see.
A redistricting ruling now if they
Yep. Sean's not in a good way right now. Yeah, I mean nobody wins. Nobody wins. It's a no-win situation. Nobody wins. Is this going to change anything? I don't know. Sean's the youngest. He's only 20. Not that Isaiah's much older. He's 23. But Sean's only 20. He was 18, I think, when this happened. 18 years old. So. Yeah, Sam, I fear that you are correct. This isn't going to change drill rap. It's not going to change. Won't change until it happens to you, I guess, right? Until you lose somebody, whether it's to their whether you know their life goes away or they go to jail, you know. So sad. It's sad, you know. All right, we'll stick around, see if we can get a verdict. I'm sorry, what do you call it? Press conference. Speak, Chris, speak. All right, we'll see if we can get us a press conference here. All right. Well, I don't care about that. Okay, so clearly they're not going to show it. We'll stick around. If you guys see something on YouTube as well, let me know. I'm going to just keep bouncing around. Usually press conferences happen, you know, like 10 or 15 minutes. So if you guys see something, let me know out there. But it'll take a moment. It'll take a moment. At least 5 or 10 minutes for them to get together, and they also may not do a press conference until after sentencing. That happens a lot too. But we'll hang out. We'll hang out for a little bit. Janelle Rod, yep. That's where I'm on a couple Tampa stations. And of course Jacksonville is covering it too. First Coast News was covering it. Actually Orlando is covering it as well. This is a big deal, you guys. This is a big deal. For those that are not in the state, this is a big deal. You got Jacksonville, Orlando, and Tampa, 3 of the largest cities in the state, are all covering it. So this is a big deal. Now, just who is going to give us a press conference? Who's going to give us a press conference? And again, it may not happen until afterwards. We get that a lot. We sometimes, like the state won't talk until after sentencing. Maybe a family member, maybe Cedrica Mays, that's Charles's mother. She may talk. So we'll just have to wait and see if anybody's going to do anything. And if you guys find anything, let me know. Right now I'm on one channel from Tampa. If you guys see anything, let me know. Let's see. Nothing going on there. There are no winners, that is for sure. There's absolutely no winners. No, everybody loses. And this is not, everybody loses. This is a no-win situation, that is for sure. Eve, I've been listening on the sidelines. Tragedy all around. I agree. I agree. I agree. Now the big question is it going to stop? That's the question: is can this be stopped? Can this be stopped? Yep. He's never going to hold his baby as a free man. That is true. That is true. So now we enter the penalty phase. So you heard them. They're going to start Monday. So now the jury is going to decide DP or life without parole. So those are the two things that the judge is going to, or not the judge, I'm sorry, the jury. Same jury comes back next week, and they're going to decide life or death. They're going to decide life or death for these four. And then don't forget Alicia, who is the fourth member. She is going to go in front of a judge with her motion for a new trial. That's what she's got going on Monday. Monday's going to be a big day. Monday is going to be a big day for this trial for sure. So if you like what you see, come back. Check us out, and join us on Monday. We'll be streaming Monday. We're not going anywhere. All right, let me see if First Coast News is doing anything. First Coast News Live. All right, they're not live. What's Orlando? Let's see, Tampa Bay. All right. Anything here? Skrubnik, this is the best channel. Thank you for allowing me my opinion. Thank you, Skrubnik. Appreciate that. Yeah, we like to hear your opinions. As long as you're courteous and respectful, we appreciate your opinion. Everybody's on a commercial break. all these local channels are on a commercial break. All right, so that's Orlando. They're doing the weather in Orlando. Let's see what's going on here. That's a commercial break there. This is a commercial break here. Oh, yes, okay. I shall change the thumbnail to verdict. That's correct. We do have a verdict. So there's the verdict. Thank you, Grampy, for that. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's true. Manslaughter will be the highest charge if it's a big if she gets a new trial. But that is true. They can't retry her and get first degree. She was not up for the DP. She was not up. All right. It's not looking good for a press conference. If anything, there will be one maybe later, and we'll show it on Monday. I'll hang out for another few minutes, but if there is any kind of press conference, we'll show it on Monday. Because right now, I'm not looking good for a press conference. But we'll hang out for another few minutes. Because usually it takes 10 or 15 minutes for them to get together. All right, Scott, have a good one. Appreciate you as well. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I want to pull this one up. Thank you for that, real for you, Parisco. Thank you. Appreciate that. Doing it for Super Bowl. Super Bowl appreciates that. She's right here. Super Ball's right here. There's your girl. That's Super Ball. Super Ball is always present. Super Ball is always present. Thank you, Debbie. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see, just a bunch of commercials. This is talking about some school. All right, here's another Tampa channel. They're talking about a music festival. All right, it's not looking too good right now. So what I'm thinking is we will, if there is any kind of press, we'll show it on Monday. Because we're going to have time. They don't. You heard that they won't come back until 1 o'clock. But we also have Alicia. Hopefully Alicia will stream. If we can't get that, then we'll show something else that's related to this story. But if there is a press conference, we'll show it on Monday. Because right now I'm not seeing anybody that's even remotely talking about it. Like nobody's like standing outside talking about the verdict. So. Not looking good right now. I'm giving another few minutes. What's this? Yep, they're not looking good. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and end it. All right. I sound like Judge Siskel. All right. Yeah. Okay, guys. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you so much. If there is any kind of press conference, I'm sure there'll be news reports. We will definitely show those to you on Monday, 1 o'clock Eastern, 1 p.m. Eastern. They're coming back for the penalty phase, but Alicia Andrews has a hearing in the morning. So if that's streamed, we'll go ahead and we'll cover that as well. Yes, pizza time. There you go. It is pizza time. Enjoy your pizza. I had pizza for lunch. It's Pizza Friday. Lolly, lots of children fatherless. That is true. That is true. Iowa Backyard Cam, thank you. Scroobnick, have a good one. All right, you guys, I will leave you with my Wendy t-shirt, my Wendy 8-ball t-shirt. Wendy, when will Wendy be arrested? And then also Super Ball. That's for you, Grampy. That's Super Ball here. She's a big mush, a big ball of mush. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, oh, it's my good girl. Yes. That's a good girl. Okay. All right, guys. JMS, you already had your pizza? Awesome. All right, guys. Have a great evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you for the raid, RA. Really appreciate that. If you guys are interested in this trial, come back for penalty phase. I'm not sure what... it seems like they're going to go all week, and then Friday the jury will get the case, if you will, or start to deliberate on Friday. And just want to thank our mods. I want to thank Aaron, and definitely take care of yourselves. Oh, and we have Florida PI Sam. We're going to be tomorrow at 8:15. Let me drop that. Sorry, Super Bowl. Let me drop this. If you guys are really interested in this trial, and you want to ask questions of Florida PI Sam, she was representing part of the team that represented Davion. Ouch, don't bite me. So we're going to be getting together with Florida PI Sam tomorrow at 8:15. If you have questions about this trial, what's coming up, what has happened, what's coming up, definitely join us, and it's going to be good. We're going to talk about all kinds of things that have to do with Florida trials, DP trials, this trial in specific, as much as Sam can tell us. Obviously, not going to do anything to hurt the trial, but we'll go as far as we are allowed to. So join us tomorrow, and thank you all again for joining us. And we will see you. We will see you hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully, you guys will join us then. All right. Until then, take care, and we'll see you then. Bye.